legislative disruptions. Now, reacting to it, legal practitioner Sufeli stated that the court's decision to restore Obosa's speakership or permanently affirm his removal.
Well, the law is silent about that. The law only talked about removal for the Speaker of the State House of Assembly. And the law expressly states that, through two-thirds majority of votes in the floor, of the House. Do you understand? In the floor of the House. Okay, Obasa technically have a case because the law said two-thirds majority in the floor of the House, in the House. So what that could technically mean is that they should be in session. Impeachment proceedings. That's my own interpretation. No, the court is still going to interpret it. Okay, the matter has just been filed. I don't want to comment. So, technically speaking, what I think the law is posing, or the intention of the lawmaker, is that at the point of impeachment, because for you to get to third majority of the members of the House, that presupposes that there should be during session, okay, when they are in session, not when they are on recess. However, the law also did not say that the Speaker must be informed, okay, of his impeachment. Is that of governor and deputy governor? That's when notice is required. Okay, notice is required. But for that of the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, notice is not required. What is required of members of the House? Once they agree on it, then the Speaker stands impeached or removed. If, in the estimation of the plaintiff, or that's the Speaker now, he feels he was wrongly or illegally removed, the only place he can go to, he cannot take laws into his hand. He has to go to court to, vent his grievances and ask for redress. So the court of law is the only place that have that authority to, effect a redress on the issue under reference. Because now he's saying that he was illegally removed. One, he was not present, even though the law now have explained that. And not that. He also made some allegations of policemen taking over the assembly, removing surreptitiously the way they did, and his absence and all that. You see, the court will interpret the intention of the lawmaker, whether in drafting that section of the Constitution, whether truly their intention is that the Speaker can only be impeached while he's present, or that, for you to impeach a Speaker, you must do that when the Assembly is in session and not when they're on recess.
To other matters now, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) has issued a stern warning to the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) over its planned shutdown of telecommunication services on March 1st in protest against the recent 50% tariff hike. The NSCDC, responsible for protecting critical national infrastructure, including telecom facilities, stated that it had deployed operatives to safeguard base stations and prevent any illegal disruptions. The agency expressed concerns that such an action could pose risks to national security and public safety. Similarly, the Private Telecommunication and Communications Senior Staff Association of Nigeria and the Association of Telecommunications Company of Nigeria have pushed back against the NLC's planned boycott and shutdown of the telecom infrastructure. They described the move as misguided and warned that it could have far-reaching consequences for the industry. And Vice President Kashim Shettima has highlighted the transformative potential of strategic investment in green technology for the Northeast region. Speaking at the Presidential Villa in Abuja, he commended the Northeast Development Commission for expanding its focus beyond infrastructure to include education and sustainable technology. The Vice President made the remarks while receiving the NEDC management team, who briefed him on the progress of the Accelerated Senior Secondary Education Program. Shettima praised the initiative as a game-changer, stressing that education remains the greatest equalizer by providing opportunities for individuals regardless of their background.
Guys, the possibility of enhanced collaboration between all the relevant stakeholders, improve assessment and evaluation, and of course, lastly, they imbue the students with soft skills for future careers in technology, in healthcare, and in engineering. And by investing in education, NEDC is writing its name in gold.
Today I'm glad to inform you that we already established the scholarship, and that scholarship will cover almost all the educational value chain. We have provision for training the medical personnel across the Northeast, doctors, pharmacists, nurses, midwives, lab technologies, and so on and so forth. Our target is to train at least 2,000 of these categories across the 112 local government areas of the zone. The Board of the Commissioners approved 15 billion naira to be given as bursaries across all the students of the region in universities and also in polytechnics to immediately cushion the effect of the recent events on their parents.
This is also aligned with many good things this president, as Bola Tinubu, GCFR is doing the educations. You know about the students' loans fund and how it has changed the landscape. It has given indigent people the opportunity to access funding, go to schools, and you know it's the multiplier effect on security and taking people off the streets, reducing danger in the society. When you solve the problems associated with education, you save yourself the trouble of having to go into food security and many other issues this government is dealing with seriously.
Activist and lawyer Dele Farotimi has revealed that he is still battling 4 separate civil suits filed by members of the Afe Babalola law firm in different states, despite the withdrawal of a defamation case against him by legal luminary Afe Babalola. Farotimi explained that while the criminal charges brought against him were discontinued after the intervention of top traditional rulers, including the Oni of Ife, fresh legal battles remain. The initial controversy began after Babalola petitioned the Ekiti State Police Commissioner, alleging the Farotimi defamed him in his book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. Farotimi, however, maintained that his book is a well-researched account of the Nigerian judicial system, not an idle speculation. He challenged critics to engage with the content of his work rather than resorting to legal intimidation. According to him, the real subject on trial is not his reputation, but the integrity of Nigeria's legal system. The Nigerian Navy forward operating base in Badagry, Lagos has recorded another major success in its fight against smuggling and other illegal activities along the nation's waterways. The Navy has handed over a significant seizure of smuggled foreign rice and illicit drugs to relevant authorities. TV360's Comfort Samuel has more details on the latest crackdown in this next report.
The forward operating base FOB of the Nigerian Navy in Badagry, Lagos, has handed over 1,109 bags of seized foreign rice to the Semi-Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service, reinforcing the military's ongoing effort to curb smuggling activities along the Badagry-Putunovo creeks. Speaking at the handover ceremony on Thursday, Navy Captain Oyeleye Omotayo, the commanding officer FOB Badagry, emphasized the Navy's commitment to tackling smuggling and other criminal activities in line with the federal government's directives. Omotayo disclosed that in addition to the seized rice, naval operatives had also intercepted 121 parcels of suspected cannabis sativa, which will be handed over to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for further investigation.
We rely on people that bring information, we process it, and we strike. That's it. It's not any work. It involves all stakeholders. Everybody is involved in this drug war. It's not any alone. So that's basically what we do. So people should desist from taking drugs. It's very harmful for them. They affect the economy, they affect the family, they affect the social system. So these are things we are fighting against.
In another operation on February 8, a quick response team of the Navy rescued 9 suspected victims of human trafficking highlighting the military's commitment to dismantling trafficking networks in Nigeria.
The Nigerian Navy has zero tolerance for illegalities and all sorts of smuggling activities in this AOR. And the FOB is adequately well equipped and poised to counter and also to tackle all forms of criminal activities. Now, to the perpetrators, the collaborators and sponsors, it is advised that you desist from this act, because if you continue such, you will adequately meet the full force of the law.
Receiving the seized goods, Assistant Controller General Imam Shehu, in charge of enforcement at the Seme Area Command, commended the Nigerian Navy for its relentless effort in ensuring security along the waterways. He reaffirmed the strong synergy between the Navy and the Nigerian Customs Service, emphasizing that such collaborations will continue to make smuggling more difficult for criminals.
The long-time synergy and the collaboration we had with them. Collaboration is one of the policy thrusts of the Controller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, MFR. And this rice that we are going to take over, we are taking it to our command, to the government warehouse for safekeeping. After then, the courts will condemn it according to the Nigerian Service Custom Act, and later the government will decide to auction it to the Nigerian IDP camp or to the public.
With this latest crackdown, security agencies are sending a strong message that illegal activities along Nigeria's waterways will not be tolerated. Comfort Samuel, TV360 News, Lagos.
And the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has dismantled a trans-border drug trafficking syndicate, arresting 4 members in intelligence-led operations. The agency also says multi-million naira worth of tramadol pills hidden in a bumper on 4 bottoms of Sienna buses heading towards border towns. Operatives of the NDLEA Directorate of Intelligence intercepted the Sienna bus on the Nasarawa state border on Tuesday, January 27. 2 suspects, Zaradin Adamu and Abubakar Usman, traveling from Onitsha, Anambra State to Yola, Adamawa State, were arrested. Another Sienna bus driven by Abba Usman was also stopped, leading to the discovery of 190,960 tramadol pills concealed in specially constructed steel compartments. Further investigations led to the arrest of the drug supplier Kingsley Mbairi at his Onitsha residence, where 2 vehicles were seized. Similarly, in Cross River, operatives seized 117,000 tramadol pills from a truck driven by Paul Chukudi, while officers at Lagos Apapa Seaport recovered 85,400 bottles of codeine-based syrups imported from India. Welcome back. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Lime Sport TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And on business, Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has proposed creating a new security force to protect the waters of West Africa's coast, known as Gulf of Guinea. Tinubu disclosed that he desires Lagos, Nigeria's most populated city and economic center, to be its headquarters. During an African Union meeting in Ethiopia, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugal, representing Tinubu, said this as the AU considered the report of the AUPSC focusing on peace and security in Africa and the biennial report on the implementation of the master roadmap of practical steps to silence and guns in Africa. Additionally, Nigeria strengthened its role in African security on the same day by signing an important agreement with the AU. Subsequently, Nigeria's Defense Minister Badar Abubakar and AU Commissioner Bankole Adeoye formalized this agreement with their signatures.
The takeaway for Nigeria is the signing of the Sea Lift MOU with the AU. Nigeria pledged to support the AU was Sea Lift. That is moving soldiers, equipments, and others by sea when needed. This is in support of the African Standby Force operationalization, and this is indeed a very big step, and it really shows the strength of Nigeria and our capability to support Africa. Well, they are very, very happy with that, and I believe the MOU open up really a lot of opportunities for the operationalization of the African Standby Force, and this will encourage other countries to also pledge some support or pledge some equipments so that the African Standby Force can effectively take effect. Well, the standby force means an AU organized intervention for troubled countries in Africa. That is sending a mission, being it conflict, being it disaster, to support another African country when needed.
Oil prices were little changed on Monday as investors eyed development on a potential Russia-Ukraine peace deal that could ease sanctions disrupting global supply flows. Brent crude futures dipped 1 cent to $74.73 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude was down 7 cents at $70.67 a barrel. The market continued to keep an eye on progress of peace talks after U.S. President Donald Trump and his administration officials announced they had begun discussion with Russia to end the war in Ukraine. And on the global scene, African Union Commission Chairperson Moussa Faki Mahamat says it will officially step down ending rumors that he was trying to persuade 16 heads of state on the continent to form a blocking minority that would have allowed him to remain in office for a few more months. Addressing the foreign ministers at the 38th African Union Summit, the Chadian leader, who is completing a second 4-year term, even made a humorous remark about his white hair in comparison to other ministers. After his opening speech, which was concluded by an address from Mauritania's Mohamed Salem, the foreign ministers of the 55 AU member states or the representative casted several votes.
I will try to fulfill the dual obligation of reporting and also raising some questions about some issues, being well aware that we must not absolutely abuse of your precious time. A consolidated report of our achievements and an annual report have been distributed to you in accordance with our regulations. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the rapid and intense geopolitical upheavals that have characterized the international context during my 2 terms of office have both violent and destabilizing manifestations. The sudden deterioration of the health situation following the outbreak of COVID-19 was unfortunately accompanied by major shocks and profound economic and diplomatic turbulence. For Africa, this resulted in an increase in the debt burden, a decline in public and private investment flows, violence and the prevalence of some African conflicts, the collapse of Pan-Africanism and the chains of African solidarity, manifestations of the obsolescence of African institutions, external appetites in Africa, obvious deficiencies in governance and leadership in Africa and even in the world, and the crisis of multilateralism after the Second World War, and so on, and so on. The Russia-Ukraine war, which began in February 2022, further darkened this picture, announcing a global geopolitical reconfiguration. A split emerged that resurrected a form of bipolarity, which in political imaginations brings to mind the theoretically outdated reality of the Cold War. Deep uncertainties about the sustainability of peace and international cooperation have poisoned the minds.
And finally on sport, Kenya's Edwin Kibet has emerged victorious at the 2025 First Bank Lagos City Marathon, crossing the finish line in an official time of 2 hours 14 minutes and 19 seconds. The women's category saw Ethiopia's Guta Meseret Ipar claim a first Lagos City Marathon title. The First Bank Lagos City Marathon, now in its 10th year, has grown into one of Africa's most prestigious road races, attracting elite athletes across from various globes. Now, TV360 correspondent Mudashiru Shutu files in this report.
At exactly 6:30 a.m., the sound of the starter gun kicked off the race of the 2025 annual Access Bank Lagos City Marathon. The double gold labeled event, which is gunning for a platinum label, had over 60,000 professional athletes and fitness enthusiasts registered for the 42-kilometer race, with more than 37,000 confirmed participants. Apart from the $50,000 prize money at stake, organizers were hopeful that the event's record time of 2 hours, 10 minutes and 35 seconds would be broken. But at exactly 2 hours, 14 minutes and 19 seconds, Kenya's Edwin Kibet was the first to cross the finish line, becoming a two-time champion of the event after his victory in 2023. In the women's category, Ethiopia's Guta Meseret Ipar emerged victorious, clocking a time of 2 hours 37 minutes 4 seconds for her first win in the competition.
It is very good. The organization is very good. We get up water. I see everything is good. Everything is organized and good. My next target is to going back and to train and to talk with my manager if you can give me another race which is very faster than this one.
The search for the first Nigerian to win the marathon continues, but Plateau-born Gian Boyi was the first Nigerian to cross the finish line, attributing his success to his coach.
I feel so tired on my way. I feel pains everywhere, but what my coach always tells me that I should never give up. I should believe in myself. But when I believe in myself, I will see the result. I will be among the medalists. So my challenge is the Kenyans. When I start my train, when I've been doing my train, all my train to make sure I will be among the international to win them. So everything is all about train. When you train hard, you will see the result.
Beyond the competitiveness of the race, the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon has also become a tourist attraction. The Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, alongside his deputy, Babafemi Hamzat, acknowledged the need to improve the standard of the event.
One of the things that we're looking at is how do we make it even a much global brand from the 11th edition. We've all done it with Access Bank, with Lagos State last 10 years. Now we need to even make it even bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, and that's what we'll be looking forward to come the 11th edition. And by God's grace, all of us will be here again to witness yet another very strong international city marathon.
It's getting better. It's getting better than the way it started. And you will see Lagosians run today. Some people them might take 4 hours, but at least they are completing it. And every year, there's a lady here who is an executive director of a bank that normally does 10 kilometers. So everybody keeps participating, which is good for the health of our citizens. So we need to encourage that and make sure that we do better. And that's what the DG is doing. That's why they are renovating 8 stadia at a stage. I think Road Park is done. TBS is almost done. So the idea is so that people can go there and practice. because it's not every day that we can shut down the road. So it's getting better. We just hope that we keep doing it and make our citizens more healthier, and then Lagos stay more competitive.
With Kibet, Nehemiah and Sang emerging as the top 3 finishers, the Kenyan have once again dominated the podium as they have in the previous editions of the marathon. The Kenyans also claimed the top prizes at the 2016, 2017, 2020, 2021 and 2023 editions of the marathon.
And that brings the bulletin to a wrap. Many thanks for watching. See you again next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na dauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar anan yana shirin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka kan ka sai ya tafi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, a pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, dab da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada. Mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin wannan lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma ɓangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They may not have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
ruwan baɗi irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga wurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
yaran makiyaye kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 dinnan abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba. Kowa ya taka rawa ciki gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar ni muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Ok, kana da ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can waje a cikin shi.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya ga wani gaba da wani. The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
burtani burtani nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtani amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun fakkare sun je sun yi shuki da sauransu shi yasa su fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa an kare ma an kashe burtani da sauransu mun hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane daga wani guri ne suke zuwa suka zo kuma ba ka tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba ka tsoron fada.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing routes, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers, because you hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu abin da mu ci mu ce muka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar na je samu a cikin kwarin
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks. And we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life, and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Thank you, beautiful people, for joining us today on The Conversation, which is your public issues focus program on happenings within Nigeria and in the diaspora. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio today Comrade Razak Olade Lokoba, popularly called RKO. Comrade Lokoba, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good day.
Yes, thank you for joining us on The Conversation
it's a
today.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Top of the bill today on The Conversation, we want to look at the PMS price war in Nigeria. You recollect that the present administration, early in the life of the administration, removed the subsidy on PMS, and with the removal of subsidy on PMS, the price shot up astronomically, and lo and behold, sometime last year, the Dangote refinery came on stream. And before the Dangote refinery came on stream, there has been these agitations for local production of petroleum products. And before you could say Jack Robinson, the national refineries in Port Harcourt, as well as the one in Warri, also came on stream. So since then, there has been this war between the refineries on the pricing of PMS at the pumps. But in the midst of all this, the price of PMS at the pumps is dependent on global price of crude oil. During the Yuletide, the Dangote refinery management brought down the price of PMS per liter from their stations. And the NNPC also followed suit. Right now, we can see that the price war has begun to take shape, such that the differences in the price of PMS at the pumps from the different petrol stations who are taking their products from NNPCL and Dangote is very, very minimal.
Yes, and I think we should be bold enough for some of us who are in support of
subsidy.
The full deregulation.
That we are waiting to see the effect. We have told them the 6-window period that is going to have effect has taken shape now, given what we have said. And if we didn't remove subsidy by now, there will be no money available to run subsidy by now.
To even run government, not even to run
yes,
subsidy.
Yes, it's going to run the government down, and by extension, there will be no money for subsidy. So if you don't understand the gains of removal,
or the gains of the full deregulation,
I think you should begin to appreciate what the president has done now. Any political that is trying to weaponize that removal and the effect of the removal should keep quiet now. Now,
I agree with you.
Energy is a product, and a product government take part in it, private sector take part in it. We have had about 4 refineries now in Nigeria that is working, and it's about.
We haven't have so many modular refineries. In fact, when I was reading,
that is not mentioned.
Yes, I saw some 110 barrels per day.
Yes.
You know,
now,
very small modular refineries.
If subsidy has been on, those refineries will not come.
They will not come on board. Yes.
Dangote will still be battling with Survivor. So, and if we want to flow from that, we must first admit that, of course, the price we have paid.
Opening up the market for people to come and invest.
It's really worth it.
It's really, yeah.
And like we have said, it shouldn't be only Dangote. It's not by word of mouth that we say it should not be Dangote. It's a natural thing. The numbers of small refineries that are coming on board now is increasing by the day.
Yes.
And in business and transaction and trade, the natural thing that is a daily existence, which is you bring my price down to have more customers coming to me. You also bring your price down. You also look at the quality of what is responsible why we are able to have enough access to petrol. The queues are no longer long again now. If you see any long queue now, it is probably because the fuel there is cheaper.
Yes.
And for people who are in the east who can afford it, you go to where you can get your fuel on time and go to where we are going. So this is the natural picture of what oil and gas should be, particularly petroleum product and diesel in the country. This is the first time we are getting the feel of the spirit of energy. This is the first time we are getting it now. And as a people, we have to be very careful. Don't allow anybody to come and plot us against the government by saying that nothing is wrong anyway. All we should do now is to join this kind of conversation, to trudge on the government to do more, and to also do whatever the government asks us to do. Labour want to strike, let them only strike. Nobody should attempt at shutting down our refineries again. The effect of shutting down refinery is what we are still battling with the Kaduna refinery today. And thank God, Port Harcourt refinery has just come out of that worry. So, and it's our responsibility now to protect our institutions. We know that with Dangote in business, with other people in business, it may not be easy for anybody to deny us access to fuel again. I know that one for sure. But our asset must be protected. The policy of government must be protected. The policy that the government is rolling out, don't allow any opposition to say that when they strike again, though, we should support to shut the entire nation down. Nation that become great today, people are very careful in shutting it down. So for us now, we want the government to do more. We want him to license more modular refineries, and we want the government to encourage the state government to come on board, because the more the merrier. Dangote will have mega transaction in oil and gas sector. He has become an authority on that. But as well as transactions for state, for smaller industries, that is a catchment for state government and those modular refineries again, because machineries will keep increasing in the country. We are talking about railway now. We need to further it. We are talking about shipping line. We are talking about more in origin in it. It's oil and gas.
In fact, the beauty of the whole thing for me is that when the conversation started about the food deregulation, we saw people, inciting Nigerians, making them feel as if the government was doing a wrong thing.
Yes.
Meant that but now everybody is saying that the beauty of the policy, we are gradually reaping the rewards. Just some few days ago, we heard that Dangote refinery is exporting to is it Saudi Arabia? You know, we now have a situation whereby there's stiff competition. For me, I'm looking forward to, there's another refinery that we are eagerly waiting for to come on stream. That's apart from the remaining Port Harcourt as well as the Kaduna refinery. We also have the Bua refinery.
Yeah.
So what the government in the past, people said a lot of investors who wanted to come and set up refineries in Nigeria said, with the way you were regulating the industry with importation,
we can't come.
We will not come and
but
it's
now,
better we start. Even right now, importers of petroleum products, because the government has made it in such a way that if you want to go and import. That's your cup of tea.
But you will not compel us to bring down our price, or to hold the hand of our local refinery. We will not do that.
So now, even those who were importing or who are importing are now saying that the locally produced petroleum products are cheaper. So it means they are going to stop importation, and that will drop the pressure on our naira, and the economy will be the better for it.
And that gives us a message that the cabals we are talking about in the oil sector may soon become jobless. But we must not give up, because they are going back to the drawing board. They will come up with something again. When that time comes, we should know clearly that there is an incitement. They may come up with short of blackmail. This government has had this sort of from these cabals and enemies of our people.
I agree with both.
So we should understand that when good things want to come, it's running some people out of business.
Yes, it will come with a lot of
the people will be losing their job.
People will be dislocated, will fight back.
Yeah, because of these inconveniences we are feeling. Some people are making money from it. They will not rest too. Particularly when corruption in such sector like oil and gas has become internationalized. It's not only local challenge we are going to have. Refineries that are no longer sending off oil to us, they are not also not be happy.
Yes, they will not be happy. Yes, because we have become a bad market for them.
And for Nigeria, they will not be happy with us. So you should expect anything. So let's brace up for it. Let's know that nobody will defend our country for us. And if anybody external influence want to destroy our country, the citizens must rise up to the occasion. So let's give this government that benefit of that.
That support.
Yes, let them perform. We have told you that gestation period is not 1 or 2 years. And evidence has shown that truly the pain is going gradually. Look at the student dragnet now, it's increasing by the day. It's not a lie.
Yes.
It's not a lie. And power sector, governors are also willing to come on board.
The electricity law in 2024 has given the states.
I don't know where we are living though, but it's improving gradually.
Yes.
If there's a challenge, it's because they are trying to work on some technical issues. The same thing on security. The challenge, that is why when people say IGRC, security is not a daily exercise.
It's not a one-man show.
Yes,
it's
so
a collective responsibility.
Remove the IG. You can't remove IG like that in the rest of the world. Though. It's a security. And that's why Police Act Commission says that IG is not a thing you can be removing and replacing as if you are giving appointment to ministers. No. So on security, it's getting better. So for us, what makes the head of the government swell is when they are appreciated. So for us, I will not mince my word in saying that the government is doing is best on it. There are challenges. Economy is still a bit having a challenge for people, but still we should know that the hope is not a question of illusion.
Comrade Lokoba, you could not have said it better, because when the food deregulation started, even people who promised that immediately they get into power, if Nigerians had voted them in, that they will do the same thing, they started singing a new song. Like we said in the past in some of our programs, Nigerian politicians politicize everything under the sun. Even religion, they politicize religion.
Yes, so
that, why are you going to this religious faith? Why not this? But the truth of the matter is that, like we have all seen, today we are the better for it. There's no more queues. Our fuel stations, you don't need to have sleepless nights where we like. I remember in the past, when you wake up, you'll be afraid that will I get fuel. I made it known on this program. There was a day I traveled from Lagos to Ondo. I passed through Ibadan, Ife. This was an axis that in the past, if you go through these routes, if there are 50 fuel stations on that road,
you may be able to count up to 5.
Hardly will you get 5. But when I went on that road, if we have 50,
and
45 are selling fuel.
And the pass, there's no wisdom in going with your car.
Yes.
You go by the public transport.
Public transport. So now even this cabal you are talking about, we appeal to them. Go and set up refineries. Be producing petrol and diesel and every other.
It's another job for you.
Yes. Open petrol station.
You make your money.
Even the CNG that the government is telling people to come and invest in. The cabal can even divert.
I don't know the government will overcome this very soon, because the enormity of opposition and sabotage that I know as someone who understand the mess the industry is. I didn't know they will come out of this soon. The saboteurs are so many in all fields, from all angles. So all the guys in the oil and gas sector, in government, and the president himself has done a very good job. And I was to also encourage them to also sort out the power sector the way they have done the oil and gas, and also the security, so that it will be liberalized. Everything will not be too concentrated. It will liberalize.
Today nobody is putting a rope to the neck of NNPCL any longer. The market is there. It's like a free market. Go there and access your.
Do what? So if you want to buy, if you want to do bread, go and buy flour and do your bread.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot say it better than what obtains. The PMS price war is on, and we can only encourage the government to put in place the enabling environment such that the idea or the ideal of the government to prevent exploitation, to prevent a monopolistic market system with regards to the petroleum sector is now at play. You buy anywhere, or as a dealer, you can source your product from any of the refiners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to end this part of the conversation. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nesune Kujimi. I stay here with me in the studio, Comrade Azak Olade Olokoba, popularly called RKO. In this program today, we want to look at the Nigerian economy under the present dispensation. In the last couple of months, I remember when Nigerians were complaining about the rise in the price of foodstuffs. But until NBS comes out with its data or reports, I can tell you for free, as somebody who relates with the everyday man and woman on the streets, just yesterday and today, I was talking to somebody. I even saw it online where governors of Zamfara and is it Niger State or Kaduna State, Ubasani, said the price of foodstuffs is going down. And just yesterday, I was discussing with somebody in my locality, and he said a paint rubber of beans that they buy for 18,000, he said is now 6,000. So it means the price of some basic foodstuffs
is crashing.
Has crashed by 1/3
of the initial price.
Which tells you that the investment, the efforts that has been put into making life affordable for Nigerians is gradually yielding fruit.
Yes.
So people must not expect it to just yield fruit immediately.
Yes, so I want to say that you and I always say that we know the economy is bad. It's courageous for us to say that.
Admit.
But people will say that. I know, don't be saying that. You always say that. But you also follow immediately to say that the creation of this hardship is not this government. It's a true courage to admit. Yeah. Then the concern we always have is, are things getting better? It's yes.
The answer is yes.
Now,
yes,
don't be quick to admit whatever anybody tells you. Do your own and research. Conduct your own research. Before now, the pepper seller in the market always got to a point where they are ordering pepper. But all of a sudden, I noticed that there's pepper everywhere now.
In fact, so, I personally went to Ile-Epo market. So I saw pepper and tomato. And you need to see how a basket of tomato that is sold not to pass about 75,000 naira. It's now about 15 naira, about less than 10,000. So I'm like, how did we get to that level?
It's a terrain. We have to pass through that terrain before we must admit that we must prevent anything from destroying our country. If we don't pass through this terrain, we won't know the importance of preserving our land for agriculture. We will know the importance of fixing the right price for the product we sell. Because if you sell the wrong price for your product, it's going to backlash. We now know.
Can we ascribe this recent reduction in prices? Can we ascribe it to the successes being recorded by our security agencies against bandits? Yes. There is that our farmers are now being allowed, because I watched video of how farmers are producing heavily in Kaduna State, for example. Can we ascribe the recent crash to the successes being, and can it be sustained?
Yes.
That's my concern.
And see, but the first thing is even that, just like you have admitted that before now, farmers can't go to the bank. It's responsible for why the price of things are going up, particularly food stuff. We have to sustain it. The crash program we had on security is not enough. Let's allow all the states to be able to secure their farmland, because the numbers of our men in the uniform in security is not enough to secure the entire country. Another thing is also that experience has taught us that we should be very careful the way we allot our land for things that does not have direct effect on our livelihood. You go and start an housing program on a farm settlement. All state does that. All state does that. Whereas the alternative to expansion of land for residential building is to build skyscrapers. Take over land houses from people. Give them 4 or 5 flats bigger than their initial portion of land. They will relinquish it to the government. That's what people do all over the world. You sign an agreement that this is going 30-story building. The first 5 flats belongs to you, but we'll take over your land. They will admit, instead of allowing, I want to sell land, come and start advertising them. Our kings will start selling land to private sector. You regulate lands all over the world, even Russia. The reason why they are the biggest producer of grain is that there is nothing in the world that can make them concede a portion of land for that they are using for grain, for habitation, forest. Never. It's always be green. That's why Ukraine is also a success. The same thing if you go to China. China, the top of your house is a law, mandatory. If it is more than certain square kilometer or certain portion of maybe 1 or 3, 4 plot of land, the top of it, you must be planting something there. So this conscious effort to farming, experience has forced us to begin to look in that direction. And that's what our government should begin to look in that direction. Don't think we have land though. Before the turn of the century, we may clock 500 million. But if we manage ourselves very well, we are going to have a good life. But if we continue with this lifestyle, the lands we have may be consumed in the next 50 years and there will be no place for farmland again. So for governors, they have to work out a program with the government that this is the way to connect 2 states together. Carry us along. So that in an attempt to connect Oyo and Kwara and Osun together, a lot of farmland has been destroyed in the last 20 years. There are settlements in Ogbomoso that is majorly for production of mango and
Ogbomoso and is it Ogbomoso and some part of Osun, they have the best cashew and mango in the world.
It has become a road network now. If from Ogbomoso to Ilorin, that express road is a farmland. But if you carry the state along, they will know how to maneuver, how you can connect all our states together. Carry them along. Don't say Ministry of Works and House and roads should start destroying farmland. So this prudent lifestyle will guarantee us. That's what people do all over the world. It's not that The American.
It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. America, London, Germany, Russia, everywhere they have access to food. In Libya, they really pursue a policy during Gaddafi time, a policy of overfeeding. They turned a desert into Greenland.
What about Israel?
He imported water from Suez Canal and has the biggest dam in the world. He feeds his people. So I own to that water that is coming from Cameroon, wasting, should be dammed.
That Oya Dam.
Yes, it's a blessing from God. It's not a body. It's not a cause. It should be dammed in the coconut. There will be water for everybody.
For 24 hours of farming, irrigation.
12 calendar month. So all these are things that we learn through hard work. We didn't learn from the experience of other people. But thank God it happened. If it didn't happen, if you are saying as a professional, they may not understand. Our rural area should remain rural. What will make people stay in rural area?
Yes.
Provide for them electricity, road.
The rural area have their own importance in the livelihood of human beings.
The rural area is the one that sustains the urban area.
The urban
that's
areas.
where raw material will come from. But some people,
even the urban areas also supply the rural areas.
So
you know,
their life support
is intertwined.
Their life support for each other.
Yes.
But we don't do that. You just see one guy commissioner for housing. He will just turn farmland into residential. I say you don't do this now. So for us, this lesson is good for us. We have learned bitterly from it.
Bitter lessons.
5 years ago, Niger was not producing the way they are producing
now.
But the approach to it now, I'm amazed and I'm surprised, and I'm very, very encouraged. And I wish that all of us can continue that. The Kwara axis, there's a place, the Kosubusu Barutin, can produce the rice we can eat in the whole of Africa. But the road network there is bad. So the chairman of Governors Forum should do something that we are not criticizing, but I just encourage him that the good thing we have done, add to it by having a nice old network to go into our farmland in the Kwara North. So that we will know that if we don't have rockets, if we don't have our own satellite institute, at least we can feed ourselves. Sandy said that the earth is becoming too contaminated. We are. But the land we have in Africa is the most fertile, particularly in Nigeria. And it's up to us to be able to manage and sustain what we have, what God has given to us.
Honestly, the issue about the drop in the price of food
it's amazing.
Is amazing, and it gladdens my, because you see this cries everywhere. The price of, and to be honest, at a point in time, the price of foodstuffs was just on the high side.
All the topics we have discussed now is to mention all the good things the government have done. But we say that the man, the new sheriff in town, you understand the terrain very well.
Yes, and you know once there was a day I went from Akure to Benin. I passed through Owo. You see that axis. If you see the way they produce banana, plantain, I'm like, are we ensuring that? Because I've listened to experts in the agricultural sector who have come out to say a large chunk of what we produce gets wasted due to poor storage facilities.
Yes.
How, like for example, the 2025 budget, the federal government has made a budget that is devoted majorly to making life better for the average Nigerian. My concern is that, look at the investment the government is putting into agriculture. How are the states tapping into it?
They are not tapping into it enough, and that's why Mr. President should demand for a roadmap on agriculture from all the states. They're not doing enough. If you look at the little number of land Lagos have, that's why Lagos is always taking the lead. There's a rice mill already.
Yes.
The small portion of land.
Even the what do you call it? The paddy.
Yes.
There is not enough to supply that rice mill.
So I think one needs to learn so many things from Lagos. And that's why the government must compel all the states to have a roadmap. How do you intend to produce? And when you produce, how do you intend to store it?
Yes.
Very, very important.
Absolutely.
If you don't have a roadmap on agriculture in Nigeria by any state governor, the government president should take it up with him. So I do with it budget on agriculture every year. What are you doing with it?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a beautiful conversation today. We've looked at the economy, and we have also looked at the PMS war. And we can tell you for free, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed viewers, that the future looks bright, if and only if we are determined to make it bright for all of us. It's a collective responsibility, and that is our charge to those at the aim of our affairs as well as our citizens. Everybody must be prepared to play their role. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to call it a wrap on today's edition of The Conversation. I've had a beautiful conversation with Comrade Razak Kolade Olokoba. Thank you for coming into the program.
It's a pleasure being with you.
So till we come your way again next time, please continue to watch The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that. She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022. With the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids
It has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this, community, but maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to, stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have, been ventured into another aspect of, the tourism. But this is just like, millions wasted, and there's no way, they can, retrieve this lost funds. And, people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to, feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos State government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very sport.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, maybe for Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary, must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school, and maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs, and then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about Lekki British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria. The properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms. shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Okbayemi Wosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. The Chief of Defense Standards and Evaluation at the Defense Headquarters, Major General Adekunle Ariyibi, says Boko Haram and other terrorists enjoy foreign funding. Ariyibi, who discloses during a televised interview, said the Boko Haram and Islamic State in West African province foreign backing is one of the reasons the war against terrorism has lingered in Nigeria. According to him, this sort of operation cannot be sustainable for the past 15 years without some sort of external collaboration and assistance. The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, has faulted the recent comments by a former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, regarding the 2027 presidential ambitions of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This is contained in a statement issued by the Director of Information and Public Relations of the Ministry of Defense, Ensho Buike, on Monday in Abuja. Matawale emphasized that President Tinubu has made commendable strides in governance and that Lawal and his associates will be surprised by the resounding support the president will receive from the north. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has warned the Nigeria Labour Congress against its planned March 1 shutdown of telecommunication services in response to the recent 50% tariff hike. The spokesman of the NCDC, Babawale Afolabi, who disclosed this to journalists on Sunday, said the agency had deployed operatives to the base stations to prevent any illegal action by the protesters. The NSCDC, tasked with protecting critical national infrastructure, including telecommunications, expressed concerns over the potential risks the NLC action could pose to national security and public safety. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has asked African leaders to look inward for funding opportunities. According to the ex-World Bank developmental, Africa really needs to change its mindset and see opportunities with the seeming challenge and effect of the purse of billions of dollars in global funding from the United States health and education projects in the countries of the world. And on business, President Bola Tinubu has been commended for implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area Digital Protocol. He was commended at the 8th African Union Summit. According to a statement from the Trade and Industry Ministry, a former president of the Republic of Niger Republic, Mahamadou Yusufu, lauded President Tinubu's efforts during his presentation of an annual report, highlighting the protocol's achievement, notably its 8 completed annexes. And on the foreign scene, 2 senior Russian officials will travel to Saudi Arabia to meet with counterpart from the United States, the Kremlin, as a confirmed. Russian Foreign Minister and Yuri Yusakov, a foreign policy advisor to President Vladimir Putin, will fly to Riyadh on Monday. The duo is expected to meet U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio to prepare for peace talk on Ukraine war. And on sports, La Liga giant Atletico Madrid are still interested in Leicester City midfielder Wilfried Ndidi. Leicester City rejected offers for the Nigerian during the winter transfer window in order to fight for their survival in the Premier League. According to cut-off side, Atletico Madrid will now move on Ndidi again at the end of the season. And those are the stories making the rounds of my newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogumbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago, as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. They were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank the departments for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words. But if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section. It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
China and Africa, advancing together and planting the seeds of their dreams in the vibrant and hopeful landscape of the 21st century, nurturing these seeds with friendship and cultivating them with sincere dedication, setting an example of cooperative partnership grounded in a shared destiny. These are seeds that are bound to grow and bear fruit. Under the same starry sky, and with a vision for the future of all humanity, the people of China and Africa are expanding their horizons and extending their reach, moving forward together toward a future brimming with boundless hope. This is Inkoa Stelgen, an international student from the Republic of the Congo at the University of Jinan. Today's the big day, the day of his PhD dissertation defense.
除了结婚之外的另外一个大任务，所以现在我的心情就很复杂。
Inkoa Stelgen was born in a mountainous village in the northern region of the Republic of the Congo. In 2012, his alma mater, Marienne Ngawabi University, partnered with the University of Jinan to establish a Confucius Institute. Inkoa Stelgen enrolled as one of the institute's first students. 3 years later, he began an 8-year journey as an international student in the University of Jinan.
各位老师、各位同学，大家下午好，我是来自康国部的曹格。然后接下来我可能要用英语开始讲我的 PPT。我还记得我上小学的时候，我天天打仗，就是跟同学，然后他们为了调笑我，他们也可以模仿我走路的那个样子，对。然后我一看了，我就跟你拼命了。我知道我跟别人长得不一样嘛，只有学习这一条路。
But at the University of Jinan, Inkoa Stelgen didn't just focus on learning Chinese, he chose a more challenging path.
非洲有很多水，但是都是没有把这个水处理好的技术，所以来中国的目的也是把处理水的过程中学好，然后将来回国，哪怕是去别的国家，我就要是给老百姓服务，也给他们一个美好的生活吧。这喝的大家喝干净的水，就不用生病。
答辩委员会经过评议及无记名投票表决，一致同意通过曹格博士学位论文答辩，建议授予公学博士学位。非常感谢。
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Having risen to the challenges he has set himself, Inkoa Stelgen is now heading toward a bright future. Inkoa Stelgen's hometown has also undergone significant changes in recent years. Sino-Congolese cooperation projects like the National Road No. 1, the China-Congo Friendship Hospital, the Kintele Sports Complex, and the Confucius Institute at Marienne Ngawabi University, Inkoa Stelgen's alma mater, have transformed many lives. This summer, to celebrate his graduation, Inkoa Stelgen embarked on a trip. He chose to visit a place he'd long dreamt of visiting.
朋友们，下午好。下午好。听说过刚果共和国吗？非洲。听说过。哦，我作为一个大学生，给小朋友介绍一下我们的康果，好不好？好。OK。2010年，这里曾发生过可怕的大地震。那时候，我的国家没有袖手旁观，康果和中国就是我两个家。遇到困难时，两个家互相帮助、互相支持。生活在两个家的我，真好啊！
After the 2010 Yushu earthquake in Qinghai province, the Republic of the Congo donated 16 million UN to build the Sino-Congolese Friendship Primary on the roof of the world, despite their own limited financial resources. A gesture of warmth, opening a new chapter in the history of China-Congo friendship.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour la Chine.
Bonjour la Chine.
那谁拿你的分？
在这所学校，我最好的朋友是土当公宝，他带我去食堂吃他最喜欢吃的炒土豆，还带我去他的宿舍看他整齐的床铺，还带我去他的圣地，一个神秘壮观的足球场，还带我去他的家。
所以这里边都是猪粪。吃饭，宿舍里对不对？
我让他用相机随便拍一些什么送给我，我会一辈子记住他。
就是这样399的摩托，499的小汽车，那是我们的山绳，我的篮板，刚果布。
One is an African university student from the heart of the Congo Basin, and the other is a primary school student living on the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and the distance between their homelands, they formed an extraordinary friendship. Standing together to overcome difficulties, this is the friendship between nations, between China and Africa, reflected in individual lives and illuminating a future full of possibilities. Tsavo National Park in Kenya is home to nearly all of Africa's animal species. With its unspoiled culture and diverse wildlife, this captivating land draws countless visitors from around the world. But there's a problem. The hotels within the park have long struggled with power shortages.
And we used to do generator power for just a few hours. So by 10 in the night, we have to switch off the generator. The guests were really inconvenienced. They couldn't charge their phones. They couldn't use the fans in the room. So if it is hot, it is hot.
Fortunately, China-Kenya cooperation is supplying the solution to this and a host of other issues. Now that Kenya has started actively promoting the development of clean energy, solar panels are going up everywhere. The result is a steady supply of electricity pulsing into remote areas, much to the relief of Victor O. Yang and his guests. With a shared vision for the future of all humanity, China and Africa have chosen to join hands on the path of green development. Whether it's howling winds, scorching sun, or ever-flowing rivers, these natural energy resources are being harnessed in China-Africa green energy cooperation projects. The result, clean energy flowing continuously across this beautiful land, lighting up lives and the way to the future. In 2018, in the heart of Morocco, the city of Ouarzazate, known as the Gateway to the Sahara, saw the completion and launch of the world's largest solar thermal power plant, a joint project between China and Morocco. This plant now meets the electricity needs of over 1 million Moroccan households and can even export surplus power to Europe. With this transformation from an electricity importer to an exporter, Morocco, in partnership with China, has strengthened its commitment to developing the renewable energy sector. Omar Hassani, now 37 years old, joined a Chinese new energy company 3 months ago. Today is the day of his evaluation, marking the end of his probation period.
We will invite you to present what you did during your probation period with a PPT, and then we will ask you a few questions.
Actually, I was recruited as a policy manager
For my education background, I studied a bachelor degree in aeronautic engineering at Beijing University of Aeronautic and Astronautic, Beihang University.
Success. Omar Hassani has got through his evaluation, a full member of the team at last. The Chinese company he chose, BTR, is Morocco's first new energy company, and it produces lithium-ion battery anode and cathode materials. With years of experience in the automotive industry, Omar believes that electric vehicles hold the key to the future of Morocco's automotive sector. China's leading new energy industry is actively seeking broader development opportunities.
我们到摩洛哥投资的这个工厂应该是我们第5代，所以我们是带来最新的技术，不光是我们自己过来，还顺便会带来我们上下游的配套的供应商、合作伙伴，对摩洛哥汽车产业是一个非常好的补充。
But it's not just a big day for Omar Hassani. Thousands of miles away at the BTR factory in Jiangsu province, China, another important test is underway.
这是扣式电池的循环，应该是提升了接近3个点。
Yannick, the project leader for the Morocco initiative, is overseeing his team as they test the performance of battery materials.
真正在摩洛哥量产的时候，我们一个是要稳定住现有的状态，另外在新一代产品，我们在这个基础上再进一步的再提升一个层次。
This modern production line will soon be fully established in the Tangier tech city in Morocco.
We will start another.
As a major milestone in the high-quality China-Morocco Belt and Road Initiative, Tangier Tech City has drawn numerous Chinese new energy companies. These companies will introduce world-leading industry chains and clusters in fields such as renewable energy and electric vehicle batteries, helping Morocco build a modern green future and advancing global efforts in sustainable, low-carbon development.
I love the poetry of it, you know, the green mountains, the lucid waters, silver and gold. China's action at home is really important. China's action abroad in this matter is very important. I've referenced renewable energy. It's remarkable that China has made these commitments and is exceeding the commitments on renewable already now.
Ethiopia, situated on the East African plateau at an average altitude of nearly 3,000 meters, is often referred to as the roof of Africa. Southwest of the capital, Addis Ababa, is an export processing industrial park invested in by a Chinese company, which is primarily focused on footwear manufacturing. At 55, Teka Entehabu is a regular visitor to this industrial park. As the former Minister of State at Ethiopia's Ministry of Trade and Industry, he frequently visits industrial parks to assess production conditions. Teka understands that for Ethiopia to thrive, manufacturing must be prioritized.
Our objective, or the policy objective, was to $1 billion export from the textile and garment, but unfortunately we could not meet the intended result. So I tried to link also the experience of China with our challenges.
In search of solutions to the country's developmental challenges, 3 years ago, Teka Entehabu went to Peking University's Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development to study for his PhD.
This is our flag. You know, this is the Ethiopian flag. Yeah.
Founded in April 2016, the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development is dedicated to sharing governance experience between China and developing countries, with the goal of cultivating high-level government management talent across the developing world. The institute represents a shift in China's cooperation with South-South countries, moving from financial and infrastructural support to the exchange of development wisdom and ideas, thereby enhancing contributions to global South-South cooperation efforts.
We cannot directly copy the China development model, but we can learn more and we can try to take some lessons, experiences, and we can apply to our country based on the situation, the environment we have in our countries.
Wang Yong, the academic deputy dean at Peking University, is also Teka Entahabu's PhD advisor.
Teka 的话，他原来当过这工业贸易部的这个国部长嘛，所以他对于贸易、对于产业一直是关注的。所以他们是带着问题来，但他是带着国际的比较来的。
To understand China's experience, one must return to the starting point of its development. Before returning to Ethiopia, Teka Entahabu visited Xinjiang. Xinjiang is the birthplace of the Xinjiang experience, a key success story from China's reform and opening up. Teka Entahabu hopes to find answers here for Ethiopia's development. In the past more than 40 years, Chendai town in Xinjiang has seen the emergence of over 7,000 shoe companies and supporting businesses. One company miraculously grew from a small family workshop into $1 billion publicly listed enterprise.
It's possible for the textile and garment,
sure,
you know.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
this is very
picture?
initial, initial picture.
That's 1982?
Yes, it's 1982.
Okay.
So it's not easy.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's a magic
I know.
for we're
is.
so proud. Why it's called the Xinjiang experience? Just because a small business, how they can doing their initiatives to create their own advantage and make a success, and then a lot of business can work together to build this local regional economy to become a stronger one, and with the support from the government. Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Xinjiang experience, yeah. So this is a big lesson for us also. We need to work closely with the enterprise to fulfill the common vision, to bring the development of the country.
This summer, 35 students from 19 countries will graduate from the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development. Over its 8 years, the Institute has trained over 400 high-caliber individuals for the governments of more than 70 developing countries, providing vital intellectual support for the modernization of their national governance systems and capacities.
I'm so keen, to bring some changes in my country. I need to make some differences in my country development. That's the motive of every student in the South-South Corporation.
In 40 years, China went from being very poor to being a very, very successful, dynamic economy. So I think China has a very big role to play as showing the path of how to achieve rapid development.
South-South cooperation is a remarkable initiative that promotes collective self-reliance among developing countries. As a leading member of the Global South and the largest developing nation, China remains dedicated to its mission of collaborating with other developing countries. This dedication is why China-Africa cooperation not only endures as a lasting friendship, but also serves as a model for South-South collaboration. With high aspirations, China-Africa cooperation looks to the future, aiming for new heights and endless possibilities.
热带气旋肯尼斯25号登陆莫桑比克北部地区。
In March 2019, tropical cyclones ravaged Africa. Mozambique, among other countries, was especially badly affected, suffering severe flooding. 2 years later, in August 2021, Algeria faced devastating forest fires, resulting in major casualties. But bad as these events were, they could have been much worse were it not for China's meteorological and communications satellites orbiting the Earth. These provided timely and precise disaster warnings and information services to the affected countries, helping rescue teams save countless lives. Additionally, the deepening of China-Africa space technology cooperation has rekindled dreams that once seemed out of reach. On June 13, 2023, at Egypt's Space City in New Cairo, Professor Rafi, who is over 70 years old, is awaiting the result of the electrical performance test for the MISASat-2 flight model.
Of course, Egypt has a dream related to space projects or space activities.
Professor Rafi is an expert in theoretical research and equipment testing in Egypt's space sector. Throughout his 40-year career, he's lamented the absence of a fully independently developed satellite by the Egyptian Space Agency.
Our main dream is to make our own satellite, to develop our own satellite from A to Z.
As early as 1997, Egypt planned to develop its own satellite. However, due to technological barriers, this goal was never achieved. Nowadays, however, the failures that once haunted Professor Rafi are rapidly fading from view, overshadowed by the changes unfolding before him. Cui Yufu, the chief designer from the Chinese team for the MISASat-2 satellite, leads the Chinese testing team in close collaboration with Professor Rafi's team. The MISASat-2 satellite project consists of equal numbers of Chinese and Egyptian engineers at each position.
我们可以看到，埃方的工程师非常详尽地掌握了合作过程的所有的环节。当他们在总结的时候，从他们的脸上可以看到了自豪，看到了收获的满足感。
For Professor Rafi, this moment marks a dream come true. On December 4th, 2023, at 12:10 p.m., the MISASat-2 satellite, developed over 4 years, was successfully launched from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This represents another landmark achievement in China-Egypt cooperation. It's also a milestone for Egypt, the first African country with full satellite assembly, integration, and testing capabilities. Today, as China steadily advances toward becoming a space power, it warmly invites institutions and scientists from developing countries, including those in Africa, to join in space research, collaboratively cultivate cutting-edge talent, and work together on projects that will shape the future of humanity. Together, they explore boundless hopes for a brighter future within the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. At 6 a.m., while the tranquil town of Carnarvon is still waiting for the morning light, engineers from China and South Africa are already preparing to set out. Their destination is a desert area more than 100 kilometers from the town.
"我叫张磊，来自中国电科54所。我们单位呢在河北省的石家庄，然后我们这个团队呢就是在南非呢就是负责承建 SKA 天线。"
The town of Carnarvon is located in the central Karoo Basin of northern Cape Province, South Africa. 20 years ago, this place was virtually unknown. Today, however, this once quiet town has become a hub for scientists and engineers from around the world, all drawn here by a groundbreaking scientific project. The SKA, or Square Kilometre Array, is a radio telescope with a total receiving area of 1 square kilometre. It is the largest aperture synthesis radio telescope ever constructed by humanity. This is the Meerkat Radio Telescope, which consists of 64 antennas. It is one of the precursor missions to the SKA. South Africa, selected as the site for the SKA, provides both the land and infrastructure needed for its construction. After 5 years of extensive preparation, in 2015, the China Electronics Technology Group Corporation's Network Communication Research Institute emerged victorious in the design competition for the SKA's mid-frequency antennas. Capturing radio waves from the universe requires extremely precise equipment.
如果我们不能够把自己的辐射水平控制在限制以下的话，我们的这个自身设备的辐射会淹没来自外太空的信号。那么可以说 SKA 的天线观测就是失败的。
To enable humanity to explore deeper into the night sky, countless individuals are working quietly behind the scenes.
看我从13年到现在，这都已经11年的时间了，我们还在改进呢，还在做验证呢。所以说，你看，就说明这个的要求是世界上独一无二的，是前所未有的难度跟挑战。
The successful development of the SKA antenna represents a significant contribution to world science. China is forging ahead in the development of cutting-edge antennae for the good of all.
The SKA telescopes is to give us a brand new step increase in our ability to see the universe and see things that they've never been able to see before and possibly understand a little bit better of how we fit and how everything comes together. And that's going to be a very powerful legacy for generations to come.
As scientists gaze at the stars and reach for the edges of the universe, the spirit of science is revitalizing this once neglected town of Carnarvon.
And the game starts in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
The Robotics Schools program, a unique initiative launched by the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, aims to develop and inspire an interest in STEM skills in the schools around the development of the Square Kilometre Array.
The reason that I joined the robotics is because that I want to become an engineer.
My dreams are to be an astronomer. So I like watching the stars and discovering more about planets and other stuff.
I'm looking forward to welcome the next engineer. I'm looking forward to have an astronomer, give them opportunities and make them to realize that nothing is ending in Carnarvon.
Dreams are the preserve of those who never stop looking up at the stars, even if their feet are firmly on the ground and caked in mud. Through all the storms and challenges, China and Africa have consistently stood by each other. They support one another in times of crisis and collaborate for mutual benefit in development. They achieve shared prosperity through exchanges and mutual learning between their civilizations. They are friends, partners, and brothers. Bosom friends make distance disappear. China and Africa are joining hands to advance modernization, create a better future for their people, nurture new hope for the world, and set a strong example in building a community with a shared future for all humanity.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I'm Okpayemi Wosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. A military airstrike targeting bandits mistakenly claimed the lives of 6 persons at Yawani community of Zaka Ward in Safana local government area of Katsina State. Security sources told journalists on Monday that those killed were mostly single family members, comprising 3 children, a man and 2 women. The incident, which occurred in the aftermath of Saturday's local government elections, occurred after security operatives attempted to thwart an attack planned by bandits against voters in the state. And men of the Department of State Security Services, DSS, and Nigeria Police in the early hours of Monday stormed the Lagos State House of Assembly, sealing up the offices of the Speaker, Mojisola Miranda, a deputy and clerk of the House. As of 10 a.m., armed security personnel have taken over the premises of Alasa Ikeja and environs, frisking. Recalled that the embattled former House has told the state lawmakers challenging his removal as a Speaker of the Assembly. The United States has commenced deportation proceedings for Nigerian nationals, with 85 individuals set to arrive in Lagos State, while 116 others remain in detention. To confirm that deported Nigerians will be flown in Lagos. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, has expressed the process calling for the West African Examination Council Nigeria has released the result of the 2024 West African Senior School Certificate Examination for private candidates second series. In a statement issued on Sunday, WAEC's acting head of public affairs, Moyosola Adesina, said 65,023 candidates sat for the examination across 55,067 centers nationwide. The exam, conducted between October 25, 2024 and December 20, 2024, introduced a new computer-based hybrid mode alongside the traditional paper and pen options. And on business, President Bola Tinubu says the African Union Peace and Security Council should prioritize the establishment of a combined maritime task force to enhance security in the Gulf of Guinea. Tinubu spoke on Sunday at the 38th ordinary session of the Assembly of the AU Heads of State and Government in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Represented by Yusuf Tsoga, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, President Tinubu proposed Lagos, Nigeria's economic nerve, as a security outfit headquarters. And on business, on the foreign scene, a building collapsed in the Egyptian capital has killed 10 people and injured 8 more on Monday, with several others believed to be missing under the rubble, state media has reported. Ambulances were dispatched to the scene in the working-class neighborhood of Kadash, where civil defense teams search for people thought to be missing under the rubble. Building regulations are unevenly enforced in the sprawling metropolis of Cairo, home to over 26 million people. And on sports, Anoluwapo Okpeyori of Nigeria is the match winner of the 2025 All-Africa Senior Badminton Championship men's single title in Cameroon. Okpeyori beat Egypt's Adam Atem 2-0 in Sunday's final to claim a 5th consecutive gold medal in the event. Okpeyori has also won 2 African Games gold medals in a glittering career. And those are the stories making the rounds of my newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
Glad to have you join me on the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. We begin the show from a road infrastructure. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has inaugurated the Abiola Onijemo Link Road and a bridge in Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State. During the project handover in Ifako-Ijaya, Governor Sanwo-Olu says the completion of the road infrastructure shows that taxpayers' funds are being used effectively across the state and no community will be excluded from the developmental agenda for Lagos State. Meanwhile, some residents we spoke with expressed gratitude to the state government, adding that the edifice built in their community has become a landmark. Please take a look.
The grand opening of the Abiola Onijemo Link Road and a bridge in the Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has triggered a great deal of joy among residents and landlords in the community. The Abiola Onijemo Link Road and bridge provides a strategic connection linking the Abiola, Ajayi, Ogba and Obawole Iju-Ishaga communities, which is separated by a 25-meter swamp belt. During the unveiling, the governor revealed that his administration is committed to addressing the long-standing challenges faced by Lagosians.
I stand here this afternoon truly a proud man because this marks a significant milestone in our collective journey to build sustainable community. We're doing what we call improved connectivity and we're enhancing the quality of life of our citizens. When we came into power, we said governance is about improving the quality of life, improving connectivity, improving sustainability of our communities, and improving the quality of life. This is one other testament. It is therefore with immense pride and joy that I unveiled and I hand over to the citizens and to our people of Abiola Onijemo, the Abiola Onijemo Link Bridge, which both the Honorable Commissioner and the Honorable Member have spoken glowingly about. It's a road with a bridge. It's a vital infrastructure project that links Abiola Street and Onijemo Street. It's which have been separated by decades by a canal which was created and which has divided these two communities. You can actually see the topography of these two communities. We are inside like a valley. Up here is an island, up here is an island, there's a valley in between. And you know how difficult it would have been for these two communities, a journey that now will take them 5 minutes. Hitherto used to take them 1 hour, 45 minutes just to connect these two communities. And you can see that this indeed is purposeful governance. This is promise kept, promise made, and promise kept. This project embodies our administration's commitment to keeping our promises and addressing long-standing challenges that is faced by the people of our two communities. If you recall, during our campaign, we pledged, and the Honorable Member of the House was very right, we did pledge to tackle the issues around this community, issues around inadequate infrastructure, and you also can see that there was persistent flooding in all of this area. This challenge has plunged this area for years into difficulty. But today, we deliver on our promise. Like we keep saying, even if you don't like our face, if you don't like us, you cannot disbelieve or you cannot unlike what we have done. This is real community changing. This is real growth and improvement to the quality of life and to these two communities that are beneficiaries of what we're handing over to them today. Before now, the crossing between Abiola and Onijemo Street were not just difficult, were extremely very unsafe. Pedestrians were told they navigate through wooden bridges. We saw them. You know, when they bring some of these pictures through, I say, this is Lagos, it is totally unacceptable. This cannot be in our state. And it has exposed a lot of our citizens to danger, which has given us all sorts of negative names and it has brought about wrong environmental issues. And we said that these conditions are unacceptable. And this administration recognized the urgency of providing a lasting solution, which of course led to the construction of this modern reinforced concrete bridge, completed with vehicular crossing, as well as a new well-paved link road underneath. You can see that there are link road underneath them, which you can connect and you can turn from either side of the bridge. And we've also seen an extensively upgraded drainage network to prevent flooding.
Today, we celebrate a significant milestone achieved by the administration of Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, which reflects the commitment to infrastructure renewal, urban development, and enhanced connectivity for the benefit of all Lagosians. This project is an essential element of the state's infrastructure master plan, aligned with the Teams Plus agenda, particularly in transportation and traffic management. The journey of this project has been long and transformative. Initially, this link between communities relied on a simple wooden bridge, a precarious structure that presented both health and safety risks for those who used it. Back in March 2012, the project was initially awarded, but was later terminated due to non-performance by the original contractor. However, in May 2022, under the visionary leadership of Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor, the project was re-awarded, demonstrating this administration's commitment to ensuring that no project is abandoned. The Abiola Onijemo link road with bridge is more than just a physical connection. It is a lifeline for multiple communities.
The project covers a total length of 643 meters, including a 135-meter reinforced concrete bridge with retaining walls. Members of the State House of Assembly at the unveiling said it's a great achievement, pledging more support for the governor in providing dividend of democracy for Lagos residents.
The House of Assembly is poised at making sure that we support you head-on in all your programs, because we have seen that your programs are not only to save businesses, to save lives, to make every part of Lagos feel the impact of democracy and the dividends of democracy. We are also here to share our love to everyone, to show them that the government of Lagos State is indeed interested with your welfare.
The sufferings of our people for the past 14 years has been brought to abrupt stop. I welcome you to the new Ikoyi of Lagos State, Ifako-Ijaye, the fastest developing local government in Nigeria. Mr. Governor, I'm only here to thank you for the hard times I've given you, the tough times I've given you. I thank you and I say I'm sorry. And I would not stop until we turn Ifako-Ijaye to Victoria Island.
This project, alongside numerous others, underscores your administration at commitment to inclusive governance and equitable distribution of developmental projects across Lagos State. Significance of the Abiola Onijemo Link Road with Bridge. The Abiola Onijemo Link Road with Bridge is yet another transformational project under your administration. This landmark project has opened access to major communities while linking Ifako-Ijaye with other areas in Ojodu LCDA. It will also bridge the gap between isolated neighborhoods and alleviate traffic congestion and improve accessibility.
The infrastructure was designed with a 7.3-meter wide carriageways alongside slip roads, walkways and solar-powered street lighting tailored to meet the needs of the people residing in the community. Before now, crossing between the Abiola and Onijemo streets was both difficult and unsafe. But now, residents are grateful to the governor, noting that the nightmare of connecting Abiola to Onijemo has been resolved.
The place was an errand before when I stayed here. They never developed like now, to say the fact. It's just like new site that time. I left here around 2004. So since then I lived here. I have a friend here. They call him Baba Junior. So sometimes if I go and visit him now, I see the way Obawole is. To say the fact, it develops. Obawole develop. They tried here, it developed. But still yet, understand me, there is still a lot to do in everywhere, not in only Obawole. There are a lot of improvement that will come to the area because they have done it fine now. So many people will like to come and invest, shops, selling, do many things here, you understand? So whatever that is not good, if government do the place, they know themselves that good thing will come to the area.
Lagos State is wide, and the only thing I say about the governments are trying, but the only thing I see is that to maintain things, truly they can do it. If you can go further now to GRA Ikeja, you can see there is a good look in the road-wise this thing development. You can even see how they develop the place. But the only thing is that when the place is getting bad, how are they going to be maintaining it? Maintenance culture, we don't have it. That's the only thing. That's it. And then the only thing that I want us to know is that I'm talking about the maintenance. They have to base on that maintenance, because when you do something, you don't maintain it. Look at the camera you are using, look at the equipment you are using. If you don't maintain it, you will not be able to use them.
Meanwhile, the governor also unveiled the Alakpere pedestrian bridge to reduce traffic congestion in the access, adding that 36 new roads and bridges will soon be opened. Sanwo-Olu called on Lagos residents, particularly the people of Abiola and Onijemo streets, to take ownership of the infrastructure built by the state government.
Welcome back. Lagos residents have seen the essence of tax payment. Now, the next story is about complaints and at the same time pleading of landlords and residents of Ijikoyeje and Olabisi Omolaje Street under the Itire Ikati LCDA in Surulere area, who have called on the state government over the abandoned rehabilitation of their inner roads that began since February 2022. According to them, the project was supposed to start and finish within 12 months. But since the project began, some of the inner road has been done, but they don't understand why others were left unattended to. This has made residents to reroute whenever they are going out of the community. Meanwhile, let's take a listen to what they have to say.
This deplorable road that is covered in a pile of sand that has now become an obstruction for motorists and residents residing in the area was not done deliberately. Rather, it was a result of an abandoned road rehabilitation project for residents of Olabisi Omolaja and Ijikoyeje Street under Itire Ikate LCDA, Surulere, that was designed to be completed in 12 months. Now, the project is running into 3 years without completion, that is since 2022, causing nightmare for the residents and crippling business activities in the area.
I've been here since 2016. So government have been trying to construct the road. Sometimes when they will come and measure, we will not see them again. Unfortunately, on 2022, that should be February, they now came with their everything and their instruments. That shows that there is improvement of what they have been trying to do since. So since then, the road have been going on construction, but there is a lot of delay. I don't know, is it from the government who give to the construction or from the construction company? But all I know is that there is a lot of delay. The work is not going faster as people are expected. That maybe before by now, this place have been supposed to be tied up so that people will feel more comfortable as it's supposed to be.
It's not encouraging because we thought within 1 month, 1 year, like they said, it will work out. But for 2 years, going to 3 years running now, the pace is so slow. The pace of work there is so slow. They come about 3 months. The next 6 months, we don't see anything happening, and it has not been easy. Ijikoyeje Omolaja would have been an access road to so many people. So most of us, to go out, we keep going around to access or to go out of this place. which is not really encouraging now. So we wish that the pace of work be increased.
It's really affecting everybody as a whole residential as a. Because one, when they know they are not ready to do this street, I don't think it's okay for them to just break all the gutters like this, because it's not okay at all. Because it's really affecting me. Even with my business, it's affecting me. Because people are sitting on top of the gutter, which is not right. So
what do you have to say to government?
Then they came, they did meeting with us, as if the following week or the following month they are coming. That's what they said, that they are coming the following month, that they will start doing the streets, which we all agree on. But not knowing that all they all said is just lies. So we are just appealing to them, they should come and start what they started.
Residents are fed up that the project has taken longer than anticipated, despite the engineers leaving all of their equipment and materials in their community.
Actually, the road, Ijikoejo Street and Omolaja Street, which we are at the houses here, has been under reconstruction since 2022, February. And I was told, or we are told, that it's going to be a program of 1 year. But up to now, it's almost 3 years. And it's like a kind of locomotive, slow system that is being operated here. So I believe, like we have told them, I believe up to now, they're supposed to have finished Ijikoejo now. Then maybe by next year, they'll be embarking on Omolaja Street to finish the half of the remaining of Omolaja Street. But up to now, I don't think they are going to finish Ijikoejo this year. And it's a very, very disturbing issue, because this is a state program. And I've talked to the facilitator of this project, Honorable in the House of Assembly, Lagos State, Honorable Shangodara. She sent someone, one of the constituency manager of ours, was sent down here, Honorable Awo Yellow or something. So they were here, we discussed. And up to now, although we only saw improvement, but we need the completion of this road. Because the laudable program which the government has embarked, and we believe in the government of the state government of Sanwo-Olu, but the lackadaisical attitude of the project is what is another thing. Because we have seen a lot of roads that has been done, even within us, with the environs. Under less than 1 year, they finish it. Look at Ogunsami. Ogunsami is just barely 1 year. They are finished. The street over there, Okunla and Sanusi, just less than 1 year it has. They have completed it. But why Ijikoejo and Omolaja? And you have a lot of things happening here. People falling into the drainages and getting wounded. Thereby some lost their life. And it's a pity we are having such a thing at this era. And I believe the government of Lagos State is a listening government, and I believe they should do something concerning this. They should do something so that the road will be facilitated.
At first, when the project was, launched, we were happy to see that at least our community is going to be part of the developing, community. And the project is supposed to be a 1 year project, which is fine. But along the line, the project started dragging. And when we saw that this project that's supposed to be a year project, it has extended more than 1 year, going to 2 years. So we thought within ourselves that we should do something about it. So immediately we call on our representative, House of Assembly, Honorable Shangodara, and eventually he sent one of his, I think PA or something, in person of Honorable Awuyelu. We went around the entire street, Omolaja, Ijikoejo, and on getting to the end of the street, we made him to understand that There are some things we don't really like the way they are doing it. We complained to him, and he said, in fact, we took some pictures and even gave to him. So eventually he said he will relate our message to the Honorable House of Assembly, which for me, I think he did. But eventually, though we have seen him after that time to ask what is the answer to our complaint and what are you guys doing about it, he said he has related this question, our complaint and our demand to the House of Assembly, and they are actually working to make sure the project is actually moving faster than how it has been going on. So ever since then, we have been on it. We have met on several fora to discuss about this project. All they kept telling us is they are on top of the matter and they are working on it up till now. Ever since the representative sent personnel to come, since then we've not seen anybody again, despite that we complained. And though they are telling us we should be patient, they are working on it and also. Then when you talk about the strategy, this is a very strategic road, like you can see. You can move, there is nowhere you cannot link from this road. You are going to Aguda. You can follow this road to Aguda. You are going to Lawansin, Ojuelegba, Aziz. You can also take this route to wherever you are going. In fact, most of the streets in this our vicinity, they are interlinking to each other, where you can move from one spot to another. But unfortunately, here we are. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the governor of the state, Governor Sanwo-Olu. He's a listening governor, and we've been seeing his antecedents, all he has been doing all over Lagos State, and which it is recommended. We really appreciate him. And so, this project being a state project, we also want to appeal to him to help us to quickly finish the road so that our people can have relief. Then talking about what measures we, the community, are putting in place. If you look at down the street, recently, the contractor actually wanted to block the entire road from allowing some other people to, go out and come in. But we intervened with the, intervention of the CDA executives, especially my chairman, who was around us at that point. And eventually, we were able to profound a solution where instead of you blocking some set of people, we can look for alternative route, which is what we have done as we speak now, temporarily.
While also appreciating the government for fixing Mogaji Street, a nearby street in the same local government area of the state, they appealed to the government to do the same for Labisi Omolaja and Ejikoijo streets that are still unfinished.
I expect if somebody wants to do anything for a community like this, it's not supposed to take a longer period of time. But it's a pity that when they started this, so we discovered they put sand with the hope that they are starting work on that very day, because based on the seriousness. But we later discover so many lapses which which break our heart, let me just use. So at the end of the day, we cannot easily migrate from one street to other. We have to follow one way. And you know what that means in all these kind of small streets, for car to be forcing itself to turn. So it's a minus on our side, even if somebody wants to help you. So at least we are not happy. We are not happy. We are out of no choice, because if I'm a millionaire, I can say, let me do that. But the shoe I'm wearing, I'm patching it. So how do you want me to do that? So I have to follow, I have to keep enduring. But too long enduring is not good for me. That's what I'm just trying to tell the people in charge.
I'm in Latirelu Street, and I could see that the road is being blocked by the granite and the sands. And I just want to appeal to the MHR, Honorable Lanre Okonla, on behalf of the community, especially the people of Sanusi CDA and the resident of Latirelu Street. that out of the 52 roads that you embark on, Latirelu is one of the streets that they have not started. They only came, drop granite and the sands. Although they excavate the one side of the drainage. But I want to appeal to you, sir, that we should call on the contractors. I know the year is already going. We only have some days in the month of December. I just want you to appeal to the contractor to come to our aid, because this area you are seeing is a waterlogged area. If there is any rain now, the drainage will be blocked. So I just want you to use your power of office, as you have already highlighted the street of Latirelu to be counted among the 52 streets of which you want to embark on the construction. I know you are doing a laudable program. We believe in you, and my people also believe in you. We just want you to help us in facilitating the construction of this road.
We at Sanusi Street, we thank the state government, Governor Sanwo-Olu. We really give thanks to Senator Eshilokun, then the council chairman. We thank you for facilitating our streets, Sanusi Street. But what I have to say for the other streets that they did not do is that they should please come to Itire Ikate and look for other streets like Osila, Ijikoye Ijo that have been there since for some years. They did not finish it. They should try and finish it up and give us. Then Sanusi Street needs street lights because they did the road, but they did not give us street lights. There are some other streets that they gave street lights, so we need it. If they do the street for us, they should at least give us street lights.
The Landlord Association revealed that the chairman in charge of the LGA at the state level has sent a representative to visit and assess the project and promised to return, but up to date, nothing is forthcoming.
Welcome back. I just want to believe that there is an explanation for the abandoning of this project. Well, a project meant to last for 12 months and now it's running into 3 years. Well, the Lagos state government is a government that listens to Lagosians' plight. However, I'm also using this medium to call on the government to kindly help the people of Olabisi Omolaje and Ijikoye Street under Itire Ikate LCDA Surulere area to complete the project that began since February 2022. All right, that's all we have for you on today's episode of Lagos Voices. Bye for now. I'll see you next time.
Akinola Olunowade is one of the big yam farmers in Kapam community. He grows his yam tubers in sacks and has 5 of such farms in the community. But all the farms are now gone, destroyed by the toxic pollutant of August 28.
I don't have any other thing to do now. I borrow money in the bank to do this project, sir. I cannot lie to you. I need help. I have 3 children in the university. presently as you are looking at me, and I need to pay their school fees, what will I do? What will I do? So I don't know what to do. That's why I'm pleading to the world. If anybody who can assist me to come up again, that you try and do it, and that you do it directly to me, not through any third party.
I am retired Lieutenant Colonel Dubagari. I retired to 2014, and I bought this place. Bought it 5 plots.
The retired lieutenant colonel grows grain and ginger in his 5-plot farm, but the farm is now decimated by the pollutant.
As you can see, this is ginger. The ginger was very greenish. It's not turning yellow. That means the chemical has affected it. Look at my corn. Like Guinea corn now, you can see no one is surviving. All of them inside, they have dried up. Only the maize now is drying gradually. The granite there completely was gone. We have to remove it to plant beans. And so many things inside. I have a garden inside where I plant a lot of things. That is, I just have passion in farming. All my things are gone. Nothing to fall on now. We are supposed to be eating corn now, but look at the corn has gone to another thing. We have nothing to eat.
It's the same story for organic fertilizer producer and farmer Sunday Beth, whose 1-hectare grain farm is more or less now dead.
I am crying for the people who can assist us, because up to now, I've not seen the refinery people to come and see what the level of damage they damage our crop. So that is why I am crying for the assistance. Anybody that can assist us, so that we'll get what will feed the family and also see how we can revive the business.
The devastation goes beyond farmland. The residents say many of their livestock are dead, and many people in the community are now falling sick.
Many animals died. Chicken died. Even I have part of it on my phone here that I can show you if you want to see. So even the health implication, since that day, no day that I don't buy milk for my family to take. Because many of them have been complaining of chest pain, mouth bitterness, and the rest of it. I have bought roughly 1 carton of milk in my house to give to them.
The management of the refinery is yet to issue any official statement on the actual cause of the pollution, but the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRIA, says it may have been caused by ruptured pipes conveying hydrogen chloride. But one of the residents of the community, who is a retired environmental geologist, thinks he knows the exact cause of the pollution.
Greenhouse gas was released into the atmosphere that carry a lot of poisonous gases, chlorofluorocarbon, carbon monoxide, methane gas. They were all released into the atmosphere that came down as acid rain. That's what we call it in geology, acid rain, that descended on the community, which affected even human beings. Some of the residents here, their body started scratching. Some had a respiratory problem. They had to rush their children and wife to the hospital. Then in the morning, we noticed a lot of itching. And on the 3rd day, we noticed that some of the livestock, like goat, chicken, they started dying. So we saw the toxicity, which even made the women to go and block the road to protect to the refinery, because they approached the management and it seemed that there was lip service.
This is a chemical substances that have entered. We inhale it and it has gone into the body. It's not something that you just, it go like, as you can see, it's killing this crop gradually. That is how it's killing human beings gradually.
The residents say their lives have now been badly impacted and that they would need help as soon as possible. They say the sooner the help they are seeking comes, the better for them and their community. But there's no question that full recovery for Kapam community will take a very long time.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea erosion coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the Sea Church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here. Over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life and religious life has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. Over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn
ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní, ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmíì gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? It's highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is, coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So we have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu, you have the information house, or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's submerged already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people come in just like you came now. All the information, you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very
to this
important.
community.
That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. It's gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. Then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street, there you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the male side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated.
and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
yes.
the female side might be affected.
Yes.
So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes, yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed. The landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the Community Technical College. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built the boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Many thanks for joining us in the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Gunshots have reportedly been heard at the gate of Oshogbo Central Local Government Area on Monday as members of the People's Democratic Party and All Progressives Congress clashed while attempting to enter the council secretariat. According to reports, a man covered in blood engaged in a fight with another suspected hoodlum believed to be working for one of the parties. And the Edo State Governor Senator has vowed to petition the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) over alleged financial mismanagement during the administration of his predecessor, Godswin Obaseki. A report by an administrative panel of inquiry claimed that 96 billion naira was misappropriated during Obaseki's tenure. Ogbebolo made this known while receiving the panel's report, which was submitted to him in Benin City. And the United States has commenced deportation proceedings for Nigerian nationals, with 85 individuals set to arrive in Lagos, while 116 others remain in detention. The Nigerian government, through the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, has expressed concerns over the process, calling for a more humane approach. Similarly, she reiterated the government's stance in a post on her official X account on Monday, titled U.S. Deportations Begin. And the operatives of the Quick Response Team of Naval Outpost Agadagba in Ese-Odo local government area of Ondo State under the Forward Operation Base Igbokoda have intercepted a locally fabricated wooden boat transporting illegally refined petroleum products. The team, led by the Base Operations Officer of FOB Igbokoda, seized a total of 1,400 liters of illicit oil stored in 44 jerry cans. While reacting to the development, the commander of FOB Igbokoda, Naval Captain Aliyu Usman, issued a stern warning to oil thieves, urging them to steer clear of the region. And the Anambra State government has inaugurated the Anambra Community Young Farmers Forum to boost food production in the state. The Commissioner for Agriculture, Foster Ihejiofor, inaugurated the group at the weekend at the Government House in Oka. The Anambra State Association of Town Unions Youth Wing, under the leadership of Ken Okoli, facilitated the establishment of the group to support Governor Chukwuma Soludo's vision for food production. And on the foreign scene, Ukrainian military and officials on Monday said Russian drone attacks on Ukraine overnight damaged storage facilities and private residences. It was gathered that out of 147, Ukraine's Air Force shot down 83 drones and 59 more did not reach their targets, likely due to electronic countermeasures. According to Regional Governor Mykola Kalashnik, the drone attack on Kyiv region was said to have caused fire at an industrial facility, which has since been put out, and damaged 4 private residences, adding that 1 man was injured in the attack. And finally, on sport, Rivers United technical advisor Finidi George has said that his team failed to take their chances in the narrow loss to Ayimba. The Pride of Rivers suffered a 1-0 loss to their hosts in Aba. Imot Obot won the game for Ayimba with a stunning free kick in the first half. Finidi, however, commended his players for their overall performance. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. 2 of us.
Thank you very much, officer. You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes,
Oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no. You don't need to do this. We are only...
It's a pleasure to have you join us on Money Matters on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. The Nigerian Customs Service has suspended the implementation of the widely criticized 4% free on-board value on import. A statement signed by the Customs National Public Relations Officer Abdullahi Maiwada disclosed the latest development on February 11th in Abuja. The amount as stipulated in Section 18, subsection 1A of the Nigerian Customs Service Act of 2023 has already raised concerns among businesses struggling with high operating costs. Maiwada said the suspension presents an opportunity to review the revenue framework holistically. We'll go on a short break now and be back with corporate stories. Welcome back. Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has reduced the cost of its diesel product to 1,020 naira per litre, down from 1,075 naira per litre at the gantry price, in an effort to better serve its customers and Nigerians in general. Since it began diesel production in January 2024, the refinery has reduced the price of diesel more than 3 times, from an initial 1,700 naira per litre to the current rate, thus providing much-needed relief to manufacturers and consumers alike. The latest reduction of 55 naira per litre for diesel follows the revelation by Ken Ife, a development economist and public policy analyst, that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery sacrificed over 10 billion naira to ensure the availability of petrol at a uniform price across the country during the youth-out period. We'll take a breather here, but when Money Matters return, we're discussing the CBN announcing a revision of transaction fees for automated teller machines. I'll bring you details after this break. Welcome back. The Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a revision of transactions fee for automated teller machines. In a circular signed by John Onoja, the acting director of the Financial Policy and Regulation Department, the Apex Bank disclosed that international ATM withdrawals will be charged according to the rates set by the international acquirer. The Apex Bank attributed the review to rising costs and the need to enhance efficiency in ATM operations. The CBN has directed all financial institutions to comply with the new fee structure ahead of the March 1st implementation. The regulator emphasized that these adjustments aim to improve ATM service efficiency while ensuring that charges remain fair and appropriate for consumers. Now, with this new adjustment, customers withdrawing at the ATMs of their banks and financial institutions will be charged, while customers withdrawing from ATM of other banks would now be charged 100 naira per every 20,000 naira. The CBN said that for off-site ATMs not on a bank's premises, like those at shopping malls, eateries and other public places, a subcharge of no more than 500 naira per every 20,000 naira will apply, in addition to the statutory 100 naira fee for withdrawals by customers of other banks' ATMs. This announcement by the Apex Bank comes when Nigerians are still trying to adjust to the 50% increase in telecommunication tariffs. Now let's discuss this further. Top economist Shaibu Idris now joins me on the program. Thank you for your time, Mr. Idris. So what are your thoughts on the CBN's... Yeah, thank you, sir. What are your thoughts on the CBN's plan to apply charges for transactions on automated teller machines? Do you think it's a necessary charge, seeing that most ATMs in the country are non-functional?
Oh, well, I will answer your question in 2 folds. Number one, charges are necessary so that the banks can recover, the cost of operation, particularly given the challenges businesses are facing in the country. You are talking of, an entity called Nigeria, where each and every one of us, we are a mini government. You have to provide for water, you have to provide for electricity, road network, everything you can think of that ordinarily we should be taken for granted, we are still having to grapple with. Imagine a branch of a bank operating say 24 hours, 7 days a week on diesel. How much diesel will they consume and at what rate? Remember, the shareholders of the banks are investors and they are expecting for returns. So is it necessary to charge? Yes, it is necessary to charge. But how much is fair? To the best of my knowledge and belief, 100 naira, per 20,000 naira withdrawal from a bank is a bit on the high side. I would have thought maybe a charge of 5 naira, 10 naira, at most 20 naira on every 20,000 naira withdrawal from the bank will be much more than appropriate. Noting the fact that there are other charges associated with such a withdrawal. You have to pay, transaction fee, you have to pay stamp duty fees, you have to pay even for the transaction alert that's been sent to you. The charges by the GSM service operators has just been increased. So the text message that we receive, instead of about 4 naira that we are being charged, even though these banks are supposed to subsidize, such charges, instead of asking us to pay 4 naira, they should be charging us maybe 1 naira 20 kobo, 1 naira 50 kobo, at most 1 naira 2 naira per, say SMS, because it's a bulk SMS they are sending. You will see that by the time you calculate and accumulate transaction cost on a typical 20,000 naira withdrawal, a customer may be paying between 750 to 1,000 naira if care is not taken. Will this be good for an economy that is grappling with enormous amount of, quantum of the businesses that are not captured in the financial ecosystem of the country? This can be a disincentive to banking.
Now, like you mentioned, charges are very important, and one of the reasons the Apex Bank gave us that it will address rising operational costs and also enhance efficiency in the banking sector. Now, are you convinced that these new charges will guarantee better user experience and also improve ATM service and reliability, or do you think it's just going to be an increment that happens every now and then without any changes?
I beg to differ, with that reason. Should we first look at the possibility of having an efficient environment before you begin to charge me? Or should I pay you so that you now give me efficient environment? Why are there investors in the bank in the first instance? This efficiency they are talking about, will these charges dovetail to, say, better electricity supply? Will these charges enhance, say, reliability of internet banking that each and every one of us grapple with? The data, is epileptic, even the telephony, the voicemail, you are speaking and is cutting. So these monies that are being charged, are they going to be transferred to, say, the GSM service operators? Are they going to be transferred, say, to the distribution agency, the electricity distribution agency, or the generating companies, or the transmission company of Nigeria? So this amorphous statement that these charges will enhance efficiency of the system, I think is gimmick. And the central bank and the people behind the central bank should come out of this gimmick and allow the customers a space to breathe. We need to breathe because we are being strangulated. Right now, a number of people that I've been discussing with, I just came into Lagos yesterday from Kaduna, and I was in quite a number of nooks and crannies of Kaduna. I was in Zaria, I was in Giwa, I was in 2 other localities. The remote part of Nigeria, people are complaining about the excessive charges, banks are heaping on them. Last week, a POS operator that I occasionally used to get Naira from, a young lady by name Biodun, you won't believe, she told me that, oh, Alaji, I normally have to incentivize bank tellers to be able to get cash. So if I go as a customer, I want to withdraw 100,000 naira, the bank denies me that opportunity to withdraw 100,000 naira, I can only take 20,000 naira. But when I come to relate with a POS operator, on 100,000 naira, I am charged 2,000 naira. I mean, come up it. And then when I complained, she said, Alaji, if you know what we go through, apart from the charges the bank does to us, we have to incentivize. Is it the way to run a financial system? Is it the way to run a banking environment? Is it the way to encourage people to patronize banks? I think Yemi Cardoso needs to have a rethink of the way and manner he is running the monetary system of governance in Nigeria.
All right, like you mentioned, so many Nigerians have expressed their displeasure with the continuous charges we've been seeing. Now, saying very well that the CBN has attributed the increase to making sure bank services are very, very operational and functional. What other things do you think the federal government can do to ensure that people get the best experience when it comes to ATM as against increasing the charges?
I think with the recent development that the NCC, the Nigerian Telecommunication Commission, Communication Commission rather, the fact that they have allowed the GSM service operators an opportunity to increase tariffs, let's hope that investment will get into that sector of our national economy, because it has become a critical aspect of our economy. Because without this service, GSM service operators operating efficiently and effectively, our system could easily grind to a halt or collapse. So let's hope that that will be good. But going further, I think it is high time that Nigerians, if our government is not able to provide electricity, government should declare a kind of state of emergency in the electricity sector. Where you are, picking my signal right now as we speak, for the last 3-4 days, 5 days, even though we are on band A, there is no electricity. I mean, so how do you expect, efficiency of any sort? Now, the fact that there is inefficiency in a system, will excruciating charges bring efficiency? Why do you want to whip a dead horse again? Nigerians are drowning. Taxation is getting higher. There is a proposal to increase value-added tax. There has been removal in subsidy from this aspect to that aspect of our lives. And then in addition to all this, there is no respite. It's just to increase charges, tax and tax and tax and tax. If they are not careful, there will not be anybody alive to be taxed again. I think the government and all government agencies should tread on the path of caution. Recently, my dear sister, even the customs agency are just, rumoring that they will introduce a 4% surcharge on free on-board goods. By the time you add all these charges, one wonders, where are we heading to? I think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be told that there is need for him to remember that there are commoners in Nigeria. There are people who are not who are not able to have 3 square meals in a day. There are people who are barely surviving. So every form of taxation needs to be thought out thoroughly before its implementation.
The advent of POS operators, because there's hardly any place in Nigeria that you will not get to see a POS operator. Now, there are still certain Nigerians that rely on ATM for cash, now especially in areas with limited banking experiences and services. Now, saying that we are not really sure if the federal government would reverse this new increment, do you think, or what do you say, will we say are the possible financial burdens on the average consumer, and what can they do to navigate this?
I think if you are saying that people have to use POS in areas where there are no banks. My dear sister, that is a bit putting it mildly. You know, I live in Lagos, around Ikoyi area. My office is in central Lagos. You can imagine how many branches of banks are there, and yet I'm not able to get cash. Even when you walk up to the bank, you are not able to get cash. You are told you can only withdraw 20,000 naira. So somebody living in Lagos, the financial capital of Nigeria, the nerve center of finance in Africa as a whole, you cannot get cash. So how much more of those, say, living around Ikwe, Ikorodu, or Badagry areas of Lagos? Imagine the excruciating burden that this system of trying to hoodwink and force people to have ATM cards and then to be able to get into banks. You know, you have to make it relatively easy for people to be able to operate the financial, you know, in the financial system relatively easily. If you want to have a bank account today, they ask you for your national identity number. If you don't have, it's an issue. They ask you for utility bill. If you live in a face me, I face you building, or you live in a block of flat where you are having shared services like electricity 1 meter, water bill 1 meter, water system 1 meter, how do you get utility bill to be able to present to a bank to open an account with you, for you? You know, when you look at, you know, the way we structure our rules, regulations, and policies, they are not generally friendly, and to worsen the situation, the charges will further drive away people from the financial system that we are trying to encourage people to embrace and get into. Charges, as you said, you know, as we agree, may be necessary, but there should be some level of human face to the amount of charges that you want to collect for the fee. I ask you, must we charge to be able to have efficiency? In this era, in this day and age of technology, where you can use AI, you can use robotics to be able to enhance efficiency, enhance performance, by the time you are leveraging on technology, what are you expecting to see? You are expecting to see a downward spiral of cost and charges. So, but in our own climate, the other way around is it. Even though with technology, even though with fewer and fewer, you know, front desk operators, what are we seeing? Charges are going up and up and up and up. Is that fair? Somebody somehow, somewhere should please endeavor to have a human face so that we can breathe. I keep saying we want to breathe. We can't breathe. The charges are enormous.
So at the moment in Nigeria, it seems like every sector is increasing their charges. The MPA recently approved a 15% increase for the Nigerian Port Authority, and then the NCC also approved a 50% increase for telecom operators in the country. Now, given the simultaneous increases in banking and telecommunication costs, how can you see the average Nigerian reducing ATM withdrawals and mobile transactions? Or what ripple effect do you think this might have on financial and economic activities in the country?
Honestly, you know, since the commencement of this government, close to about 1,700 or 2,000 businesses, you know, have closed down. These statistics are not manufactured. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria did bring out some of these figures. Even the Nigerian Bureau for Statistics brought out some of these statistics. Now, with increased you know, charges, what will be happening is more and more and more businesses that are not able to pass on this cost to the consumers are likely going to fold off. And the implication of businesses folding off is that unemployment will increase, poverty level will increase, insecurity will increase. The consequences is enormous, to our corporate existence as a nation, because the charges, I repeat, the charges are too many. Nigerians wants to breathe. We are being strangulated. Like you have rightly said, MPA have increased charges. What do you think an importer who pays MPA additional 15% on the charges of bringing in his or her cargo through the Nigerian port? What do you think will happen to that company? The company will obviously work towards passing that cost to the consumer. And if care is not taken, these kind of charges could again backfire, because cargoes will be diverted to neighboring countries like Benin Republic, like Togo, and then people might be bringing in the cargo through the back door. Smuggling will then exacerbate. And the moment you see that organizations such as MPA, Nigerian Port Authority, are not able to bring in additional revenue to the government, our government, the cost of governance, the source of the funding to finance the cost of governance wouldn't be available. So what happens? So if we are not careful, we are taking actions that will eventually cause the system to become a standstill at a point, because everybody will be so burdened on the various charges, taxes, fees, levies, and what have you. And I think I keep craving the indulgence of the finance minister, the economy minister, and indeed Mr. President himself, to please endeavor to have a rethink on some of these. We feel you. We know that you inherited an economy that was having some challenges. We know that there were policies that they should have been implemented 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and they were not implemented. We encourage you, and we certainly, dub our heart that you have the courage to implement some of these policies. But please also have the courage to have a bit of a human feelings. Also have a courage to stagger the implementation of these policies. Also have the courage to reduce the cost of governance. Also have the courage to endeavor to realize that it is business unusual. So your spending, your ways of life, your ways of doing things need to be significantly reviewed with a view to be making them in tune of the current reality, so that Nigerians will see that, yes, you are re-electable come 2027, and not to think that you are there, you are enjoying, and you are leaving us suffering.
All right, so now finally, briefly, the CBN has been pushing for a cashless economy for a very long time. Now, if the government is increasing banking costs while also making telecom services more expensive, do you think this can slow down financial inclusion and digital adoption instead of encouraging a cashless economy? And then what exactly can the government do better instead of increasing charges?
What I've told you is these charges, if any, are inimical to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals as espoused by the United Nations. Financial inclusion being one of them. So naturally, when you tax people, when you levy charges on transactions, don't I have another option? The answer is yes, there are options. We have been a bit concerned with the operation of cryptocurrency, because this is not a transaction that generally is within the purview of government. Chances are people will go underground and continue to operate through the cryptocurrency. We've been trying to make sure that dollar is unattractive to Nigerians. So it shouldn't be a store of value, because if we were to go by the actual demands for dollars for importation of raw materials and other services, the value of Naira will be somewhere around 950, maximum 980 Naira to a dollar, as opposed to what we have today at 1,400 or 1,500. Now, with this increase in charges, what the system, the regulators are pushing us to is to take flight to safety. Maybe we should be holding pound sterling, the euro or dollar to be transacting in such currencies as opposed to Naira. Because if I put in my Naira, number one, I can't access my Naira when I need to access my Naira. If I'm going to access it and I have to get the Naira, I have to pay for accessing my Naira. They don't pay us interest. Even on savings account, the interest is near zero. In an economy that is facing inflation of somewhere around 36, 37%, you are paying 2 or 3%. Is that income? Is that sustainable? For the current account holders, you don't get anything. And then you want to take your money, you charge me. And you are telling me I should come and patronize banks because more and more people should be, should be included in the financial system because we want to achieve, financial inclusion. No wonder a country of about 250 million population has less than 100 million bank accounts. These figures aren't palatable. This is not encouraging. So if we must endeavor if we must, encourage people to open bank accounts to get into the banking industry, the earlier we lower these charges and make them fair, reasonable, and affordable, the better. Otherwise, we should forget about having targets to achieve any financial inclusion of any sort, because I'm not sure if any, let's say, a laborer, choose my choice of words, a worker who earns salary. Let's say you are paid minimum wage of 70,000 Naira and you want to withdraw your 70,000 Naira, say 2-3 times, 20,000 Naira at each time. How much charges will you pay? By the time you look at that, a driver or a security man having to pay, let's say, 5,000 Naira on 70,000 Naira salary per month. Is that realistic? Is that fair? Is that reasonable? I mean, we should be human. We should be humane enough.
All right, let's hope that moving forward, the Nigerian government will put a hold on all of those charges we are seeing at this time, and they will do better. Top economist Shaibu Idris, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure that I'm having the opportunity to discuss this subject matter. I do pray that the government listen, they hear, and they listen, and they implement our suggestion, because it is in the overall interest of all of us, not just themselves, but even us that are citizens.
Let's hope that the government does that. Thank you so much for your time once again, sir. Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
Inspecting his ruined ginger farm. Elisha Handan is one of the big ginger farmers in the Sarbon Serki area of Jaba local government area of Kaduna State in northwest Nigeria. Virtually all the ginger in his 4-hectare land here have been hit by a strange disease, which is causing the leaves of the ginger plant to turn brown, dry up and then die.
I planted ginger here this year, early April. The ginger was doing well, germinated well, doing well. When I applied the first fertilizer or the first application of fertilizer, the ginger grew very effectively and very well. Suddenly, I started to spot out some symptoms of disease. I thought that it's a normal, maybe shortage of rain. I never knew there's a menace. Before I know, the whole farm was affected. And not only this farm, but all of my farms, out of about 4, all of them were affected. And you can see the effect of the disease all over. That's where, anywhere you go now, you see all of the farms. They are looking like this.
It's the same story for Joseph Jatu, another ginger farmer in Jama'a local government area of the state. His entire ginger farm has caught the same disease, sparing only the vegetable he planted within the farm.
Both the leaves dry and the rhizome inside the ground also get rotten. So we are suffering a lot of loss, especially in this particular part of the world whereby we produce a lot of ginger. That is the mainstay of our economy, is now nowhere to be found. That the sustainable aspect of it is ruined by this infection. You can see we have abandoned this farm. We are not within it anymore. You can see the grass because we are discouraged.
Nigeria ranks among the largest producers of ginger in the world, and southern Kaduna accounts for the bulk of Nigeria's fresh ginger production. Almost every farmer in the region of the country grows ginger on a commercial scale. The current ginger disease will therefore seriously impact the local economy of the area, as this year's harvest is already affected.
We are pleading for an intervention. If there is any preventing method or measure that the government will take, please, they should intervene. We have tried all that within our own. I have tried all that within my own end. I've applied fungicide, all the measures that one would do. I've done it, but to no effect.
And what we are asking for is that both government at all levels and as well as even the international community should come to our help, because this is more than disaster. When disaster occurs, you find out that ready material will be sent down there. This is a disaster, economic disaster. And we need help from within the government and within the international community.
This outbreak is already posing a lot of threat on the continuity of the ginger cultivation, because a lot of farms have gone down. So the hope of having seedlings for future cultivation is actually a major concern. So it calls for a state of emergency for intervention from all spheres of government, individuals of goodwill, and international community.
When an incident happened like this, there will be rapid response strategy adopted by all relevant agencies to cope the situation, identify the challenge, and not leave it in the hands of the poor farmer or just an association to tackle it. We have worked hand in gloves with almost all the relevant agencies to address these matters. But most of the efforts we are doing now is mostly on our own.
At the Institute for Agricultural Research in the state, scientists are hard at work trying to understand the disease and come up with a solution. But there's no definitive breakthrough.
Actually, the organisms we are suspecting, like most fungi, when the environment is moist, there is high relative humidity, low temperature, the organisms are favored. And we are suspecting there are multiple fungi, as I showed you here. So, but the specific one was still on. So that is what we are doing. From the interview and from what we saw, we gave them some suggestions on what to do to remedy the rhizomes that are in the soil. And possibly we are planning, or if we get opportunity, of course we have to train them or explain to them what measures we should take against the next season. We are likely having the organism to belong to the family Humacids, what we call water mold. Those are what, among the fungi, you know, they are in the categories. They are the water lovers. They multiply very fast when you have low temperature and high relative humidity. So, and most of them, they seem to be more sensitive to the metalaxyl group and some other groups. So we suggested those one for them. But as we said, there are some other organisms there. It's like complex issue. So we suggested if they get metalaxyl containing fungicides along with carbendazim or tobaconazole, that one can work. So these are some of the suggestions we gave them. So from the infected plants, the rhizomes also are carrying the inoculum. And because everybody is into production, the source of seed or rhizome for next season is usually from the previous year's harvest. They harvest part of it, sell it and get the money, keep the other one to become seed for the following season. And the organisms, by the time the crop is off or the season is off, during the dry season, they go produce surviving structures. These are the structures they are able to survive under unfavorable conditions. The dry season, they don't have the host. There is no plant growing. So, and those ones are now left in the soil. So if you bring your crop next year to plant, they will now infect it. And as I told you, almost every piece of land in that ginger growing area is subjected to ginger. Even if it's not 100% ginger, that is, they'll plant ginger, and as the season goes on, they go and intercept few stands of maize or a few stands of other crop. But the main crop has been ginger, and year in, year out. So both the soils and the rhizome are already a source of inoculum. So that is most likely what had happened. And so that's why we said we have to tackle it both ways, just both in the soil, both in the seed. And of course, the simpler one for us is the seed. You can manage by handling the seed, because it will be difficult for you either to drench 10 hectares with fungicide. It will be so costly. So it's easier to address or treat the rhizome before you go to the field with it. So that is what, and then as I said, the pathogen is, one of them is an Humacid, which is polycyclic. That is what we are saying polycyclic is, during the season, apart from the inoculum that started infection at the beginning of the season, as the leaves are growing, the organism is producing more and more and more and more of the inoculum, which we call secondary inoculum. And those ones are spread to other healthy plants around by air. Rain splash, when it rains, blows it up and down. And so you see that the disease multiplies very rapidly during the rainy season. Even if the initial inoculum was small, but because it's a polycyclic disease, it multiplies very fast before you reach half the season. a lot of fields have been infected.
Of course, a lot of damage has been done. We visited some of the fields and we discovered that the leaves and the rhizomes, the ginger underground, was so devastated that the damage was so severe. And our target, of course, is to preserve the little harvest, whatever is still remaining, against next season. But like I said, in the interim, we made suggestions to farmers where the incidence was not very severe, and the farmers applied our management measures that we gave them, and they reported, some of them reported to us that they were getting good result from the management of the disease on their crop. Now, our target now is to protect the harvest against next season. But this problem has actually been available, it has been around at a lower magnitude. It is this year that it reached epidemic, most likely because of continuous production on the same area of land. Most diseases of agricultural crops are best managed culturally by rotating the crops on the fields. If you grow one crop on a particular field year in, year out, there is a build-up of the disease inoculum that will get to a level that it explodes. In other words, it causes a severe damage on the crop. So the Kaduna State government is making arrangement to sensitize or train the farmers on how to manage their fields. So one of the major ways is to practice crop rotation. And when the fields are waterlogged, when there is poor drainage, it enhances the activities of this disease-causing organism, and therefore the incidence gets so high, and there will be a high level of damage. So at the sensitizing workshop or the training that will be sponsored by the state government, we intend to create this awareness to farmers so that they will know how to manage it. And then other measures in which they can preserve the planting materials so that they remain healthy until the planting season.
If you go to your farm and you discover that all your ginger is healthy, the leaves, nothing is happening to them, will you suspect that something is wrong with it?
As they wait for a definitive pronouncement from the Institute for Agricultural Research, the farmers are now getting some helpful information on the likely cause of the disease.
Our date research confirms that these bacteria whelps, they are bacteriums. They are pathogenic bacteriums that actually attack the ginger. It's not something you can see with your eyes. If you don't know the signs, you won't know when to take action. And that's why some of you, when you saw it, some of you call ants, soldier ants and things like that. And you did not take action on time. And when they started giving you interventions, some of you came to us and started complaining.
One of the big corporate farmers in the area has been holding special sessions like this one to further train and enlighten the farmers of best farming practices to prevent the disease.
What we are trying to achieve is how to sensitize other farmers from the large scale to the large scale farmers to medium and small scale farmers on how to manage the situation on ground in order to have a possible way to salvage the remnant of what is left in their farms in order to preserve seed against next farming season?
Well, I have never heard of government intervention yet. I never heard it. So we at our own level, we are working with farmers. So this is our own level, this is our own efforts of trying to intervene, bringing farmers together, sensitizing them on some of the mistakes, of course, that they had made before, and some of the practices that have been practicing before that led to this outbreak. Ignorantly, they don't know honestly. So because when we interview, when we were discussing with them, some of them never knew at all whether it is a disease or anything. They were just imagining what has come about this. But when we now put them together in this training, we sat them down and we told them, this is how it has all started, that we have come to this point. So now that we have, come together, bring farmers together, and we have discussed with them, I want to believe that federal government is hearing. And so at our own level, yes, we have made our impact, but we believe that when federal government hears of this and hears the level of intervention at which at least Rima Guarantee Network is doing, they can now come in as a father. And so we want to believe that their intervention will save this situation because they have the muscles to do it. Now, when we went around the farm, we discovered that because some farmers don't have so much land, some of them even grow ginger year in, year out. Under good recommendation, you don't grow ginger like that. And so if you are growing it year in, year out, you are going to aggravate the development of those diseases. And that is why it has happened to this level. And because you understand, many people now are conscious of investing in agriculture. And so the level of ginger cultivation in southern Kaduna this year is far more than every other year you will think of. So everybody has gone in, but they are using old seeds. Old seeds that have been sold for years, carrying diseases, not treated. The seeds are not treated, the soil is not treated. And so when they plant this, it leads to the outbreak of this fungal and bacterial disease that we are seeing.
If you check ginger production in southern Kaduna, we were not using chemical fertilizer from onset to a larger extent early 90s. We were not using chemical fertilizer. It's either we use cattle dung, or we use goat manure, or we use waste, or we use poultry compost and things like that. And the beneficial insects were not being disturbed. When these beneficial insects are not disturbed, then they have the power to deal with these fungi that destroy crops and so forth. But now that since early 90s to this time, even this years, where much of chemical fertilizer is poured into the farm, if you see the application, it's no matter of that they follow recommendation. No, they don't follow recommendation. All they want is that the more fertilizer they put, they feel that will bring them the more ginger. And so therefore, this chemical fertilizer begin to destroy this beneficial insect and rendering the fungicide and bacteria that are meant to attack our crop to have more strength, multiply, become powerful soldiers that said, well, now we are ready. We are now a brigade of soldiers. We can now deal with this ginger and things like that, nothing to stop us.
So what we would have to do, the reality, is to, of course, sensitize the farmers on the inputs they use. Now that this has been activated, next year, it will still happen again. The best solution to this, the truth, if wishes were horses, is to abandon that land for 2-3 years. That is the best. 2-3 years, don't do anything on that land. That would be the best. Then come back in the 4th year and do it.
The farmers are hoping that what they learned from this seminar, in addition to advice from the Institute for Agricultural Research, will help them overcome their current challenge.
By the grace of God, we are always losing hope. But with this workshop, we really appreciate God. That is why I'm very highly expected, and I give God all the glory for attending this very wonderful workshop. We are always losing hope, thinking that all hope lost, we can't even move forward. But with this workshop today, we are picking up.
In fact, I really appreciate it, and I equally gain much about this lecture, because I learned where we, the farmers, have come short in the planting of the ginger. First of all, we have to clean the ginger before farming it. Then we should look for compound manure. We should not put ourselves much in these chemicals. So I really get more from the lecture today.
Ginger to southern Kaduna means a lot because it's the major cash crop of the southern Kaduna people. There are other crops southern Kaduna people cultivate, but predominantly they cultivate those crops for food, for their own personal consumption. But when it comes to ginger is actually the major cash crop, meaning that it is the economic booster and the sustainer of the people of southern Kaduna. As agric is actually the only industry that provide a space for everyone, both the learned and the unlearned. So ginger is actually a major cash crop that actually help a lot of families and individuals in southern Kaduna to be sustained economically.
If the whole of ginger is destroyed, it's going to affect the GDP of the country. It will going to affect the income of farmers. It will increase poverty. So it's a matter of really urgent interest that needs to be addressed, because I can tell you that more than 90% of ginger grown in southern Kaduna has been infested. And so it means that by next year, the farmers will not have enough seeds to plant. So it's going to affect their income.
Nigeria's ginger output is sure to take a dip this year and will sure hit the farmers hard. They're hoping that the remedial measures they've been taught to apply will work before a final solution comes from the Institute for Agricultural Research, which is racing against time to find a final fix to the problem.
Premises of the complex in the Alausa area of the commercial city. Ahead of the plenary, security personnel manned various roads leading to the Lagos Assembly complex. And a military airstrike targeting bandits has mistakenly claimed the lives of 6 persons at Yauni community of Zaka Ward in Safana local government area of Katsina State. According to reports, those killed were mostly single family members comprising 3 children, a man and 2 women. The incident occurred in the aftermath of Saturday's local government elections. Security operatives attempted against voters in the village. And the Association of Resident Doctors University Hospital Ibadan chapter embark on an indefinite strike if power is not restored to the residential areas of the hospital. This was contained in a communique from its emergency meeting, which was held on February 14th, which was made available to newsmen on Monday in Ibadan. The Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company reconnected the UCH on February 12th after more than 100 days of power outage. And the Police Service Commission has on Monday, 17th February 2025, approved the appointment of Jimo as the Commissioner of Police State Command. CP Jimo, before his appointment, was Commissioner of Police Port Authority, Eastern Port. Jimo, who hails from Kwara State, was former Force Public Relations Officer and later Deputy Commissioner at Port Office, Deputy Commissioner Finance and Administration, and Deputy Commissioner General Investigation. And the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission said, leading to a steady production increase of 1.7 million barrels per day. The NUPRC head of Public Affairs and Corporate Communications, Shonola, disclosed this in a statement. The statement said that NUPRC Chief Executive Gbenga Kumolafe disclosed this when he spoke at the Renewed Hope Global Town Hall Conference in Abuja. And on the foreign scene, at least 10 people have died as torrential downpours over the weekend drenched parts of the southeastern U.S., submerging roads and houses. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear said 9 people have died in his state after making an emergency disaster declaration. About 1,000 people stranded in floodwaters had to be rescued, he also admitted on Sunday. And finally, on sport, Nigeria's Oluwapo Okpeyori has cemented his dominance in African badminton by securing his 5th consecutive gold medal at the All-Africa Senior Badminton Championships. Okpeyori in Cameroon delivered a commanding performance in the men's singles final, defeating Egypt's Adam Hatem in straight sets 21-7, 23-21, to extend his reign as Africa's top badminton player. Ranked world number 114, Okpeyori showcased his resilience and skill throughout the tournament. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. So bring you more updates at 6 p.m.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects.
welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, music, fashion, food, dance, whatever you can think of entertainment, I got you covered. So now before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest in the entertainment segment. So first on the list we have Fields. Fields earns his first gold certification in United States, and it's really, really amazing, like seeing our Nigerian stars actually making waves in the industry. It's really, really amazing seeing like them making global recognition and everything around the world. I'm really, really happy for Fields, because I think coming up, I didn't really know so much about Fields, but him actually making waves is a good one. And he, I think his song, this Finesse, that we had this Folake challenge dance and everything, was actually what even got him this award. It's really, really amazing seeing him doing this, and it's a plus on Nigeria side as well. So next on the list we have our Grammy winner Terms. Ains have 4 new certifications in the United States. This is our Grammy winner. Like, she's going to add this to her collection now of plagues and everything. Like, it's really, really amazing seeing our own girl, you can understand, like, making it in the industry. I'm really, really happy for Thames personally, because have some of our songs like Love Me Jeje and other ones have actually gained her so much recognition outside, and I'm really, really, really happy that our Nigerians are actually doing so well there. So last on the list we have Priscilla Ojo. That's Igabu Ojo's daughter, is officially off the market. Yay! Like, it's really amazing. I'm happy because our mom person has always said that she actually wants her daughter to actually marry like on early, like her early stage. I think Priscilla is like maybe 24 or 23 thereabouts, and she's actually off the market. Like, it's really, really amazing. And her husband is Muslim. Now that one is another gist on its own, maybe the next time, because people have been dragging, you're getting married to a Muslim guy and everything. But regardless, we're happy for her and we wish her all the best in her marriage. So today we'll be diving into the world of fashion and innovation. So get ready to witness creativity in full as we explore designs and trends in the world. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. So yeah, with me in the studio is Dates. He founded and launched the Made by Dates in 2020 as a trauma response and a way to channel his thoughts and process into something creative and positive. Yeah, with me is Dates. Hello, hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, good. I can see you're in the fashion. It's giving all the trends. You look good. You look really amazing. I like your heart.
Too.
Thank you. Yeah. I like your outfits.
Thank you.
Good. So now, how's fashion been so far? Like, how has everything been from when you started in 2020 to now? Just tell us a bit about it.
Tough.
Tough?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But like, pushing.
Oh, okay.
So like, basically, MBD is just a fashion that we focus mostly on the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Street fashion.
Yeah, street fashion. So basically, we try to express ourselves and try to tell the world what happens in the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. So how's the journey been?
Not bad.
Not bad?
Basically, I have a lot of friends that support.
Yeah, and
so
that's another thing too.
And it has been going really smoothly for me.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay. So when did you officially start? Was it in 2020?
In 2020, I was just like making my clothes for myself.
And for yourself to wear? Okay.
Yeah.
Then, like people liked it?
Yeah. Like in school, I'd like my friends.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, where did you get this?
Okay.
And like, oh, I made it.
Okay.
So that's the vibe.
Oh, that's good. So like you actually make your clothes, like you sew them and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Good. So can you tell us a bit about how starting MBD?
Yeah.
Yeah. How like you like the concept, the idea? Is this just something you just, let me just out of fun, or you actually just, it's a passion now?
Yeah, it's a passion now.
Okay.
But initially when I started, it was like, I was doing it for myself.
Okay, like business. Let me just.
I was just doing it for myself, not for business.
Okay. But now it's official.
Yeah, it's official now. So I was just doing it for myself, and I put it on. Then my friends too, like I said, my friends, they always support me.
Definitely.
And that's it. So whenever they want it, they pay, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is your.
So now I know, like, we have like a lot of fashion designers like everywhere now. So you picking street fashion? Why street fashion? Is it something like you just gel with?
No, basically it's not just street fashion.
Okay.
I also I love the alternative scene too.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but for now I'm just like in the street side.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Okay.
About yourself. When I started and all like that, just basically about your personal self and how fashion has been.
About myself, I'm Toby.
Okay.
Yeah. So I started fashion from the streets. So I grew up in Ikorodu.
Okay.
So I always look at people, their fashion and their style. So that's just like the vibe for me, just observing what people put on in the streets. Yeah, so like right from time.
Okay.
And I love chilling with like some of like my friends that are also into designing.
Okay.
So we always create things. We don't like bring them outside, but we create.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been creating from way back.
Way back.
Yeah, well, like we've not been bringing it outside.
Oh, like just something just do.
Just something we just do. So
on your own.
yeah, on my own. So, but now I'm done with school.
Okay.
So like I'm ready for the world to know that there is a deed here.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We actually need to know that personally.
Yeah,
so let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, guys. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. Here with me in the studio is still Dates. So now, Dates, tell us about some fashion designers or like maybe role models you really, really want to work with in the fashion industry and all. Just tell us a bit.
Fashion industry.
Okay.
I look up to, like, obviously the person I looked up to is not alive anymore.
Oh,
yeah,
so
Virgil Abloh. So yeah, but then like I'm trying to like follow his own legacy. So like I don't see anybody again.
So like he's the only one.
No, I don't see anybody again.
So in like the whole
let's
just say fashion industry, there's no one that actually comes to your mind apart from him.
No, right now I don't think about anybody because I want to focus on myself.
Yourself. So just do you, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just doing me right now.
Okay, good. So now where do we see you like in the next 5 years to come? Like what plans do you have, projects you're working on and you're about just about yourself? In
the next 5 years, I see myself getting my flowers.
For like all the work you've done,
yeah? I have to. And for now, I'm working with Antigen.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's a friend.
Yeah.
So we're working on a collection.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be bringing it out this summer.
Okay.
So like everyone should get ready for it.
Okay, we will, guys, we will. Yeah. So now just tell me a bit about your creative process. Do you like get inspiration for, let's just say, thoughts from one or two designers and you just produce yours? Like just tell me about your idea and bring it to life basically.
Like I said, I get my ideas from the streets.
Okay.
Yeah, so like my collection, Erini means peace.
Oh,
it's a
nice.
Greek word.
Okay.
So basically on the street, like you see people fighting.
Definitely.
Like, they're always fighting.
They're always fighting.
So like, and what's the opposite of violence?
Yeah.
So I just like have to put what I'm seeing on the streets. That's what I'm saying. I get my inspiration and my ideas from the streets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any project you're currently working on? Something you just want to give us a hint about?
Yeah, I'm working on I'm working on a collection with Antigen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when do we expect that?
Alright, we'll put it out there when the time is. Yeah. And I'm also working on my own collection.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, I named it IKD Express.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So, I actually like your outfit. It's really, really cute. It's giving the streets, exactly like you said, street fashion and just Gen Z and like just a random thing.
Thank you. Yeah.
So now, like you, actually, I think you sell your clothes abroad as well.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so how do you get that done?
I have friends over there.
Okay.
That just like
send for me. I know. So like
send for me, and their friends love it also.
Oh, good.
They get
the
it,
texture, quality, everything is top notch, right?
Yeah, always.
Always. So we're looking out for more designs from you.
Thank you.
Okay, now just tell us a bit about your challenges. Like you said, it has not been so smooth, but God is good. So just tell us a bit about it.
For me, I'm a quiet type.
Okay.
So like I don't like talking, but like I only talk in my head.
Your head.
Yeah, talk to myself, like different part of myself.
Okay. So the challenges were like.
So it was like people obviously misunderstood me.
All right.
And it's calm though. Like I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was just a challenge for me. But like it doesn't be cool. Like you can't just misunderstand. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No. So let's just say, talking about the business now and the challenges. You starting and you getting people to buy things you've made. How has it been?
No, I don't force my product on people.
Okay.
So like when they see it, they love it.
Okay.
When you love it, you want to buy it.
Okay.
So that's it. So like I don't like, oh, come and buy. I'm just doing my heart, and if you love my heart, fuck with my heart, you get it.
Good. So like, is there any memorable achievements you've had so far? Something that you actually didn't see coming, but it actually blew your mind away in the
like. Yeah.
I didn't know I was going to be here, and
Like for me, it's just like getting my outfit like to some part of the world.
Okay.
Yeah, like my outfit don't even go places where I never go. So like,
as it should.
Yeah.
Definitely, like you will obviously see it everywhere and all. Okay, so now how do you connect with like customers and everything? It's like a website people shop from?
Instagram, and Twitter.
Okay, so they send a DM, get your outfit.
DM and you get your outfit.
Good. So do you think you want to go into maybe creating good native cultural attires traits? Do you see yourself going to that? Because that's something I feel personally will never ever go out of trend, like our culture. So I want to actually, I don't know, I'm just imagining like your kind of idea and something like that. Like
I plan on doing that too.
Okay.
But not for now.
Oh, maybe somewhere.
I would definitely enjoy into it.
Okay. That's fine. So let's go on the break.
Okay.
We'll be right back. Guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So let's talk about you sourcing for materials for like your brand now. So where do you get your materials from, and like how do you think they're good for your people or for your customers?
For me, I make my products in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah, like typical from the soil.
Yeah.
So I go to some places to source for my material.
Outfits and all.
And great quality as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and like the process, I'm always enjoying the process.
It's just something.
Yeah, I just enjoy the process. I just love going there and just doing my thing.
So now it's something that
like I'm doing it for me. Like I just want to put it. I want to put it on.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to put it on. So like I said, when I put it on, people want to get
and
it.
the way so more like people say you get to market your business yourself. So like you looking good, like hey I like the shirt.
MBD is made by it.
Okay.
So I make like everything is me.
Okay, that's good. So now let's talk about the economy. For example, have you had issues with the pricing of your outfits? It's quite expensive and everything.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
A lot. So it's something that's going to pull off our necks.
But then it is my heart. So you just need to accept it the way it is.
Yeah, expensive things are good. I say.
So and besides, I still get people that cop my image. Yeah.
Okay. Good. So now let's talk about funding or how you start capital for the business. I know, trust me, I know it's like a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Getting it done, getting the materials, getting the printouts and everything. Just tell us a bit about it and how you've been able to manage so far since 2020.
Well, financially,
okay,
I just appreciate my dad, you know, like.
So daddy helps.
Yeah,
family is there.
Like family has been like so supportive.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do my part also.
All right.
So yeah, so like when it comes to the funding, that's just like how it is.
Okay, good. Is there
like when I started, yeah. So, but now I get others now, so I get to like invest more
in it.
In it.
Okay. So will you tag your own designs to be something unique and different from any other person?
Fashion, like whatever I'm doing now, someone I've done it before.
Yeah, like you said, you have a role model, someone you look up to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like someone I've done it before, so just you
recreate.
Yeah, recreating it and just putting your art there and making yours different.
Creative, more
just be
attractive.
Yeah, attractive too.
From others.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, in the buying process and creating process of your outfit, should we say it has been smooth too?
Yeah, recently.
Is there any challenge you want to talk about?
No challenge, but recently it has been smooth.
Okay.
Yeah, like I just love the way things are going now.
But now the economy is hitting on everybody.
It is.
So, do you tend to increase prices or thereabout?
No, I'll still work with what
it's available.
Yeah, I won't just increase the price just like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I will increase some, then I'll still create some that like everyone can get.
Okay. So now, since starting this journey in 2020, how will you describe it? Something rosy, something you actually want to still do in the long run for I won't say a lifetime here, but
No, we can also say lifetime.
Okay, for a lifetime. Yeah. Is it something that I'm just going to do fashion and that's it?
Yeah, it's fashion,
I'm not diving into
modeling.
Anything. Oh yeah, you're also a model. Yes, it's true. Okay.
Yeah, like I started with modeling
before getting into it.
And I'm also a stylist. So before the whole fashion brand, I modeling and styling.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're now doing modeling, styling, and creating your own business. Does it clash at any point in time?
For now, it's not clashing because I stopped modeling.
Why?
Because of school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So no time anymore. So but now I'm back.
Yeah, you're back to just fully hit the ground.
Yeah, I'm back.
Good. So now let's talk about you in school. I know definitely school, like you said, you actually have to stop doing some things to focus on school. So how did, let's just say, how the parents or family take it then, don't do this, do this? Because I know I have a lot of people that, don't go to what we sent you to do in school, don't do this, don't do otherwise. So how are you able to do that?
Well, me, I'm just happy I have a very supportive father.
So everyone just supports?
Yeah, whenever I want to do something, I just need to tell him that, okay, Daddy, this is what I want to do.
And he listens?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's just talk lastly about you getting your stuff out there. Like you said, you have friends or customers or people that you get your fashion to outside. So do you think are you looking at something very, very big to come in the next 5 years? And like you said, you want to take your flowers. So can you tell us what you actually, something you're you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to launching my website.
Okay, I will be happy to hear that. Oh, okay, Deeds is out there. Go shop.
Yes, go shop. So I want to bring out my website very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not easy always texting and if you want to get it, you have to get it now. Yeah, online.
Okay. So any other celebrity you still want to work with?
Yeah, I want to work with VOD. Yeah,
why?
Voice of David.
Why VOD?
VOD, I love his sound.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a musician.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I love his sound and everything about him. Yeah, that's just. So I just feel like I would love to work with him, and I hope I get the opportunity to work with him.
You sing?
Me, no, I don't.
Okay, but is there any other one apart from VOD? Why VOD? Just the sound
Yeah,
you
the
like,
sound.
and just him.
Yeah,
So it's like more like a love for a person.
like for his heart.
Okay, so there's a new project you said you're working on.
Yeah, with Antigen.
Okay, so can you tell us a bit about it?
No.
Even if it's small, we won't mind, just something.
I feel like we have to chill and wait and see it. I'm not going
How
to-
long are we going to expect this?
Like in 2 months' time.
In 2 months, so it's
Yeah.
fast approaching, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Guys, we're going on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we round up this section, I would like us to play a game.
Okay.
Just 10 questions for 60 seconds.
Okay.
Garbage in, garbage out, like immediately and all. So your favorite celebrity couple? Who would that be?
Do I have one?
Sorry?
I don't know. I don't think I have one. No.
Oh, you don't have one?
No.
Okay. So the most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life is probably when I got my first order, like from outside the country.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I was so happy. Like, though it might be a small thing, but like to me,
no,
it's
definitely,
like,
it's not a small thing.
it's
Like,
not
oh, somebody's
small.
wearing my outfit. Even seeing people wearing it too.
Yeah.
Okay. So football, basketball.
Football,
Favorite food?
Gary and fish,
Movies or novels?
movies,
Okay. So favorite relaxation spot where you like to relax?
my room,
Okay. Favorite city?
Ibadan,
Okay. So favorite indoor sport?
snooker.
Okay. Mention one thing in your bucket list you would like to take.
I don't know.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. So
Okay.
I don't know. Like I don't know how to pick one, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So if you're given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment for 6 months without anybody,
Without anybody.
yes, we
I
take
mean,
it.
I can get paper and like a
Pen,
blank
yes,
code.
and
Yeah,
everything.
like I'll take like that's free money now.
That's for real, for 6 months without anybody seeing
Yeah,
anybody.
without seeing anybody.
Can you stay in a prison?
No, no.
So it's very different.
No, it's very different. But like staying alone.
Yeah, alone, definitely.
And there's food there.
Yeah, that's
no,
right.
that's cool.
Okay, that's good. So it's nice having you on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we look forward to seeing more of Made by Dates outside and everything. And the website is coming soon, yeah?
Soon, yeah.
Good. And we are expecting another collection in 2 months'
In 2
time,
months'
like you
time,
said.
yeah.
So is there anywhere like they need to find like your outfits and other things?
Yeah, by then you get my website.
Okay, let's just say Instagram, where?
Yeah, Instagram and Twitter.
At what?
MBD World.
Okay.
On Instagram and on Twitter, Made by Dates.
Oh, good. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
So guys, that's all we can take for today. See you next time, and thanks for staying with us. Bye for now.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing corruption coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the Sea Church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Tí ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé ohun ẹrù wa ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè di samura àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do you do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is, it's coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be the downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun, Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu, you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information about your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, from the main side, those the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated. and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
Yes.
the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes, yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their
watching
wives.
with their wives.
Their wives. So, Oyetomi is the only one that you see out. Then from the downside where you have the
And this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land we gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayato community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayato is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed. The landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plant. It has been affected, greatly affected by the ocean surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that, because Ayato community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Ayato was having a technical school, the Ayato community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayato community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, it's there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air.
Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
we have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Glad to have you join us on the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. Nigeria's House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review has proposed the creation of 31 new states across the country. The proposal was presented in a letter read during plenary by Deputy Speaker of the House Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the meeting in the absence of Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. The committee, chaired by Kalu, recommended the creation of 6 new states in the North Central region, 4 in the Northeast, 5 in the Northwest, 5 in the Southeast, 4 in the South-South, and 7 in the Southwest. If approved, the number of subnational governments in Nigeria would increase to 67. According to Section 8(3) of the 1999 Constitution, the results of a referendum conducted by the state houses of assembly must be submitted to the National Assembly in order to fulfill the constitutional requirements for state creation. Kalu emphasized that the committee will follow the necessary constitutional steps for any state request that meets the required threshold. For the proposal to succeed, it must receive support from at least 1/3 of the members of both the Senate and the House of Representatives, as well as from the affected local government councils. Let's now get further reactions to this proposal. Constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato, who joins from the Edo State capital. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. Now, this is definitely a surprising development, given that Nigeria already has 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. This proposal raises several questions. From a constitutional perspective, the creation of new states will require significant legal and political considerations. It would also need broad support from both the National Assembly and the State House of Assembly, as well as state houses of assembly now, as well as a national referendum, which could make this a lengthy and complex process. How do you react to this?
Okay, well, it's quite pathetic that the National Assembly, which is saddled with the responsibility of making laws for the national development and the well-being of our country, Nigeria, have become to involve themselves in a kind of very shallow, and frivolous kind of, motion and the kind of beast that they emulate nowadays. It is very unfortunate. A lot of Nigerians are disappointed that out of the majority of issues, plethora of cases of insecurity, underdevelopment, poverty, and what have you that we have in this nation, what the National Assembly has not choosing to pardon on is the creation of more states. Where constitutionally speaking, the National Assembly has the right to formulate laws in order to create more states in conjunction with the acceptance and conformability of the state of our assembly. But the issue is that not our problem now as a nation. A lot of Nigerians are disappointed. It looks as if the aims and the objectives, the reason why the National Assembly was set up is not being defeated. Nigerians are not happy with such. We do not need the creation of more states. What we need is our government to focus more on agriculture, educational development, infrastructural development, security, and what have you. Not the creation of more states. A Nigeria state, a state in Nigeria that is here evolving, trying to catch up with modern day civilization in terms of development, do not need more states. And Nigerians are not happy. We need the National Assembly to be aware that average Nigeria is not happy with such being, and they should put a stop to it with immediate effect as fast as possible.
The lawmakers claim that Nigerians are the ones proposing this bill, which now raises an important question about the legitimacy of the proposal and whether it truly reflects the desires of the general public. Do you think Nigerians are truly calling, or do you agree now that Nigerians are truly calling for the creation of new states in the country, or is this more of a political maneuver?
Well, it's obvious. It's obvious because the bill is not even enjoying the legitimacy of the people. When you say it is when the lawmakers say it is the consequence. It is the Nigerians that are clamoring for the creation of more states. And you begin to ask questions: which Nigerians? The Nigerians that cannot feed themselves. The Nigerians that has been driven by insecurity. The Nigerians that have run and flown away their homes Is there Nigeria that's clamoring for more state? To me, there's a political undertone here. And if you are saying that people are clamoring for more state, with the creation of more state, then there needs to be a room for referendum. There may even be a room when you look at the process for the creation of more state in a democratic setting, when the National Assembly and the State House of Assembly, have come together and have agreed on the terms of creation of more state, then you come to a referendum with the people. Because governance is all about the people. The ultimate power according to Section 14 and then the next Constitution rests on the people. The people have the sovereign power of the society, of the country, where the government get their legitimate support from. So no Nigeria, no average Nigerian in right senses will be claiming for more creation of states, because what we feel here is a political undertone. I don't also forget, when you look at it critically, analytically, during the passing of the bills and the debate in the National Assembly and all of that, you will see that it was majority the representative for another part of the state, because you need to finance the state. You need that the state need to set up its own government. So creation of more state is not a child's play. So I can tell you categorically, sir, that an average Nigerian who is, considering the economic quagmire in this country, will not call for the creation of the state of the people.
But you made quite a valid point. Now, merging economically unviable states could indeed be a more practical approach than creating new ones. And the idea of merging states that struggle with resources or administrative efficiency could help streamline governance and make better use of resources. It could also potentially reduce duplication of efforts in terms of governance and services, and focus on strengthening the economic backbone of the country. Now, why are lawmakers, in your opinion, why are the lawmakers not thinking in this direction?
Well, I'll say it before, I will say it again, that we do not need any merging together or the combination of states. We don't need that. It's not good for our economy. We don't need that. Creating more states and not merging states, maybe state with better resources and all of that. The question is, the state we have, is there a better management of the natural resources we have in this state? The answer is no. Even the agencies, the development agencies, such as the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Northeast Development Commission, the Southern Development Commission, that have not been passed into law, in order to develop the regions and all that. To me, that is enough. They've not even done anything. That we are talking about a merging state and put this state together to become one entity. It will work. Do not forget that one of the greatest problems we have, one of the problems that seems to be overscoring our political existence is the issue of tribalism. The state we have already, they're already playing politics with tribalism, let alone merging with more states. It's going to create more problem for ourselves. In a country like that, merging of more states together in order to form one singular entity for the issues of development and all of that doesn't sound well at all. It doesn't occur well. So for me, I'm not in support of it. It doesn't make any reasonable sense considering the economic situation that we have in this country. Merging states together is not a good way to go, and it's not good for our economy or our political existence. Thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Yato will continue this conversation after this break. The program will continue shortly. Do stay with us.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait,
Do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Corruption not in my country.
Hello. Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the proposal of the creation of 31 new states in Nigeria, and my guest is still constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato. Now, if this proposal passes the National Assembly, the next crucial step would be the approval of the state houses of assembly. From a legal perspective, this process is governed by Section 8 of the nation's 1999 Constitution, which outlines the procedure for creating new states. Do you foresee any particular states or regions that might be particularly resistant or supportive of this proposal?
Yes, just as I said, that one of the technicalities that is being employed by legislators when talking about passing of bills into law is the issue of lobbying. It is a natural phenomenon, and it's one of the technicality in the legislature. Of course, when such bills come up for debate in order to pass it to law, there must be lobbying. The legislators who are the perpetrators of these laws must be able to lobby their colleague, whether at the National Assembly level or the State Assembly level. But however, I do not see any reasonable House of Assembly putting in their pen to paper in order to establish this law for the creation of more states. Because it doesn't make sense. I do not see any of them buy into that idea. Considering the numerous problems we have in this country, do you not think that the solution to the problems of this country is the creation of more states? Not in such an economy that will operate in Nigeria. We just came back from recession a few years ago. Even speaking, there's a level of reflection. So talking about creation of more states now is not what even state or assembly will buy into. I can bet you on that. You can take my word to the bank. I don't see any state or assembly going to buy into the idea of creating more states. Instead, they are going to buy into the idea of creating more laws that will reform the political rascality of our political existence, correcting the wrong and righting the wrong to become right. And that's what we are going to do. Not creation of more states. That should be the least of our problem as a surviving nation. Thank you.
Well, that's quite a strong sentiment, and it's not uncommon for people to feel disconnected from their lawmakers. Some Nigerians believe that many lawmakers focus more on personal or regional gains rather than addressing the core issues, that affect the country as a whole. The creation of 31 new states could, in their view, be seen as a distraction from the more pressing matters such as security, economy, development, infrastructure, and particularly tackling corruption. What's your perspective on this? Do you think that the lawmakers are prioritizing the right issues, or are they perhaps being influenced by local or political factors?
It will amaze you to know that one of the I'm trying to get a word. One of the forces that drive our legislators is an issue of self-aggrandizement. Some persons you are in the legislature, you just want to know. They just want their voice to be loud and clear. They just want to talk, you know. Even the deepest, lowest man, Nigerian man in the gutter knows that our problem now is not the creation of more additional states. And that's not what we need at this moment. There are basic issues, serious issues to be addressed. But what we have these days are your legislators sitting in the National Assembly and just talking and, get involved in self-voyage, in self-journey, a journey that does not benefit the well-being of the people. And it's unfortunate, it's ironic, that this is where we find ourselves. We have issue of security, making more laws to tell the security of this country. Nowadays, it is only a few states who are even talking about the laws to sanction kidnapping. Until a high-profile politician speak, kidnap, we will not set up law, we will not tighten the law that fight against kidnapping. These are issues we needed to be addressed, not the issue of creation of more additional states. It is not good for our economy, and it is not good for our political existence. So, for such lawmakers to engage in such a political voyage, to me, there should be abandoned in such journey, because the average Nigerians are not interested in the creation of more states. That is it.
Finally, before I let you go, do you believe that Nigeria is ready to manage the challenges that could arise if this proposal moves forward? Or should the focus be on strengthening states rather than creating new ones?
Trouble they sleep, Yagago wake up. Do not forget that the South they are set in the of self-determination. While we have people who are clamoring that they want to form their own state and leave Nigeria, the Nigerian legislature, the National Assembly, is actually giving a lead way. This will create more crises. The Biafra will say they need the Biafra state. The IPOB will say they also need their own state. The Niger Delta militant will say we need our own state. And at the end of the day, they are not, we also have some in the East, in the West rather, who are also clamoring for self-determination. And then they are going to create more crises for people. So how can we leave the issue of creation of states and focus on governance, real governance? Governance where we have the governor, who is going to, be accountable to the people. Because the situation we have in this country now is everybody focused on the federal government. Everybody is calling Tinubu right and left and center. But we need to start, diversify the government. Government needs to be segmented. And that's what we appreciated what the Attorney General Federation did, talking about the local government autonomy. That's what we need. We don't need to start calling on the federal government alone. We need to start looking at the state governors and the local government chairman, asking them what they are doing with our money and the level of development they are trying to bring to our state. So what we do not need, my brother, is the creation of more states. What we need is good governance. What Nigeria needs is a governance that has a human face, a governance that has the interest of the people at heart. That is what we need, not the creation of more states. And I bet you, if the National Assembly go ahead in conjunction with the State House of Assembly to create more states, we are going to have more crises. Then we are going to give opportunity to those who want self-determination. And that's what good will happen. Take it or leave it, like it or not. Yeah, I even want Nigerians to start employing and invoking some level of the Nigerian Constitution, whereby we begin to recall lawmakers who do not know what they are doing at the National Assembly and the state houses of assemblies. we got to start recalling lawmakers back to, back to home. And let's send people who know what they are doing, people who drive the vision, statement of the citizen. Let's start sending those persons to our legislative house, not noisemakers, with the greatest respect. Thank you.
Nigerians are certainly keeping their fingers crossed to see how this debate unfolds. Constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato, it's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you for being with us. But that's all we have on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. My name is Mudashiru Shitu, and in the next few minutes I'll be an anchor on that show. We're talking something unique, something important in the life of an athlete. If you see the likes of Ronaldo, you see the likes of Andy Murray, tennis, all the sport. There's something about the way they do that thing, and that's the lifestyle they live. What gives these athletes so much energy to continue? People keep wondering what makes Ronaldo unique at his age, playing all over the league. Not just Ronaldo. When you look at table tennis, you look at the Chinese great Ma Long. What makes him interesting? What keeps, even if you want to look down to Nigeria, you ask yourself about table tennis player Aruna Kodri. Aruna Kodri has been playing the ping pong for so many years, but there's a lot behind the scene about what keeps these athletes going, and that's an healthy lifestyle. And that's the topic we're talking about today. We're looking at the healthy lifestyle of an athlete. What keeps them going all the way? Because sometimes a year of dedication to a particular sport can make you fall off. But if you live a very good healthy lifestyle, definitely there's still more years you need to render. So on today's program, I have a very respectable pharmacist, Farmer Ade Dikbo Adetuyi. Is the convener of Oakley Fitness Fiesta. This is talking about how to keep your life fit and, in sport. If you take away fitness from sport, there's definitely no sport. So it's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you very much, Muda. It's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see you again.
Yes, it's good to have you. Let's go straight to our topic for today, and we want to look at fitness. And let's start with the benefit of an healthy lifestyle for an athlete. We are considering so much of an athlete because, the sport, even beyond sport, everybody, we are told, needs to be fit. So tell us so much about some of this benefit and what makes it unique.
Okay, so I think I'll just take a leaf from what you said earlier about the likes of Ronaldo. I think for me personally, Ronaldo is the GOAT. And I think that when you consider the fact that at his age and, I haven't played football for so long, he's still fit, he's still active in the game. And of course, everybody that has interviewed or that has played with Ronaldo will tell you the fact that Ronaldo doesn't joke with his, with his food. He eats, very healthy food, and he also works out very diligently. So one of the things that has to do with fitness and lifestyle is that for you to be an athlete at that peak, you have to have a consistent routine of eating healthy, of working out. So one of the benefits of fitness in everyday life, not just an athlete, is number one, it helps you have a very, very healthy lifestyle. So for instance, helps you prevent certain diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and stuff like that. It also helps your muscles to be toned. So you can, as you grow older, you're also more mobile, you're also fit. I've seen videos of people at 60, 70 years old. They are doing things that even people at 40 cannot do. So it helps you prevent diseases. It also helps you ensure that you age well. It's not that about aging and then you're at 40 or 50, you're not able to do certain things again. At 40, 50, 60, you should still be mobile, you should still be active. So one other thing is also that people also fail to recognize that fitness and consistent working out also helps with your cognitive ability. So you find out the fact that this day and age, you have a lot of instances of depression and anxiety. Fitness and working out consistently also helps you prevent, some of these diseases down the line. Also, it makes you sharp mentally. Also ensures that, you're also able to ward off certain disease conditions like that. So I think that those three benefits for me are some of the primary reasons why people should work out and ensure that they have a lifestyle of working out and eating healthy.
Okay, you said it all, but there's always this willingness and will behind all these things. Some things that some know so much about all this, but definitely it needs a personal will to do exercise. How do you bridge that side, knowing and the willingness? I mean, is there going to be a campaign elsewhere for people to always do that? Since I know it's right, but the willingness to take myself off my real self, off myself, to do that fitness. Don't you think?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, for individuals, where there's a will, there must be a way. Definitely. So it's not about starting, for instance, you want to work out and you start with 2 hours workout at the goal. You can start with making it a lifestyle. Start with 10 minutes. Start with 5 minutes even. And so everybody has 5 minutes every day to work out. So it's all about making it a habit. So once it's a habit, then it becomes part of your lifestyle. So there are days whereby if you wake up and you don't work out, you don't feel good. You don't feel okay. You feel like there's something missing. So I think that's where everybody should try and get to. And it doesn't have to do with 30 minutes or going to the gym. You can work out in your house. You can watch a YouTube video and work out. You can listen to a podcast and work out. You can be active and work out. You can just take a stroll around your estate in the evenings after work, and that's working out as well. So it doesn't have to be something that has to be taking you out of your daily routine. At work, if you are sitting at your desk, you have a 9 to 5, you can stand up and you can just walk around the office a bit. That's also working out. So working out doesn't have to be until you wear your trainers and socks and all, but making sure that it's a lifestyle. So for me personally, I have a fitness watch. So that also lets me know that if I'm sitting at my desk for too long, then I have to get it. It notifies me, look, get up, do something, do some stretches, do some exercises and all that. So I think for me, the most fundamental thing is that start small. Don't start with longer than 5-10 minutes. If you've not worked out before, start very small and grow into it. And I think it's an important habit that everybody should cultivate.
Oh, interesting. I'm sure a lot of viewers watching us should know definitely fitness is important, not just an athlete, for everybody. But people say that that people are naturally fit. I don't know what's your perspective about that. You see a man that say is naturally fit, and that some can be hereditary or some is it. What's your thought on people that say they're naturally fit? That means the person doesn't need too much workout. Not that it doesn't need so much workout. The person is different. Do you believe that?
Nobody is naturally fit, right? So when I say naturally fit, it means that everybody, so WHO, for instance, requires that everybody should do an active workout for about 2.5 hours every week. So if you break that down, that's about 20-30 minutes per day. So that's what your body needs. Just like saying that if you park a car down, even if it's a Ferrari, the best of cars, you park it down, you park a Toyota down, right? When you start your Ferrari, if you leave it for a long time, it may not start because it's been left for a long time, even though it's a powerful engine and all that. So just like the human body, if you let the mentality of if you don't use it, you will lose it. So no matter how physically endowed you are. Some people are, are more physically endowed than others. Some people are born with genetics that make them strong and all that, but they still have to groom. Take the likes of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is a specimen of a man, and he won the Mr. Universe several times, but he had to work out to get to that point. So there is nobody that is physically, naturally fit that doesn't need workout. Everybody needs workout. Everybody needs to live a healthy lifestyle. Everybody needs to put in the time and effort to ensure that they are achieving their health goals. It's very important.
Yeah, before we go for a quick break, one more question. I noticed, I've been in Lagos all our life, and also definitely, I think you also.
Yes.
Why is it that the level of fitness and exercise is higher in eyebrow areas, among the rich? Let me use that word. You probably wake up one day and go to Victoria Island, Ikoyi, Lekki. You see people exercising and fitness and all that, but most of the time you don't see that in other areas of the country. Why is there so much of awareness of fitness in, let me use the word, rich than other parts of the country? Why do you think so?
Because the rich people know they obviously live a better quality of life, and they want to extend that quality of life. So you find out that in most estates, especially gated estates, in the mornings you find people jogging, find people working out and all that, and they want to extend the quality of life. So the rich know a lot about this, and of course another thing is that the logistics of it too. So most of the rich people live in gated estates whereby the roads are paved and tarred, and they can walk around safely without having to face somebody that will rob them or take something from them. So I think that that's also something to consider. Number one, the rich know that they have a good quality of life. They want to extend it for as long as possible. They want to be able to ward, and they are more informed as well about the benefits of healthy lifestyle and healthy living. And then number two, also logistics in terms of security and safety, and tarred roads, good roads around their estates also would help them, would encourage them to actually go out there and work out. And for another thing is that they also have some of them also have groups, so they also they join fitness groups, and whereby they can go together and they can also bond. So apart from even just doing the fitness thing, they can also bond together. So I think those three reasons are why you find out that most people in those highbrow areas actually do, engage in fitness activities. Okay,
and that brings me to, before we go on this quick break, is that you are a convener of the yearly Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta, and that's a combination of having fitness and a fiesta together. What drives that vision? I mean, I know you're a pharmacist and you know the importance of medicine and regular. So what's the vision behind the Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta?
So the vision behind Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta is basically the vision behind Oak Cliff, and the vision behind Oak Cliff is to continually consolidate our position as a value-driven healthcare company. So beyond just the drugs and all that stuff that we want to do, we also want to ensure that fitness and a healthy lifestyle is accessible to as many people as possible. So we do these events every now and again in a bid to ensure that people are able to cultivate the habits of working. And like I said earlier, it's about creating a habit. Once you create a habit and it's consistent, then your health goals will be very achievable. A lot of the diseases that we have today, non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension, are things that can be cured by having a healthy lifestyle. You don't have to be popping pills all the time, to save yourself. You can cultivate a healthy lifestyle from a young age. So from before you're 40, if you have a healthy lifestyle, the tendency is that after 40 you still maintain that lifestyle and hopefully ward off some of these diseases. And that's cause it's an epidemic this day and age. A lot of people sit down in their houses and they don't move around throughout the day watching TV or eating junk food and stuff like that. And we want to try and make people aware of the benefits of having a healthy lifestyle. So that's the basic idea behind Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta.
Okay, and that means that with that Fitness Fiesta, we have a reduction in disease problems among participants and deaths. Does that mean that fitness reduce the level of death? Is there a connection between reducing death among people and being fit and reducing diseases among people by being fit?
Of course. So if you look at the WHO records and reports, it shows that living an active lifestyle means you're moving, you're working out, you're eating healthy, you're drinking enough water, and you're doing all these health conscious activities definitely has a role in reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases. If you don't, I mean, obviously, if you are hit by a car or anything, you know, there's an act of God that cannot avoid that. But in terms of diseases that happen as we age, because as we age, your heart may not function as normal, your arteries may not function as normal, your liver may not function as normal. But when you are ensuring that your body is active, you know, activity is very, very important. Activity is longevity, I say. So when you're active and you have a habit of being active day by day, it helps you ward off. One of the things that you would experience when you go to the hospital, maybe you have a high blood pressure, elevated blood pressure, is that the doctor will tell you that you have to engage in lifestyle changes. Some of the lifestyle changes will be, okay, avoid certain foods, avoid certain drinks, but also include activity in your routine. So when you wake up in the morning, find 30 minutes. Before you sleep at night, find 20 minutes to work out, to eat healthy. Those two things are underpin a healthy lifestyle, and it's important. So for us, we're trying to ensure that we create an avenue whereby people come in and they are aware of what it means to actually live a healthy lifestyle. So there'll be things like health checks, to check your blood pressure, check your diabetes levels or your sugar levels, and check other things like cholesterol as well, just to be able to show. There'll also be fitness instructors there that will also be ensuring that, you know, people are also, you know, learn the basic workouts that they need, you know, on a daily basis. So that's it basically.
Interesting. As we'll go on this quick break. We still have pharmacist Adedipo Adetuyi in the studio talking about the benefit of a lifestyle. As an athlete, it's important to know that the more you go in your career, being a Scotch player, a table tennis player, is tied to the exercise. Little wonder you know that most times players, footballers, have to do a particular training before every match day. So you can also do your own training at home or wherever the case may be. Let's go to this quick break. We still have just a few questions for our guest.
Yeah, relax. That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now. Okay. Can I just see the IPO of this case? IPO. How are you?
No, welcome, sir.
That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now.
Do you know the offense he has committed, sir?
What do you guys want for the weekend? Okay, let me see your DPO.
This way, sir.
Oh, better. You don't know me here. That boy is my brother, and I want you to assist me to free him.
The man found with a gun, confessed to robbery.
Things like this happening. 200,000 naira for you.
Are you bribing me?
500,000 naira.
Robbery suspect?
1 million naira.
That is corruption. Not allowed in this division.
1 million.
Remember,
police is your friend. Giving and taking bribe is wrong.
corruption, not in my country.
Stop corruption now.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. It's still your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. You can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of this wonderful conversation. And you know how we do it is where the conversation continues even after the show. So if you're just joining us for the first time, I have a guest that I've been talking about fitness and the lifestyle of an athlete. So I want to ask whether you can also drop your questions, your observation, your comments, whether Nigeria is a fitness nation. And that'll be my next question for my guest. Do you agree that Nigeria, someone said when we talk about Nigeria, we should stop thinking about only Lagos, you know, because there's a tendency to think about only Lagos when you talk about Nigeria or the places we visited. But Nigeria is as far as big as close to Chad, close to Cameroon and all that. But do you consider Nigeria a fitness nation?
Yes, in my opinion, I think Nigeria is a fitness nation. I think that when you look at the amount of sports that Nigerians and Nigeria generally get engaged in, I think Nigeria has a very youthful population, and that sort of tends for tends towards people not to be just want to be docile. People want to be active. Nigeria has one of the most populous youth population in the world. So when you consider that, I think Nigeria definitely is a youth population. However, there needs to be more opportunities for people to express that energy. Nigeria is bustling with a lot of energy. From Lagos to Kafanchan, there's a lot of energy in Nigeria. So I think that when it comes to fitness, there needs to be a lot of opportunity to channel that energy into healthy or health-related activities. So that's my own opinion.
So I also think I want you to agree or disagree that we do fitness unawares with how we do our things.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it can be organized fitness, like the one you are a convener. That's an organized fitness. But can somebody really be practicing fitness without being aware that he's practicing fitness with the work they do and all that?
Yeah. So, for instance, now let me give an example of a laborer. Like a laborer that has to carry sand or cement up and down a building. That's his massive fitness. Do you understand? Now, it may not be as organized as, you know, going to the gym and all that, but you're working out your body, you're fit. You find out that those guys, the six packs they have is even more than some athletes.
Of course.
Do you understand? So, or take a mechanic now that has to drill certain, or, you know, take someone that has to drill a borehole or a well. Those guys are super fit. You see their biceps and everything is so huge. So, I think that there are some jobs that tend towards, you know, physical activity, whereas some other jobs, like, you know, sitting down at a desk for 9 to 5 may not. So definitely the kind of jobs that you have will determine, you know, whether or not you are experiencing or expressing yourself in a physical way.
So you can still be fit without you getting aware that that's what you're doing. Perhaps you're thinking your job, like the bricklayer you mentioned, an example you mentioned, are just, oh, I'm going for my daily bread and all that. Meanwhile, the process of getting your daily bread accumulates fitness and all that. So what will you advise for someone like us that talk so much about fitness, talk about sport, but we don't go into fitness?
All right. So I think that for people that talk about it and don't go into it, I think you have to just ask yourself, why are you not going into it? And, you know, being fit is like an investment in your future. So you want to be able to invest properly in your future. You want to be able to be at 60, 70 years old and be able to play with your grandkids and be able to climb a flight of stairs and not be panting. So that's just the way it is. If you don't do that now, down the line, you'll probably be in and out of the hospital or not be able to play with your grandkids or even die at an early age. So at the end of the day, those are the things that you have to consider now. Do you want to pay the price now or pay the price later? So that's the question that you have to ask yourself.
And now, what do you think the nation should do? I mean, this is not just for the benefit of athletes, it's also for everybody listening, because fitness, it's required for everybody. What do you think the nation needs to do more? Privately, like you are doing yours privately, what do you think the nation should do more about keeping the nation fitness? What role do you think government needs to play?
Well, I think that's again, in school curriculum, most schools have physical education as a course or as a subject that people take. And so I think that physical education is something that we need to pay more attention to. So I know that when I was in school, physical education was a very, very important part of our schooling. So I think it was every Wednesday, you wear your white and white, you go to school, you run around the track, you play football, long tennis, volleyball, netball, and the likes. And so that should be part of every curriculum in every school. Now, another part of it is also to ensure that there's an enabling environment for people that want to do this kind of activities. Recently, I saw in Lagos that there is a bike park that was just recently inaugurated around the Koyoso. And so there needs to be more things like that. There are hardly any parks in Nigeria. If you go across the length and breadth of Nigeria, you find that there are no parks. And parks is also a way that, you know, people can go, they can walk around with their dogs or their spouses or whatever and go around and have a good time. So, like I said, fitness is not until you are running up and down a flight of stairs and lifting heavy weights, but just create an environment whereby, you know, go to a park, walk around 3, 4, 5 times, you've already done 30 minutes and you don't even notice, but your heart rate has gone up and you feel better and you go back home and you rest. So I think that those are the two things I think from a school perspective, and also creating an enabling environment vis-a-vis parks and gymnasiums and things like that. So I think those are the things that I would say, you know, and a lot of sensitization as well. There needs to be a lot of sensitization about the benefits of healthy living and working out and being fit.
Okay, well said. And let's go straight to the upcoming fitness event that's taking place. And looking definitely at this, we realize that I've been part of of it some years ago. Beyond the exercise, like we can see on our screen right now, that's one of the editions of the event. Beyond that, what is expected for every athlete? Because I know it's free.
Yes.
You understand? You're not asking anybody to pay for that, and that's like a CSR for the community. What is there any side attraction to that?
Oh yes. So I think this, unlike the other events that we've done before, this one is going to be in collaboration with an adult games community, let me call it. It's called Gameland. And so after the fitness events and the health checks, there's also going to be like an Olympic style games activities, whereby we're going to have people grouped into different groups, about 3 or 4 groups, and they're going to be competing on different events. So table tennis, snooker, there's going to be basketball, and
so
just
there'll
things
be
like
sports.
that. There will be sports.
In sports.
There will be sports.
Because that fitness and exercise is sport on its own.
Yes,
because I know every now and then, just the last Olympic, we had break dance.
Exactly.
You understand?
Exactly.
As a sport.
Yeah.
So that means, in as much as we are having the fitness exercise going on, there'll also be table tennis.
Yes.
There'll also be football.
Yes.
And there'll also be, I think you also mentioned free check or blood check.
So there'll be health checks as well. There'll also be, music. So the idea of it is it's called a fitness fiesta. So fiesta basically is Spanish for a party.
Okay.
So we're also trying to attract people beyond people that don't necessarily like to work out. Just come, have fun. Let's have a party. So it's going to be fun. There's going to be DJs there playing music. There's going to be some influencers there as well that you may know. That'll be also be attending the event. So it's going to be a fun event for everybody. So whether you're a fitness buff or you just started fitness that day, there's going to be something for everybody, and I'm sure that's going to be a fun time.
And the purpose is to... I notice also, like I asked earlier before I round up the show, that most of the events they do, organized like that, are not always on the mainland. I mean, there's disparity between... Why do we shift events like fitness to the island, you understand, and we take others outside it? Why on the island again?
Okay, so I think we've had our previous early editions were on the mainland at Isheri. We had 2 editions at the mainland, and then the last 2 we've done are on the island. But I can assure you that the next one we're going to be doing, we're even going to be going outside of Lagos. So we're going to be either Abuja or Port Harcourt. So I think the island just lends itself to a youthful population. You have a youthful population over there, and then you also have facilities whereby we can, like an event center like this, like Gameland. You don't have many of them on the mainland. So we just wanted something that after the workout, there are other activities that people can also engage in. But I can assure you that for the next one, we're definitely going to take it somewhere different from Lagos.
Before I let you go, for those asking that where it's going to be, we have definitely, it's free. This is not a paid event at all. At least you can just walk in and show, just like you going into the stadium. And that's going to be on February 22nd. That's on Saturday. Where you can just walk free and... you say that's on Lekki Gameland?
Yes, so Gameland, number 1 Providence Way.
Okay.
Yes, in Lekki.
So it's a free event, like going into the stadium to exercise yourself. There's nothing about collecting money or event. You can just be passing by and just so those asking out to be free and where you can get it. So that's a very, very good moment for you. And also, if you can't make it there, your house is also a center. You can jog within your house and just make sure that you are part of those Nigerians that get the regular exercise wherever you are. I'll say a big thank you for being part of the show.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
And the fitness should continue beyond the particular day. For
that's the hope. That's the hope that at least some people will come there that day and be inspired to continue to live a fitness and healthy lifestyle. So that's the idea. I hope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's been a wonderful time on the show today, and for those of you asking how you're going to be part of it, the exercise can start today at home to talk about, are you really part of the Nigerians are fit in Nigeria? Because, it's a question to ask yourself, is Nigeria a fitness nation? So if you think you are fit, then you can encourage other person, because you cannot be an athlete or you cannot be healthy without fitness. So same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome. I am Deji Badimasi. A five-man panel of the Supreme Court led by Justice Uwani Abba-Aji recently dismissed the appeal filed by the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, challenging the leadership of the Rivers State House of Assembly led by Martin Ameule. The Apex Court dismissed the appeal after Fubara's counsel Yusuf Ali sought to withdraw the appeal, claiming that it had been overtaken by events. In the lead judgment, the court faulted, among others, the decision by Fubara to deal with only 4 members out of 31 members of the assembly, saying it was a gross violation of the nation's 1999 constitution as amended. The Supreme Court also ordered that all actions taken by Fubara in their absence, including presenting the 2024 and 2025 budgets to just 3 lawmakers, have now been rendered null and void, ordering him to represent both budgets before the faction of the State House of Assembly led by Martin Ameule. Now, this ruling follows earlier decisions by the Federal High Court and Court of Appeal faulting Fubara's presentation of the Rivers State 800 billion naira 2024 budget before a 3-member House of Assembly led by Edison Ehie, calling it an aberration and, quote, illegality. Fubara had hinged his decision to present the 2024 budget to the Ehie faction of the House of Assembly on the grounds that the Ameule-led group had defected from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress and therefore ceased to be lawful members of the State Assembly. However, the lower courts ruled that he failed to provide evidence of their defection and therefore could not legally present the budget to a 4-member House, and so his case was struck out. But the latest ruling of the Supreme Court does not appear to have changed anything on the ground. The governor still does not deal with the State House of Assembly led by Martin Ameule. In fact, the state government insists, and its lawyers also insist, that the Supreme Court ruling did not recognize the Ameule-led assembly, and that the ruling was only based on the 2024 budget, which lifespan now had ended, and actually informed their decision to withdraw the case. So they insist that the 3-member factional House of Assembly led by Oko Jumbo still remains the Rivers State House of Assembly. Joining me now to discuss this further is legal practitioner Libros Oshoma. Libros, thank you very much for coming on the program as always. Help us to understand this judgment now by the Supreme Court. Of course, lawyers to Governor Fubara decided to withdraw the case. I believe you must have heard one of the lawyers, that's Chief Femi Falana, who has come out to explain that, look, this case had nothing to do with the leadership of the House of Assembly, that it was literally about the budget, that's the 2024 budget, and that the Supreme Court did not dabble into the issue of the leadership of the assembly, and that they decided to withdraw the case because, you know, the lifespan of the 2024 budget of the state had actually ended.
Yeah, thank you. Let's take the issues one after the other so that people will understand it for the benefit of our viewers and our listeners and everywhere in the world. I have consistently maintained and tried to explain this to the layman as much as I can, you know, in everyday language. This is a copy of the Constitution. The law is what the court says it is. And so, also in this book, we all know that you cannot resort to self-help. For every violation, there are penalties, except the penalties are not spelled out in the law book. I always explain with the case of stealing, murder. The penalty for murder, for example, if you kill somebody, is death. It is so in the criminal code. It is so in the penal code. But you cannot say because I saw the man committing murder and so you just kill him summarily. You must charge the man before the court because the Constitution says he is presumed innocent. And so, to that extent, it is the court. Subsection 2 says that the Speaker of the House will be the one to give vent to that subsection 1 paragraph G. But be that as it may, the court had also gone further to say that it is the court that will give power to subsection 1 of section 109 paragraph G. And so if anybody defects, it is not in the mouth of the Jibademosi, it is not in the mouth of Liberals or Shoma. So also, consequently, it's also not in the mouth of Fubara or Wike to say you have lost your seat. It is the court that will make that pronouncement. It is on that ground that the Court of Appeal said this budget you have presented was not properly presented. It is a joke taken too far. These people that you presented the budget to are not the only member. They're not the only members of the State House of Assembly. Go and present the budget to the larger State House of Assembly, because presenting it to 3 members out of 36 or so is out of 31 or 32 or so. It's a joke taken too far. So when you now say the court says go and present a budget to a larger house, you're saying that the court did not recognize those members as members of the House. So if the court did not recognize them as members of the House, who is the court asking you to go and present the budget to them? You already presented to 3 members that you have recognized in your own estimation. And the court says, no, these 3 members, presenting it to these 3 members is a joke taken too far. Go and represent it to the larger House. Consequently, what is the court telling you? The court is telling you that there are other members of the House that you did not recognize until the court decides whether they are still members of the House or not. You will continue to address them as members of the House. I am surprised sometimes that lawyers who should even know will twist it so well that they begin to, when political matters of this nature, are discussed, everybody becomes a lawyer. Everybody begins to interpret the law. Because you have lawyers also, because they are counseling that matter, they will begin to confuse the public, and then the public will be quoting them that, yes, this person said this person said that, and so he must be right. But that is not the law. Here, we do not resort to self-help in Nigeria. That is why even if you catch somebody stealing, yes, he will be arrested. He is still presumed innocent until you prove him guilty before a court of competent jurisdiction. In the same vein, those people you said they have defected, the presumption is still that they are still members of the house.
But the argument of some of them,
and are defected.
Yes, so the argument of some of them, and I think I'll still make reference to Chief Falana here. His argument is that, look, the provision is automatic, that the moment you defect from one party to the other as a member of a state house or even a member of the National Assembly, that is automatic, that you don't even need any kind of declaration at all, that you automatically lose your seat.
No, Deji, that is not true. That is not correct. That is Femi Falana's interpretation. But that's not the law. That is not what the law says. That is not what the Supreme Court had consistently interpreted. If you look at subsection 2 of section 109, to tell you that that section is not automatic, this is our law, this is the Constitution. I'm reading from the Constitution. It says, the Speaker of the House of Assembly shall give effect to subsection 1 of this section. So, however, that the Speaker or a member shall first present evidence satisfactory to the House that any of the provisions of that subsection has become applicable in respect of the manner of the member. So if the section is automatic, why did the subsection now says that the Speaker shall give effect? If the section is automatic, why is it that people who defected from the National Assembly, why are they not losing their seat? Why do somebody now need to go to court to ask the court to make a pronouncement that they vacate their seat? Other people that have defected, that the court had made pronouncements that once it is established that you defected, that you automatically lost your seat, why did these persons go to court? If that is the position of the law, what indirectly, Chief Femi Falana, with all due respect to him, my oga and my boss, what it is saying is that if I catch somebody stealing now, then immediately, automatically, I shouldn't even need to take him to court. Automatically, I should send him to jail. That's what he's saying. And that's not the intendment. I want to move to the intendment. That is not the position of our legal jurisprudence. So our legal jurisprudence is not one that encourages self-help. So there is no provision in that law that is self-executory. It is not self-executory. Now, I agree Femi Falana is a lawyer to the government. Then certainly he will argue the case of his client. But when we are called to, some of us went to read law because of people like Femi Falana, because we believe that we love the advocacy and the way they have consistently, head out, the law for the benefit of, the society. But on this one, I will beg to disagree with him. That is not the position of the law.
So what's the implication of this withdrawal of the suit now from the Supreme Court? What does it mean? Because their argument is that, look, that they decided to withdraw the case because it's a mere academic exercise, that they do not want to waste the time of the court, that it changes nothing. What exactly is the implication? Because obviously the court will still enter judgment anyway.
Deji, there is a subsisting court of appeal judgment that they appealed against. So if there is a subsisting court of appeal judgment that held that their actions were illegal, and then you appeal against that judgment saying that your actions were illegal, and at the Supreme Court you withdrew your appeal, what you are saying now is that you agree that your actions are illegal. Because that is the position of the law. Mind you, at the beginning I said the law is what the court says it is.
It is.
The court had said that your action by presenting the budget to 3 members are illegal. So you went on appeal to say no, it is not illegal. Superior Court holds that it is not illegal. And at the Supreme Court, you withdrew that request, saying because you have illegally spent the money, you have illegally appropriated the money. And so to that extent, it's an exercise of futility, whether the court says it is. And so you withdrew that your request. I'm using the word, the everyday word now, so that the man on the street will understand me. You don't withdrew. So if you withdrew that your request to hold that the action is not illegal, what is remaining? That Court of Appeal decision that your action is illegal. Does that cure the fact that that action is illegal? The answer is no. You have also added illegality to the previous illegality by passing the 2025 budget in the same manner, using the same method. And so you have said, well, we have illegally spent the previous money. There's nothing that can be done about it. For me, it is smack of executive arrogance, executive recklessness, executive rascality. And so you said, look, there's nothing anybody can do about it. So we withdraw the appeal. Go to hell. Do whatever you can do. We have done it again in 2015. You go to court. By 2016, they will come again and say, we will withdraw the appeal. It is, it is a time wastage because we have spent the money. And if tomorrow the same House of Assembly now sits down to impeach the same governor, we will look for who to blame. We will say government is manipulating and all of that. The question now, apart from the issue of budget, what were the other issues that the Court of Appeal decided? That judgment of the Court of Appeal is the subsisting judgment on that matter today. What were the other issues that the Court of Appeal decided? Are those issues be appealed? The answer is no. So what are we talking about? Why is it that in Nigeria, when we feel somebody is the weaker one, we just support the person blindly, irrespective of what they do or what they have done? What we are doing now, we are turning the law upside down because some persons want to blindly support what Governor Fubara.
But then in this case, it's lawyers. In this case, it's lawyers and very senior lawyers who are helping to turn the law upside down.
My fear, Deji, is that tomorrow, if care is not taken, one man in some states can just sit down as the only member of House of Assembly and say that the governor will say, yes, he's the only member. He passes the budget, he will take decision as House of Assembly, and they will tell the rest of us, go to hell. After all, you supported the impunity when it was in Rivers State. And that is my danger. That's the danger of supporting this, setting a very bad precedent. Because, some persons have argued that according to Justice Mohammed Lawal Uwais, a former Chief Justice of the Federation, that you do not need to comply with the provisions of Section 91 that insists that the members of the State House of Assembly must not be more than 25 at every given time. That once member seats are declared vacant. I agree with the judgment, but the proviso here is that it is until the court declares those seats vacant. It is until the court declares those seats vacant. Then you can now say what you have in Rivers State is the court has declared the seat of 27 lawmakers vacant. So the only remaining lawmakers are 3. So INEC need to conduct election into those 27 seats. Until that is done, the 3 lawmakers will conduct the business of the House. That is the implication of that judgment or a waste judgment that they keep referring to. But here, a court has not made a pronouncement. If that's the case, so why are they in court?
You're right.
So now what they are saying is that it is for the lawmakers to go and prove that they have not lost their seat. It is not for the people who are alleging them. For the first time in our law, somebody is telling me that it is not he who asserts that must prove. That once they say, excuse me, once there's an allegation against you, then there is no proof. And that once there's that allegation, then there shouldn't be any proof. The man who asserts should not prove. It is for you now to go and defend yourself. That now, since somebody has said, oh, there is video evidence, these people address press conference and that they have defected. And so immediately, what that means is that nobody should take them to court. Court should not make a pronouncement on it. That is not the law. That is not the law. You still need, that is why the court is asking, show me evidence of defection. What is the register? Apart from addressing what are the processes, what are the procedures for establishing registration of a party and defection from a party? The court will look into all of this. But if you say the self-executory, that the court does not need to make a pronouncement, then why is the court looking into the process of defection?
Liberals, I think we'll just have to leave it there.
Turning law upside down for the benefit
Thank you so much for this incisive elucidation. I want to appreciate you for coming on the program. As always, thanks a lot for your time.
Always my pleasure. Always my pleasure. Anytime.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, following the relative success of Operation Safe Corridor in Nigeria's northeast zone, targeting Boko Haram defectors now, the Nigerian military has decided to reenact the initiative in the northwest geopolitical zone, establishing its headquarters in Safe local government area of Zamfara state. The initiative aims to curb insecurity by providing a structured process for rehabilitating and reintegrating repentant terrorists who voluntarily surrender their arms. Now, for context, Operation Safe Corridor is a specialized military initiative designed to offer a pathway for insurgents and bandits to surrender, repent, and get reintegrated into society. It's actually structured around 5 key components: disarmament, demobilization, de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration. So the initiative is now expanding to the northwest to address the ongoing security crisis in states like Zamfara, Kebbi, Katsina, Sokoto, and Kaduna. Authorities believe from experience the initiative is effective in curbing terrorism and banditry through rehabilitation. Joining me now to discuss this further is the former chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, Reverend John Hayab. Reverend Hayab is also the country director for Global Peace Foundation, Nigeria. And Salahuddin Hashim, who is a security expert and program director of Clean Foundation, also joins us as well. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. And let me start with you, Reverend. I know there is something like this going on in Kaduna State that the Kaduna State government initiated. So now you have the military coming up with this, taking it now to the northwest of the country. What's your take on it?
Thank you very much for having me. In the first place, the Nigerian military initiative to open rehabilitation centers for bandits or for terrorists has been part of their broader effort to address insecurity and conflict in our region. This kind of program typically aims to reintegrate individuals involved in criminal activities such as banditry or terrorism into society through counseling, education, and vocational training. We all know that rehabilitation initiative can be controversial, as they raise questions about accountability, justice for victims, and the potential for these victims or these bandits not to go back again to crime. The last time I had a conversation around this, I was questioning why. But it is not completely saying that it should not be done. Simply, we just need to be sure those who want to do the rehabilitation, are they having the capability? Do they have required experience and knowledge? do they have facilities that they are going to do this? The challenge here is that Nigerians have suffered in the hands of these bandits, and it will be painful for Nigerians to see that their tax pay or earn money is being used for bandits who, in the name of rehabilitation and after some time, they will come back and torment them.
Salahuddin, let me come to you. You know, the military is saying it's had a relative success in the northeast of the country. But do you think we can see the same kind of thing play out in the northwest of the country with this one that it's decided to set up in Zamfara?
All right. Operation Safe Corridor is actually a non-kinetic line of operations. And to be very honest, it is actually one of the most effective ways of ensuring that we manage a sustainable pathway to peace. And just like you had mentioned in your intro, one of the sixth pillar that also seemingly has been introduced is the reconciliation component. And that is because no matter what you look like in terms of reintegration, if you don't reconcile using some kind of traditional justice approaches, opportunities are there that mass assassination might follow suit, because most of the community members recognize and they know those guys who perpetrated those ills in their respective communities. Having said that, I think again there is a faulty structure in the way and manner that the Safe Corridor program is being configured in this part of the world, particularly in this country. And I think again it is actually faulty design to have the military lead in this kind of operations, because in most developed climes where incidences and structures like this are designed, it is actually civilian-led. And that is because it is non-kinetic. It is expected to have various components, which is also an aspect of trauma healing, psychosocial component, and all of the healing that borders around economic reintegration, and a way of also making sure that that particular fellow does not also go back into the forest. And one of the things we have also noticed very clearly from the Northeast event is that some of those guys, after reintegrating them back into the society, is that they find their way back into the forest. And of course, having also recognized the way and manner the military structures and platform communicate, and they understand the code language, understand how they therefore also get back. And this in itself is something that I think the military needs to be very wary around. It is safer for the military if they actually outsource this component to civilians who also have developed expertise in this particular regard. Soft power approach is an emerging concept everywhere in the world. But I think it is very important for us to appraise what we have done in the Northeast and also give ourselves the requisite mark to say, look, we may not have done well.
Reverend talked about justice for the victim. And, you know, you look at this whole process, just as you have said, everything is structured around rehabilitation for those who have perpetrated these heinous crimes. But what about justice for the victims?
And this is something that I believe that even the legal framework in itself, particularly the Terrorism Prevention Act, I need to find a way to work very closely with the current justice sector to be able to find the exact kind of response and judicial solution to the challenges that we currently are confronting us. I can tell you that not too many convictions have actually been secured as it relates to terrorism in this country, despite the fact that we have actually been able to successfully raid and incarcerate a number of them. And it is worrisome that after several jailbreaks, that most of these guys are waiting trial, also find their ways out. And this tells us very clearly that the entire criminal justice in supporting the fight against terrorism also need a lot of rehabilitation in itself. As a matter of fact, I am thinking that the entire GTR that we are talking about, model should also go to the criminal justice system as a measure of ensuring that we have a more internalized, structured, and more responsive criminal justice to the contemporary problem that we have. Because to be very honest, there is a deficit in terms of justice, and the victims are also seen. And because justice is not served, a number of them have also been recruited because they know too well that there is no patriotism in waiting for the state to serve justice.
Reverend, let me come to you because I know you work with victims of terrorism a lot. For some of these victims, when they see programs like this and, and nothing is done for them, how do they feel? What are they telling you?
Well, you see, the challenge is anytime you see those who have caused you pain, those who have caused you sorrow, those who have bring mourning to your family, being celebrated and being cared for, and no one has spoken to you, no one has even attempted to hear what pains you are going through. It is a difficult thing to bear. For those of us in the place of faith, we always tell them, believe in God, trust in God, forgive and forget. But you see, in a state of trauma, people can forgive, but they will not forget. In a state of trauma, people may not speak, but you are provoking them to react or to join the group, as my colleague have said. So we desire that there should be rehabilitation. We desire that there should be reconciliation. We desire that all those things that are put in place should be done. But what we truly and we should insist must happen is the place of justice and the care for victims. And this is what the victims really want. If you show care and concern to victims and there is justice, whatever program you do for those who are coming out of crime will not be a problem for them, because naturally we will have criminals element among us, and government should have a system that will either make them face the law of the cost of their action, or judgment for their action, or rehabilitate them, especially those young children that were fooled into believing that being a bandit or becoming a terrorist is having God. So there are a lot of things that need to be done, but the victims, there should be no silence, there should be no abandoning of the victim.
So the audio is a bit problematic, but Salaudin, what do you make of this idea of rehabilitation also for the victims?
Yeah, I mean, it is actually something that we should prioritize as a matter of fact, because the only way our action can actually communicate to them that the state is actually interested in their plight is actually to demonstrate that. And to be very honest, in the entire rehabilitation value chain, I think the military should have a limited and minimal role. The role of the military is to decimate and to dominate. But when you put military institutions in a pathway for reorientation, I think it begins to also challenge their mentality and the psychology that allows them to become the machine that we actually expect them to be. So in terms of how victims are also projected and prioritized, I think one of the deficits in terms of what the state has actually done in response for over a decade is that we have actually not provided victims with the relevant safeguard. I mean, good enough, some international communities have made that as their own focus, but the state hasn't done that. If you check day in, day out, as it currently stands in this country, we don't even have an official or a dedicated IDP camps. The places you see currently as IDP camps are just areas where people have actually dominated in some way. It took campaign of terrorism started in the Northeast for us to even have an IDP policy. And that is just a policy that is not in itself provided with the legal framework to be able to function in a robust manner. Our emergency response in this country is still very weak. Our response agencies don't still have the requisite infrastructure for them to function properly. And we still have issues that border around our inability to reach out in time, and of course in a timely manner. The infrastructures are in a very terrible state that we cannot even put in the public sphere. And my question here is, how does the state in itself put the plight of victims in the front burner without ensuring that they have some kind of space where those people can habitate in the event that they are in distress, and that there are specific kind of safeguards that also comes to them. If you go to most of those camps currently, there are places where another layers of corruption happen, where camp commandants have also begun and introduced what you now know as sex for food for the young ladies in most of those IDP camps. And I think government needs to put additional searchlights in those areas to be able to also interrogate how accountable are those items that are also distributed in those areas. So those guys and those victims have suffered multi-layered threats and, of course, abuses, both in the hands of non-state actors, and, of course, by the time they arrive in camp, they have also suffered additional harm in the hands of state actors.
I think we'll just have to leave it there. I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. Reverend John Hayab, thank you very much for your time. We had a problem with your audio. Unfortunately, we would not be able to continue. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. I'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Transparency International, a global coalition against corruption, has ranked Nigeria as the 36th most corrupt country in the world, according to the 2024 Corruption Perception Index, CPI, released on Tuesday. Nigeria shares the position with Uganda, Mexico, Madagascar, Iraq, and Cameroon, each scoring 26 points on the corruption index. Now, this latest ranking marks an improvement for Nigeria, which moved up 5 places from its 2023 position and 10 spots compared to 2022. Despite the slight improvement, though, in the CPI ranking, Nigeria still struggles with corruption, especially in its public sector. Embezzlement of public funds, bribery, electoral malpractice, and weak institutional frameworks that allow corruption to thrive are still problems in the country. And the country is grappling with them, actually. So the Nigerian government has expressed commitments now to tackling the problems, I should say, with policies aimed at improving governance, enhancing public sector efficiency, and promoting transparency. The country's anti-graft agency, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has secured quite a number of convictions in court against corrupt persons. But it's all still a work in progress. Some experts have said the enforcement of stricter accountability measures, increasing transparency in public procurement, and ensuring judicial independence are critical steps towards reducing corruption levels in Nigeria. Joining me now to discuss more on the subject is the Deputy Director of the Socio-Economic Rights Accountability, Sarah Kolawole Oluwadare. Mr. Oluwadare, thank you very much for coming on the program. Should we be celebrating this gradual movement? I know it's not a fantastic movement, but then from 2022 to 2025, we can see a gradual movement that we're coming up gradually. At least we're making we're taking some positive steps, right?
Thank you very much for that question. And it would depend on who is looking at it. Who is speaking to that movement in terms of the local context, what is happening on ground, to say whether it is something to be celebrated or not. And that is why it is very important to understand
the methodology or the basis of these corruption perception index by Transparency International. There are 10 major metrics used in these perception survey. And when you look at it and you identify them with the local issues that we are grappling with in Nigeria, you would perhaps have cause to be a bit skeptical, or not necessarily skeptical. You would see the movement, whether up or down, in the Nigeria context a bit more or differently. So, for instance, one of the things that are used would be bribery, a diversion of public funds, ability of government to contain corruption, and the likes. In the past 1 year, what we have witnessed in Nigeria, particularly from the advocacy standpoint of SERAP, does not reflect Nigeria's commitment to fighting corruption.
Okay.
And there are several examples. I'll give you just a few. The Auditor General of the Federation is an appointee of the President. And in line with the statutory mandate under the Constitution, he or she, the holder of that office, publishes reports annually about funds, which is the result of the audit process across federal ministries, departments, and agencies. And every year without fail, the Auditor General has reported billions of naira, that could simply not be accounted for. And SERAP have taken several steps, including letters to the President, to ministries, and even litigations that are still pending in court, to draw the attention of the President to these sad situation, particularly to ensure a recovery of these funds. And that has not been done. How can we say we are fighting corruption? The 2025 budget just passed by way of appropriation at the National Assembly is more than 50 trillion naira. We are going to borrow a significant percentage of those funds to finance the budget. And that is without prejudice to whatever is going to come up as supplementary appropriation. Why are we not looking inwards to ensure that wherever these monies are being stolen from are stopped, and to ensure that we get the recovery of these funds? What about the transparency index in terms of accountability and access to information by the government? How well does the Nigerian government respond to freedom of information requests? How well are Nigerians familiar with the budgetary breakdowns of various arms of government, particularly the executive and that of the legislature? Do we have a breakdown of the National Assembly budget for 2024? We do not have it for 2025. Can we say government is transparent? The various loans that Nigeria has taken between last year and this year, how have they been used? Are there means that allows public access to how these funds have been spent? Where are the contracts? How were the contracts allocated? What procurement process did they follow? What is the status of all these projects? Those are the things that will drive the perception and the reality, I dare say, of Nigerians in terms of whether the Nigerian government is fighting corruption or not. And until the Nigerian people, or perhaps at least a significant percentage or a simple majority, can affirm that on the ground corruption is being fought in some of these ways I've mentioned, then the perception index, whether it's up or down, it not really matter in that instant.
What areas do you think the government is doing well in terms of the fight against corruption? I was going to ask you a follow-up. And what do you think also that the government needs to do to improve on the fight against corruption? Because if the government is doing well in certain areas, then there definitely would be certain areas that it is not doing well, that your organization, for instance, SERAP, would want to see some kind of improvements. So, as I said again, it just can't be all doom and gloom. There must be certain areas that the government, you think the government is doing well, and then those areas that you think it is not doing well, what you expect to see.
The only thing perhaps you can say that the Nigerian government does so well will be perhaps the political aspect of governance, which is more of the show. We allocate XY, and I'm not giving that example. Government can easily tell you there has been an increased allocation to education. It's a fact, it's true. But how much of that impacts gets to the people? That is another truth that must be compared with the first truth to know whether we are making progress. So the Nigerian government we have made progress in the political aspect of fighting corruption, which is the talk. But in the actual work, the details of the work, we have made no progress. So it is a lot of movement without any progress. I can say that clearly. That is because the actions of the government is rooted in lack of transparency and accountability. The budget for this year has just been passed. It's in excess of 50 trillion. Everybody will clap. It sounds good. The allocations to the ministries, department, and sector sounds good. You will say that is fine. This is just political. What about monitoring what gets to these agencies, how they are used, and how it benefits to the people?
There's something I'd actually been meaning to ask you, and since you're here now, you know, it's something that I'd actually been meaning to find out from Serap. Almost every week you file cases in court. You have several cases in court, several of them. Does it bother you at all that, you know, you have these mountain of cases in court and you are not getting speedy, speedy hearing as you would expect? Because I believe by now you must have lost count of the number of cases you have in court.
The basis of those cases, they are essentially public interest litigation. None of them is to Serap's private interest. It means that we have filed those cases because agencies of government, ministries, department, and even the president himself and governors have refused to do what the law says they should do. Some of them are freedom of information requests, which is basically Serap exercising its rights as citizens of Nigeria to ask for information, which speaks to transparency. The government does not provide information, and we go to court because the same law that allows us to ask demand for information, Section 20 of the Freedom of Information Act, allows us to go to court to compel the government to act. That becomes another source of public interest litigation. Lately, we went to court to compel the president to issue a to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs to disclose more than 50 billion naira that the Auditor General said is missing from that department. Do you think that is such a case that we should go to court for if the president has done what the law says he should do and Serap has reminded him to do? Those are some of those cases that we go to court to file.
Kolaole Uluwadare, the Deputy Director, Serap, thank you very much for coming on the show, and thanks for making out time to speak with us.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate. I will take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, on November 8, 2025, eligible voters in Anambra State will go to the polls to either renew Professor Charles Soludo's tenure as governor or vote him out. Although Anambra is a stronghold of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, other parties have actually been making some inroad in the state, trying to warm themselves into to the electorate now in readiness for the coming gubernatorial elections. The ruling All Progressives Congress is one of such parties. The party has never done well in state and national elections in the state, but it is hoping to change the narrative this time around. Quite a number of top politicians in the state have recently defected to the party, and so far, the APC looks like the only party in the state that could give APGA a run for its money in the coming election. Among the major governorship aspirants under the platform of the party are Paul Chukwuma, Nicholas Ukachukwu, a serial contestant, and Obiora Okonkwo, who only recently defected to the party. There's even reports now that the PDP candidate in the last governorship election in the state, Valentine Ozigbo, could be joining the party soon and vie for its gubernatorial ticket. That report, though, has not been officially confirmed.
So the APC is now appearing to be a beautiful bride for quite a number of politicians in the state. But can that change the political equation and displace ABGA in the state? Let's now try to unpack all of this with Ezeoku Magnus, who is the convener, APC First Progressives Change Ambassador. He joins us from Awka, the Anambra State capital. And let me say, Magnus actually used to be a member of ABGA and was a youth leader under ABGA. Magnus, thank you very much for coming on the program. So do you think... Yes, so do you think the party that you belong to now, that's the All Progressives Congress, can actually displace your former party, ABGA, in your state?
Yes, very, very yes. APC has come with the renewed agenda, and they have a whole lot of programs for the Anambra. The truth of the matter is that we have come with a conversation. We are introducing a conversation around our people, because when we're in Africa, we're telling them that APC is a party, is a regional party, is the Hausa party, the Fulani party, and all stuff. But today, we have come to tell our people the truth of the matter, because all those things were semantics we were using up there to deceive our people then when we're in Africa, that Africa is this and that. But you cannot compare a party that have a national coverage. Are you following me? APC right now have a wonderful candidate in the person of Okachukwu, like you mentioned. You have Paul Chukwuma. We have Nicholas Okachukwu. We have Paul Chukwuma. We have Umoji. We have Obiora Okonkwo, the airline guy. All these people are people with track record that want to come to us. Soludo is doing his business because he came with an agenda to enrich himself. He did not come for the people of Anambra, because if you come in Anambra,
you are among those who actually worked for Soludo.
Happened the last 3 years
were in the party
of his existence as governor here. As governor here is terrible, and you cannot tell me that a governor who has people at heart, who are allow people to be dying in that contour. In the last 3 years.
But can I ask you this, Magnus? Let me ask you this, Magnus. If you can hear me, can I ask you this?
Because election is just around the corner. He's coming up with propaganda of all the security outfit when we are in the 21st century.
But can I ask you this? Can I ask you? You were in ABGA. Hello? Can you hear me? You were in ABGA. Yeah. So. And you were among those who projected Soludo as the solution that the state actually needs. So what has changed now?
No. Then he was coming from the angle of the central bank stuff, and we thought he has stuff up here. We thought then the Anambra thought he has something to give to Anambra people. But it was when we elected him in that we remember that all those years that he was a central bank, he never gave anybody any job. So it was an error to allow him to come at the first instance. Are you following me? It was an error to allow him to come at the first instance. And then the Anambra, by the grace of God, are committed right now, passionately committed to tell him by. He has tried. If he finishes 4 years, he will just go. Because governance is all about the people. You can't continue to be doing all sorts of things and claiming that you are doing this or doing that and stuff like that. There must be a bridge. You must bridge the gap between infrastructural development, and if infrastructural development is even building, is patriotic. Because I will tell you, when Peter was here, he built every road, and people were still on. He was still doing the people, and you cannot be doing governance without the people. In Anambra today, you tell me that somebody is trying to do one or two things, and they allow people to be dying. In his administration, two House Assembly members has been killed in this administration. And the truth of the matter is Anambra needs the best. But when he was coming on board, he said that Anambra is the safest.
Let me ask you this.
Then what happened? What changed? So when he came on board, Anambra changed to something else. Every place said the people have been kidnapped in this state. And few months to the election, he decided to introduce one group of group of people that I even killed. The other day in Zunaka, some people were killed there. And they say that they are innocent people. You cannot bring us back to
but let me ask you this. Do you think, whether,
a lot of gadgets.
Can you hear me, Magnus? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now, the truth is, look, ABGA is very, very much ingrained in Anambra State. It's a party that the people love. It's a party they identify with the late Odumegwu.
It was all.
And ABGA has been there, right? Just hold on.
ABGA to be loved then. It was people like Ojukwu that made ABGA to be loved. Today, Soludo has removed Ojukwu's face in ABGA. ABGA is the shadow of itself. Oh. It was Ojukwu that made ABGA to be loved. But today, Ojukwu's face is no more in ABGA. And as I tell you today, Ojukwu's son, the image of that his father is in APC. Are you following me? Ojukwu's son is in APC. And the president even gave the wife of Ojukwu's the widow of Ojukwu. The president just gave her a minister appointment the other day. So what are we talking about? The issue is about the people. That is why we have activated a conversation around all this, that our people need to know, our people need to understand that APGA is a one-room apartment, and APC is a duplex for our people. And you know the difference between a room apartment and a duplex. The difference between a room apartment and a duplex is the convenience. APC first is telling the people, APC first has started the conversation already. We are telling the people that all the people in APC is our people, not those people that are talking about. The likes of the Mumojis, the likes of the Paul Chukwumas, the likes of the Nicholas Okochukwu, a renowned popular politician we know here over the years, all of them are people who have track record. The like of Ibidu Shekurife, the distinguished performing senator of Anambra, the lady performing senator. She's in APC. So you cannot detach APC performance. APC is a party in Anambra that has come to give us the best. And that is what we are talking about. I'm not talking about the old days when P2B was here and all that. And after P2B stayed in Anambra, he went still to the National Party, PDP then, before PDP was displaced in 2015. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a party that is constructively rearranged, progressively rearranged to take over Anambra and give Anambra the best. APC is determined, all of them that are from Paul Chukwuma to Nicholas Ukachukwu to Obiora Okonkwo, all of them are talking about bridging the gap between infrastructural development and human capital development. And that is what this man on the South do now. A governor that will not want to spend one kobo to save somebody's life. He's not wanting to lead. He's not wanting to be in saddle of governor. Most of the things you say you are building, you are not. Nobody is being carried around that. Are you following me? You say you are doing this, you are doing that, you are pocketing money and putting inside your pocket and all that.
Well, those are allegations now, but I think we'll just have to end it here, Magnus. It's just interesting that you used to be the youth leader of ABGA, and I'm just surprised. I keep wondering what has changed. But anyway, I'm afraid we'll just have to leave it here. We're still going to continue the discussion as we move closer to the election. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks for coming on the show. All right, that's how much we can take on the program this week. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
On the news, accidental airstrike by Nigerian military jet targeting bandits wipes out family of 6 in Katsina State. Lagos Assembly members pass vote of confidence in Miranda adjourns plenary indefinitely. And federal government calls for dignified repatriation of United States set to deport 201 Nigerians. Many thanks for joining us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Atikun. At least 6 family members have been killed after a Nigeria army jet mistakenly bombed a village while targeting armed gangs in Katsina State, northwest Nigeria. Local residents report that the incident took place on Saturday, February 15, in Zaka village, Safana district, when security operatives attempted to thwart an attack planned by bandits against voters in the aftermath of the local government elections. The airstrike reportedly came after armed police base in the area and engaged the bandits in a fierce gun battle, killing 2 policemen and a vigilante, while another officer who sustained injuries later succumbed to death. The latest tragedy has sparked renewed concerns over the military's counter-insurgency operations and the safety of civilians caught in the crossfire. Lawmakers in the Lagos State House of Assembly have passed a vote of confidence in the Speaker of the House, Mojisola Miranda, following rumors of her possible resignation. The motion affirming the members' trust in Miranda was moved by the lawmaker representing Oshodi Solo Constituency 2, Oladipo Ajomale, during plenary in the Assembly complex in Lagos on Monday, February 17, 2025, amid the leadership tussle between ousted Speaker Mudashiru Obasa and Miranda. During the session presided over by Miranda, the majority leader Temitope Adewale moved a motion to adjourn plenary indefinitely, which was unanimously approved by the House. The vote was cast despite the invasion of the Assembly earlier by the Department of State Security (DSS) and the Nigeria Police, sealing the offices of the Speaker, her deputy, and the Clerk of the House. Speaking during a plenary, the lawmaker representing Alimosho Constituency 2, Kehinde Joseph, called for the Director General of the DSS to be summoned by the National Assembly to explain the action, insisting they must be held accountable.
I hereby call that the DG of the DSS should be called upon to explain to the House the reasons behind the invasion of the Lagos State House of Assembly. That he should please call his men to order that whatever collateral damages that might have happened should be recorded on them. That the governor of Lagos State, that I call on all our political leaders to stop these shenanigans before it leads to death of any members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, because the House has been desecrated and are made to come to the chamber with weapons. That the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, as the chief security officer of the state, should please come to our aid and set up a panel to unravel what led to the invasion.
If there are issues, they should approach the leadership. If there are issues anywhere, they approach seniors. We fought when we are in the university level that there must be democracy in this country. What we've seen today, I don't know what we are going to tell our children. That we have to force ourselves to our own chamber. And I knew that all our elders, or all our leaders that stood for democracy during this period will not be happy seeing what we saw today.
This is not the first time they will remove a speaker. Doko Pelumi was removed in this house. Heaven does not fall. Honorary Kutai Joshua was removed. Heaven does not fall. Just of recent, it happened in Ogun State. Heaven does not fall. Why is our role? We have done it with truthfulness and sincerity. We have no reason to turn back. Madam Speaker, we are totally with you. You go nowhere. Nobody's removing you.
Joining me on the news to discuss the DSS invasion of the Lagos House of Assembly is legal practitioner Liboros Oshoma. Thank you for your time. Now, what do you make of the invasion by the DSS and the Nigeria Police, of the Lagos Assembly, sealing the offices of the House Speaker, her deputy, and the clerk? Well, of course, as you may be aware, the DSS has issued a statement saying it acted on the invitation of the State House of Assembly. But then the House has also issued a statement that even though it indeed asked the DSS for more security protection for the Assembly complex, it never asked the agency to seal off the place or offices of principal officers. Now, do you think this was a case of miscommunication, or there may have been more to it?
Yeah, thank you. I do not think it's a case of miscommunication. I think there's more to it, really, because if you remember, this last time there was an invitation by the DSS to the members, some members of the State House of Assembly, and at the end of the day, we learned that some members of the House of Assembly were eventually, the news initially was that some were detained, but at the end, eventually granted bail. And now, I've also seen the letter from the DSS claiming that they were invited to beef up security. But from the videos that you have shown so far and from what we have seen, that doesn't look like beefing up security. It looks like so that it is not in communication. But I will call for first again. Like remember said, this is time that the star would be removed from the State of Assembly in Lagos. Others been removed and the heavens didn't fall. And so, if a speaker is removed, there are procedures, there are clear-cut procedures spelled out in the Constitution on how to ventilate. It is not by resorting to self-help and the former speaker insisting that is the speaker and wanting to come occupy office. This attached to the jurisdiction of the court. People is that something in a wrong for. And I also think this is the high time that the president there may be they are dropping. Should stand up to shake his company because and this situation that got that the cases in this case I believe that was a removal had followed. Also, aware that this has been the jurisdiction of the court. So if I wanted to and want to then now pay for it in the first place, some of them is short. I say that it is above and be invited by the DSS. Once there is an allegation, once there is a fear, there's no fear. I will break down an order. It is not enough to come and self offices. The first thing with the DSS invite the if a petitioner, someone like Liboros Oshoma, or just any other person, DSS will invite you for statement or for statement. But it's not a show of this. And this members are being fair. So no, all defense apart from Mr. President himself, they are calling other members to order because not only the leader of the party at the center, he's the leader of the team, where also was once also so truly indeed in very matter. Then lastly, there's party and incomparable. Those people, one cannot just rely on everyone. And then submit to the court, then you now stick the time to invade a House of Assembly. Otherwise, if you tolerate this, then it will be easy to say that it's the party that tolerates it.
Well, I was going to ask you what the next move by the members of the Legate of Ascension, and although they call the National Assembly to summon this opening.
We call it on Assembly to summon the SDG. It's not enough because there's not here. I have to see this Lagos. And then let's certainly emanate from the office in Lagos. And also, the jurisdiction of the Assembly in Lagos. So enough to go back to the Assembly. They also, within the right that the delegation is attempting to disrupt city and is attempting to invade the house by forcefully coming to sit as the outside. Why is there nobody chat? Why are not even about the party inviting the questioning? That's the challenge. It's not just the police. It depends on the option. And the party you accept that some things are happy with what it's doing. Otherwise, if you were ordinary matters, the police will invite for question to invite the party on the decision should be about and so on. But they don't ask people to get those who have taken care to the time just be auctions.
What happened in the Lagos? Thank you very much. Where the chairman and me have been in filing several government areas roughly further surrounding a coast on slow government and cause trouble of success and bureaucracy crisis sporadic gunshots while by cabinet for safety. The police person state Imalola executives have been deployed to local councils across the state to maintain order. Storage and Chief of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission NIDCOM has passed the Nigerian agreement with the Ethiopian government on prisoner transfer exchange. The NIDCOM with the above meeting the community of the faith that she has taken AU heads of government arguing further treatment at Nigerian Foreign Affairs, other objects like the visa and now of state for diplomatic aid.
Standard it was that being with lines in the major drop 9%. So that they not had much sold but they now gave amnesty and released all the prisoners. 2 years back, they returned. For prison transfer between Ethiopia.
June wants to travel to Ethiopia cannot, because if you go to the embassy, they tell you to make an application online, which was applicable to the person. If you did it online, I have heard from the immigration been no process request from this applicant and would never access. Unless you're coming to work at the where if about this conferences every we still them. Then in Nigeria, tourists have to less in the true African Union. This is very because in the only cheap because of between Ethiopia so first we resist the negative we had that lot of time here for Moses. The embarrassment at the point is necessary.
Instead of the Vice of State, Young Kaudumi Group has urged the United States when immigration station gets by the Nigeria with the President okay media. The 101 Nigerians in U.S. make the live for deported treated the last settlers as earning. The also urged the committee to drop visa for renewal of denial visas. Now, India has several answered that small billion naira or easy the operational declaration involved incident linked from the vehicle even carry NDA to explain Femi come to the research assignment drugs, meth, and him has money.
Thus, arrest prisoner is 70 opted as in Kenya, Tospadmo and Man, for you and also Nancy Dodin in the Geisha, the Umbai, Wunicha, General, Marshall's high point would be arrested at 4:15. Never see on the seat to go to my funds for child. Topic to live and just drink the cases of relevant too long. It is a toss on Samuel C2 just 0.5 with 9 chocks and every round of our magic state letter of this suspect. Recovery kills on to 5 forms of which Robert and the director Born Lake, John Chief of ND, Congress of Attack, Nation by Sins.
Some of the units in details. Welcome to Top. Please remember today was Gazaka, Davanaka, North Thailand, borders in my local election. Also told Lagos office Halan room of pollination. The fight about the and at the end. In case you need more updates, what today or we are on Twitter and Google on Facebook. Now the news is on standby with the list. Over to Joe.
And welcomes President the creation of the press agency for these wide in society who had done that is role that would act as assessment of the economy. You see what everyone credit consists economic can country to fund great men, improve trend and promote sustainable economic growth the continent. Go back with market report. Well, which share dropped by 10% share closed in Africa. Despite the 5 years in Nigeria now globally, messages painted a brighter picture. The political leaders in the region, agencies press as Christ the US recession and foreign next market, the US dollar 1,516 naira, while the British pound and euro exchange 1,900 and 1,000 naira respectively. And that will market update to the news.
Very much. African leaf certificate historical indices at 38th if the economic and balance to reduce dependency on art. United General Guterres aside need for repression through compensation of world policy.
For requires word but function of firms to achieve just prosperity will rise above attain the imposed by fostering of nations and seeing it best weakened resource and the local potential. Africa's universities and banks which will develop.
Kaizen loan itself for Zaya, but not can be tracked on execution. It's a social time for works people place. Send every colon to the most and the juster for the United Nations Security Council. There's no queue every slacks but president in the first. We will continue and member state ensure the can serve with permanent security.
Board definitions majors by title and of jury and from the Wayne said for some in Latin. The results in the substance with the 11 of 8 years. So and the huddle and for still transmitted about the right to 100 sports and system is just basically he also came first and on the 4th injury in the 21-year-old anchor low in the men's 44.2 station in second just million. And now thank you for watching. One time.
Envious and that people already enjoys.
Guy, just see how sure of that.
No, that is true. The construct.
viewers and subscribers at the I don't know it's indifferent. Says the way shots on some minutes as roaches. Take when comes to aviating the companies to evolve and visit just expansion.
People that have TV360 shopping. For 40, something don't fashion. Would that from this many event doing because we have fortune from shop. Found of the station.
Next days, Martin must with the former claims that the technique of his power attack and
all need to show up. So it's far as when I fall like school and really no time was for secret for neurological and they need to say that then if I has been explosive now, the option have for the order from branch but I mean try to work not how someone is on this so much of it but I think you hear on the advice me go to make a dance down when you work close it's so now advice is going to good so that's how people know so president took my seminary it I don't know there and he some that has the out of after that has this money but out a lot of stuff of the option and got on so I think he likes to live one doesn't need a helps the trade has on if for what there is somewhere near this looking calculated for a lot of people in that and that but yes for grow like there's things that stories I know that the research we not simply proper trust to get answer which is on the if I came out of this I went to so it is if I will do 19 from careful buyers to control that left people that look to more especially because I even and we keep on them and our good people maybe of customers we have that deadline to people family contact happens with more of right now.
The nation strategy one is the actually is the producer and all was conducted in Sicily we deems the essence to that
we to understand all this data brands when we are able to get index with that concentration so we are trick on and the senior view from apart and we ensure that quality we it outside the brand fashion moves and hip hop commercially and around this is a little bit like now we are with the bread of communication and distribution for place.
I plan to pirate in case the passport taking customer.
The will of the product and product is not even times of 50 times for this provider things of sometimes the video and still in this corner watch and it's also possible try and get it is 60 for so for the player of the more in fact it's be building content like all get to for free just go as far as you some strategies like people that don't know here
the biggest research like my from these and facts they have time to field the facts and that which death insurance the partner and have 6
we can we go and deal our process if whilst the brand I about to say what's customer then but that that's what I have to so you can platform is supposed to some issues most drag this stuff so the can win needs their contact them to get it in right away stick to reduce the number of what borders are so needs to look at going at is getting the money with like the number where give the jet there's always annoying to work but so it's maybe now you can one that's the best way to people proper and this was
the vision want to run and I'm still to
what do you love is a platform that can be your terms those are everyone can do it and so that they on needs on friend then the ones sort of like I was for the most first every opinion on me so if you're partnering we're into the Nigerians and we prioritize first for self but without because have to jog and move share food with this in management and your back see because it's head on the last two that
aims to reach almost as user or take Moscow into and eat.
Welcome back. Now we look at the country. I have lecture and real furniture. Real furniture is creating this for us. Furniture doubles around values depending on
you research with in tunist. I feel like it's like how you this with 13 period. And Miss Mel so and creativity.
I'm working the Phone Big Foundation and artistic tension to influence treasure focus and for yourself as I can and TV technical skills to predict.
You be close and then that like can I want all the money from seeing
NASCAR Committee for Industry Muted Unique Designs.
Actual work. Education background started with another and my activity aspect because I'm so he created have made so far that came this way like limit to step for this we will do a better type for me so much that being here now minded when I could like because these days we use fabricate the basket here. So this movie can't continue. I'm putting this for technical skill on my work. So I have that creative ability. I can draw building like the way architect will do it. So I found myself that whenever I draw something, if I want to produce it, I produce it firm. It now looks so unique. And I push on it. I should put more effort. My effort lead me to where I am. But for now, I have nothing less than 8 boys I've trained. And some are on their own. I was born into this particular work I'm doing. So there's no how I would say I started from so year to so year. If, for instance, if I'm 30 years old, I've been in this work for that 30 years. Why I'm above that? So I've been to the work from my childhood because I met it in the house.
Mobilet isn't just a business, it's a platform for youth empowerment. Despite not initially planning to train others, Michael began mentoring when a persistent boy sought his guidance. That experience inspired him to open his doors to more young people, training them in both manual and machine-assisted techniques.
This my boy would like learn from you. I say, me? I don't have the intention of teaching anybody because I was planning, when we are very small, we'll be thinking of diaspora. So that's all comes to my head. I was like trying to have my passport and find my way out of here. Actually, I'm going for this particular work over there. So along the line, when the woman now brought the boy now insists. And I say, okay, I can't control boy for now. I'm very young. But the boy always come to me insisting. And I say, okay, maybe I will be doing this particular work. Whenever I want to travel, I'll put that boy in mind. So whenever I travel, I'll call him to come over. But along the line, we had some challenges, which is normally happen somewhere, everywhere. That's even keep me staying back to this work fully. And the boy, and I see the way the boy is working, he's working with passion. And I say, if I leave this boy like this, I will keep the spirit in him. So I move it forward more and more and more. So now I have the courage, which if the boy himself is a master on his own now. If he do 1 or 2 works for you now, even then, sometimes he will collect a big hotel work from beginning to the end, and he will still call me that, Oga, please, I will need some of your boys. Please, Oga, come and handle this part. The thing is too much for me. Because the kind of technique I used to work my work is totally different from everybody's own. No, you cannot do without the old one now. The old one brought us this new talent. From here, if any one of my children may have interest in it, they will pick it from this level to another level. If I lost the memory of old one, I can't get to here. That is why I still teaching them with the manual and the automatic. They can operate machines. They can use the manual work. You can see this work we are doing. The one you came here and saw now is just manual. When we start to be doing the automatic work, that means we all just have to be operating machine all through.
Michael's training model provides a structured environment for apprentices, training live on site during the work week, minimizing distractions and fostering focus.
These days, now when we make a TV board, for instance, a big TV board, there's how we pass lines through it. If you don't know how to do that, how can you come up with that same design? We are having improvement and challenges of work these days. So with that one, they have that opportunity in me. Actually, they can work carpentry work fully. Like all this zinc you see here, me and my boys, we do it on ourselves. We didn't go and call another person outside. We can climb zinc, actually we can come down, still work. So just like there are being a couple of 5 works together, interior, the furniture itself, upholstery. Upholstery is the covering of the chair and all these things included. And the lighting plus the technical ability, which you can be able to arrange a place that will make it look so unique and comfort.
I've been learning here for about 3 years now. It's already 3 years. So my challenges so far is just the shame to put your shame aside and focus on your goal. That's just the challenges. And my benefits have been a lot. Like I used to be a very shy person. Like how will I even put it? I don't think too far. I'm a lazy type, but since the time I came here, I've been very hardworking. Even from home self, my mom used to testify it. So that's the benefit so far. And my skills so far too has improved.
Running a creative business like Mobilet comes with significant challenges. One major issue is delayed payment from clients.
We have big challenges in our work. First and foremost challenge I could tell you we used to have is that, we don't have backup. Backup in terms of if you work for someone, for them to pay your balance is the big challenges. After receiving the work, that might be giving you a kind of complaint that I don't have money now, I will pay you, which you can't even you end up not collecting anything. That one is the total challenge that is not even giving us morale to forward over it. They don't encourage us by doing it, because once I'm expecting, like for instance, my balance like 10k, and the person asks me to come back, and other work is there that you can work a day, you will have 3k. That 3k, when you multiply it by that 4 or 5 days as you are waiting, you think that one should be more better than this your handwork. So people are not encouraged us in doing the work. In business aspect, there's no how you will not have your challenges. Sometimes you might trying to go to the market and get a material which you expect that the money is cheaper. When you now get there, the money will be more higher. Then I cannot return the money back to the who sent me the work, which is the owner of the work. That shows too low of you, that maybe you are not professional enough. So those are the challenges we spent our money on.
Despite these challenges, Michael views his achievement with pride. After starting the business from his father's home, he has expanded to a larger space, complete with accommodation for trainees.
I've been the one that disencountered myself and my family and some other siblings. Because immediately my father left, the thought that just come on my head is that face this work and start doing it yourself. Then carry your brothers along. Then which was what I did. This is not my first place of working. This is part of the achievement I've achieved. I started in my father's house. That was the place we started the company. And all my brothers are there, working all together. Along the line, when the place is no more conducive for us, I decided to go to a bigger place, which I got here. So here now, I think I have a room self for the boys, which they can pass their night, because immediately they come on Monday, they have to return back home on Saturday evening. I don't give them that time of moving around, because the challenge on those boys is even more harder than the real work I'm doing. They don't want to learn these days. They don't just want to learn, but they can give their time for other things. For me, I prefer working from this work. I can create more business. It's not only this work I can depend on. As time goes on, I can still move forward.
For Michael Moby, the ultimate reward lies in the success of those he has trained. His work continues to inspire a new generation of craftsmen, providing the traditional skills. When combined with innovation, it can also lead to remarkable achievements.
And that is all we have on this episode of Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolye. See you again next time.
I always say this, that all Bahrainis have pearl diving in their blood. Mainly all the families that moved from the Arabian Gulf or from Iran's coast or Iraq's coast and came to Bahrain to live here were divers. So it was the best place to come work as a diver. So a lot of the families here will always have someone in their family that is either a pearl diver or someone who helped in the pearl diving industry. Bahrain has always been the pearl hub in this region, mainly because it's one of the most shallowest areas. It's an island. Most of the people who resided here were working in the pearl diving industries. Most of our traditions will have to do with the pearl diving industry. For instance, the pearl diving singer, the folk of the pearl diving, this has been passed down for generations. We still sing the same songs. It was mainly done to create morale on the boat.
البحرين مشهورة بصناعة جوا البيت، كانوا يستخدمون حق الغوص حسب المنتنس، يعني إذا أنت تصينها أنت عندك 100 سنة.
هو جلسات البحرية تكلمون عن اللؤلؤ، عن الصيد، عن مصطلح البحر كامل.
المهنة هي طلب الرزق مثل ما قلت لك في البداية، لكن أنا بالنسبة أقول الحمد لله، ولكن هي بعد طبعا رزق وفيها حيوية ونشاط وصحة حق الجسم بعد كمان.
In taking out tourists, I always used to ask people, who are you finding the pearl for? And when the answer was, for my mama, the pearl gets bigger for some reason. I'm one of the people who, without having guidance from my parents or my family to fall in love with pearl diving, I wasn't taught by anyone, because the generation before us were not allowed to dive when they were young, because since the oil was discovered, all the jobs moved to the oil industry. The risk of diving and pearl diving was very high, so it was not recommended or not wanted from the parents that you say, I'm going to go work in the sea. It was one of the no-nos for our parents' generations and probably even like our granddads. There was a gap, a very long gap, maybe from the 50s till probably 2010, 12. Since 2017 in particular, when they created the pearl diving license for the pearl divers, a lot of the ones who signed up were people who don't know anything about pearl diving. Now, 7 years down the line, the majority of people in Bahrain have gone back and got in touch with that aspect, and it wasn't handed down by their parents. It was us wanting to create a new system. Even our diving techniques have changed compared to the old ones. Even the way we sell pearls has changed. So the new system is created by the new generation. A lot of Bahrainis are into the pearl diving. There's more than 1,000 divers now registered and pearl diving on a daily basis to create an income for themselves. A lot of people are worried that the new generations are depleting the beds because they have new technology, for instance, scuba diving, and so that people think that they will be able to collect more oysters and find more pearls. It's actually the opposite. Because of us using the scuba diving, and it refines you on a certain time, you're only allowed 3 dives a day due to decompression sickness and other problems that could occur. Hopefully, if God gives me the health, I will definitely try to go back to pearl diving as a regular basis, as it's very fulfilling.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin,
the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to today's program. I am Ogechukwu Ukekwe. The Nigerian Biological Safety Association has warned Nigeria to be on alert of the Ebola outbreak in some African countries, including Uganda, Kampala. The viral disease, which is transmitted through contact with infected persons or animal fluid, such as blood, saliva, urine, semen, or feces, was experienced in 2014. Nigeria as part of the larger West African epidemic that occurred between 2013 and 2016. The President's Nigerian Biometric Safety Association, Stella Udo, said the Uganda government has confirmed an outbreak on 30th January in Kampala. She said, though no outbreak in West Africa yet, but Nigeria should be cautious and immediately report any suspicious symptoms to the relevant government agencies. And the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has proposed the death penalty for drug peddlers. The Director General of the agency, Mojisola Adeyeye, made this call while speaking to newsmen. She urged that only strict penalties would deter drug peddlers, especially when their actions result in the death of children. The NAFDAC boss also called for the corporate judiciary and the National Assembly to make the proposal of reality. According to her, the agency is open to working with lawmakers and other stakeholders on the matter. And the Resource Center of Human Rights and Civil Education has reaffirmed the unwavering commitment to the eradication of female genital mutilation practiced across the country and other borders of Africa. The group is known in a statement to mark this International Day of Zero for female genital mutilation. According to female mutilation, it's not merely a cultural issue, it is a profound violation of human rights that leaves physical harm to lesbians. We'll check the standard. Has the source of hitting the developed them, but have the form the agency for each program developing these days. The action from the executive authority, which I first the Australian government and the arrangement and progress the men of the program is for his general practitioner at less key for joining on program. So the US will tell the psychiatry in and other country how to help get particulars of an epidemic.
So okay, the issue of the ports of the for HB in New Jersey. For applicants and applicable syndrome, US a deleted use within them to create and but I'm evidence that the issue
how do you hate for a fortune born?
Okay, I always say very much I can't just do work I have to do within now movement launched in 2003 around the 54 season was say kind of what the days out the the trees like yes of confidence how we to move on this vice especially it goes with have to know what this place in the development free NFC is being all so US there push it